Chapter 630. Originally, when these three immortals approached Xiao Han's location, Xiao Han was overjoyed. He wanted to use his lightning-fast methods to kill them and obtain the points and power of refinement he needed. Ibdu. But he discovered that two of the three immortals were his friends. Among the immortals who descended to Xiao Han's plane, a portion of them had always been on good terms with Xiao Han. Needless to say, Jia Lanzi, Tiamizi, Su Huizi, Xiangzi, and other immortals also got along well with Xiao Han. Now, Yu Yangzi and He Zi were also Xiao Han's friends. Xiao Han slightly restrained his killing intent. Naturally, he would not kill his friends for points and power of refinement. On the contrary, Xiao Han was happy to meet his old friends in the fourth region. However, Yu Yangzi and He Zi were actually together with Fairy Xia. This was thought-provoking. Fairy Xia? This female immortal and her husband conspired to use all kinds of despicable methods. They did not hesitate to sacrifice their bodies to lure immortals into their trap. Then, they let the husband and wife kill each other. Heh! What a coincidence, I just happened to eavesdrop on their plan. Xiao Han smiled coldly. At the same time, Xiao Han's mental fluctuation became more concentrated. It enveloped Yu Yangzi and the other two immortals, and he clearly heard their conversation. Fairy Xia, thank you. At this moment, Yu Yangzi and He Zi looked at Fairy Xia with slight gratitude. Big brothers, no need to be so polite. Fairy Xia smiled sweetly and said softly. Now, the game in the fourth region has already reached the most critical moment. It had already reached the most crucial moment. It is simply at a white-hot stage. If you two don't join some teams, I'm afraid. But don't worry, my husband has already gathered a group of like-minded immortals and formed a team to fight against the other teams of immortals. Now, I solemnly invite you two to join me and my husband's team. Fairy Xia's words were indeed delicate and gentle. There was even a hint of tenderness in them that made it difficult for people to resist. Inadvertently, Yu Yangzi and He Zi looked at Xia Fairy with fascination. Xia Fairy saw the attitudes of Yu Yangzi and He Zi. An imperceptible killing intent flashed through her pure eyes. Then, she said coquettishly, "Big brothers, your immortal energy is strong. In the future, we will be a team. I hope that the two of you can help me at the critical moment. You have to protect this little sister. This little sister will definitely repay the two big brothers." This young and tender voice, coupled with her charming facial features and skin that was as smooth as white jade, was indeed very charming. She's really treacherous. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to guard against such an act. Xiao Han saw everything. Looks like brother Yu Yangzi and brother Heizi have completely trusted this B***TCH. However, if I didn't eavesdrop on the conversation between Fairy Xia and her husband, and if I didn't sense her subtle emotional fluctuations through her psyche waves, I'm afraid I would have fallen into her trap. Now, this B***TCH clearly wants to lead brother Yu Yangzi and brother Heizi into a trap and kill them secretly, but, since I've encountered this, why don't I beat her at her own game? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Kill this bitch and her husband. Plunder points and magic treasures, and refine them. In the short span of a few breaths, Xiao Han used this sudden inspiration in his mind to form a plan. Beat her at her own game. At the same time, Yu Yangzi, He Zi, and Xia Fairy had already discovered Xiao Han. Big brothers. There seems to be the aura of a lone person ahead. Xia Fairy said in surprise. Indeed. But, it seems to be the aura of a mortal, not an immortal. Yu Yangzi frowned. This is strange. In the 4th district, where tens of thousands of immortals are competing, why would a mortal appear? Wait. It seems to be brother Xiao Han. He Zi's eyes lit up. It seems to be brother Xiao Han's aura. Suddenly, Yu Yangzi and He Zi's eyes lit up, filled with an extremely complicated emotion. Then, they quickly walked in Xiao Han's direction. Wuxia Fairy was puzzled. She followed closely behind and kept talking. Mortal? Xiaohan. Big brothers, this. It should be Xiaohan, a mortal friend we met when we descended, Yu Yangzi said fervently. Wuxia, don't look down on brother Xiaohan. Although he's immortal, his miraculousness is not inferior to us immortals. We admire his various methods. Even big brother Jia Lanzi sincerely admires brother Xiaohan. Yes, brother Xiaohan will become an immortal sooner or later. His future development in the immortal world will be like a rainbow, and his future will be limitless. He Zi said with a serious face. For some reason, when Xiaohan was mentioned, the two immortals, Yu Yangzi and He Zi's bad luck was swept away, and their faces revealed proud expressions. Wuxia Fairy said calmly. Yes, I believe you two big brothers. Then, please introduce me to the outstanding talent among the mortals, Xiaohan. Xiaohan was also waiting to reunite with an old friend. Thus, he stood motionless, and a smile appeared on his face. This smile came from the heart. Soon, Yu Yangzi, He Zi, and Wuxia Fairy walked towards Xiaohan. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiaohan. Yu Yangzi and He Zi suddenly laughed out loud. Then, their figures flashed, and they appeared next to Xiaohan. The three looked at each other and laughed. Yu Yangzi and He Zi did not have any fear towards Xiaohan. They were extremely sincere. And it was the same for Xiaohan. In this game where lives were easily lost, where immortals killed each other, and where they schemed against each other, to be able to meet an old friend was indeed a shocking thing. Big brothers, how are you doing in the 4th region? Xiaohan asked, slightly excited. This. Yu Yangzi and He Zi exchanged glances. In their eyes, there was also a look of resentment. Xiaohan looked at their expressions. He saw the points above Yu Yangzi's head. It was only 1,700 points, and He Zi only 2,100 points. Up to now, with such points, they could barely survive in the 4th region. Looking at their expressions, Xiaohan did not need to think to know. Their situation must be very miserable. They must have been hunted down everywhere, and they must have suffered some humiliation. Hiss. Brother Xiaohan, your points. Suddenly, Yu Yangzi raised his head and saw Xiaohan's points. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped, 38,328 points. Brother Xiaohan, this is too terrifying. You actually obtained such a huge number of points in this region filled with immortals. You. He Zi was also completely in disbelief. Fairy Xia's eyes were wide open. An unconcealable greed swept across her eyes. Her heart was trembling. Close to 40,000 points. With such points, he might not be in the top 100 in the entire 4th region, but he would at least be in the top 300. In other words, the number of Dharma treasures in his body is also close to 400. Wealth. This guy is a moving treasure trove. As long as I kill him, then. Fairy Xia was so excited that she felt dizzy. She tried her best to control herself. She put on a gentle and kind expression and walked directly towards Xiaohan. Oh, you must be my little friend Xiaohan. You are indeed handsome, a dragon among men. Just now, I heard Yu Yangzi and He Zi praise you. Heh. A charming look was cast towards Xiaohan. Oh. Xiaohan deliberately pretended to be confused. You are? This Fairy Xia was clearly doing better than Yu Yangzi and He Zi. She also had 9,500 points. This bitch's points are close to 10,000. I'm afraid her man's points are even higher. I'll kill this immortal world's adulterous couple and earn a lot. It's also a good thing. Xiaohan's heart was also filled with killing intent. Oh, you can call me Xia, Fairy Xia said tenderly. Hello, Xia. Xiaohan was also extremely friendly. Both of them had their own ulterior motives, but their expressions were extremely polite, as if they respected each other. After a pause, Xiao Han looked at Yu Yangzi and He again. Brothers, how many of the immortals that descended to my plane have entered the 4th region? Yu Yangzi gritted his teeth. Brother Xiao Han, in fact, it should only be me, brother He and Su Huizi. The 3 of us entered the 4th region. Brother Jiao Lanzi and the others should be in other regions. Su Huizi? Xiao Han asked curiously. Then where is brother Su Huizi now? Towards Su Huizi, Xiao Han was extremely respectful. Back then, when Su Huizi came to Xiao Han's plane, he didn't use his status to bully the mortals. Instead, he treated the mortals' illnesses in the Western Barren Lands and gave them many benefits. Who wouldn't respect such an immortal? Compared to the likes of the Son of Heaven and the Son of Spectre, his character was much more noble. Where is big brother Su Huizi? Xiao Han blurted out. Now, with the addition of big brother Su Huizi, we can form a small team and trust each other. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, brother Xiao Han. Yu Yangzi and He's faces dimmed. Their eyes were filled with rage and hatred. Su Huizi was originally with us in Burrow 4. The 3 of us were a small team. However, Su Huizi was killed 3 days ago. He died. What? Hearing this, Xiao Han's body shook, and then he became furious. Big brother Su Huizi died? This. Big brother Su Huizi has always been a kind person, I didn't think. Xiao Han quickly calmed down. Who did it? Big brothers, did you too avenge big brother Su Huizi? I'm afraid we won't be able to get revenge, Yu Yangzi cried bitterly. It was Son of Stars and his men. Master Xingqianzi's faction is enormous, and he's gathered nearly 100 immortals to hunt down weaker immortal factions. A few days ago, the 3 of us ran into a squad of 15 immortals under Master Xingqianzi's command. They surrounded us and tried to kill us. In the end, Su Huizi was killed in order to protect the 2 of us. One of Master Xingqianzi's subordinates beheaded him with a single slash. Son of Stars. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with killing intent. Big brother Su Huizi, don't worry. I, Xiao Han, will definitely avenge you. To be continued. Chapter 631. To Xiao Han, Su Huizi's death was like a bolt from the blue. Xiao Han had long since considered Jiao Lanzi, Tao Tai, Su Huizi, and the other kind-hearted immortals his friends. How could Xiao Han not be filled with righteous indignation when he heard that his friend had died a horrible death? However, Xiao Han wasn't impulsive. He quickly regained his composure. For some unknown reason, after reuniting with Xiao Han, Yu Yangzi and He felt as if they had found a lighthouse, their backbone, and even some spiritual support. This was very strange. How could immortals have such a reverent attitude toward mortals? Even Yu Yangzi and He couldn't explain it. They all felt that as long as they stayed by Xiao Han's side, they would be able to overcome this obstacle. This was probably because Xiao Han had single-handedly contended with Sun Firmament, Child Netherspirit, and the other extraordinary immortals without being at a disadvantage. Even Yu Yangzi and the other immortals admired him. Little friend Xiao Han, you don't have to take it to heart. In this game, if you don't kill others, others will kill you. The strong will kill the weak. It's survival of the fittest. There's no need to be sad. Fairy Xixia pretended to console him. You're right, but it was my friend who was killed. Of course I'm angry, and I'll avenge him, Xiao Han said coldly. Fairy Xixia choked on Xiao Han's words. An imperceptible malice flashed through her eyes, then she smiled. Little friend Xiao Han, you're really loyal. Loyal and loyal. But Sun Xingqianzi's forces are enormous. He has elite troops and he himself has more than 100,000 points. He's even refined a magic treasure. Little friend Xiao Han, it'll be very difficult for you to avenge Su Huizi. You must take your time to think. Hearing this, Xiao Han knew that Fairy Xianxia was definitely trying to lure him to her husband and then kill him. However, Xiao Han didn't bat an eyelid. Oh. Take my time to think. What should we do about it? Xianxia Fairy sorted out her thoughts and said with a straight face. Xiao Han, young friend, Bai Xiaochun said, a large number of immortals have perished in the fourth realm. Originally, there were close to 40,000 immortals, but now there are only a few thousand left. There were definitely no lone immortals. The Son of the Stars was strong not because he himself was strong, but because he formed an extremely strong team. I heard that Master Xing Chindi has a total of 99 immortals working for him. Including him, that's a total of 100. Apparently, they're going to kill all of the other immortals in the fourth region. Well, there's no way we're going to just sit around and let Master Xing Chindi kill us. We have to join forces too. Xianxia Fairy used her glib tongue to trick Xiao Han. Why was Su Huizi killed? It was because the team was too weak. In other words, Yu Yangzi, He Zi, and Su Huizi had formed a small team. Such a small team could easily be surrounded and killed by other large teams. Previously, I've already tried to persuade Big Brother Yu Yangzi and Big Brother Haizi. They've agreed to join my team. Let's work together and trust each other to fight against the insane Son of Stars. Oh. Xianxia, your team? Xiao Han asked with a smile. What team? Brother Xiao Han, sister Xianxia and her husband, Heng Shanzi, have formed a team. She invited us to join them, and we agreed, Yu Yangzi said to Xiao Han, a hint of helplessness in his voice. At the same time, He Zi sent a soul transmission to Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, there's nothing we can do. The current situation is beyond our control. If we don't join the team, we'll die for sure. We've met Fairy Xianxia and her husband, Heng Shanzi, once in the immortal world, so we can be considered friends. Moreover, they haven't done anything bad in the immortal world, so we can probably trust them. Alas, it's a lie to say that we can trust them completely in this situation. But we have no choice but to take a gamble. Big Brother He Zi, I understand what you mean. Xiao Han hastily sent a soul transmission to He Zi. Leave this to me. We can temporarily join this couple's team. We'll take action as we see fit. If anything goes wrong, we'll immediately take some emergency measures. Alright, Brother Xiao Han. You're wise and resourceful. I'll leave everything to you. Yu Yangzi and I will follow your lead, He Zi agreed. Xiao Han didn't tell his plan to He Zi and Yu Yangzi yet. Fairy Xianxia, Xiao Han pretended to ponder as he lifted his head to look at Fairy Xianxia. How many people do you have in your team? Including us, husband and wife, we have 8. But if little friend Xiao Han, Big Brother Yu Yangzi, and Big Brother He Zi join the team, then we'll have a total of 11 people, Fairy Xianxia said hastily. A team of 11 might not be enough to crush the other teams, but it's more than enough to protect ourselves. Furthermore, my wife and I will use our connections to unite the other immortals in District 4, so that our team will continue to grow stronger. If that's the case. Xiao Han didn't agree immediately. Instead, he pretended to be racking his brains to weigh the pros and cons. We'll listen to Brother Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han's idea is the same as mine and He Zi's. Yu Yangzi said without hesitation. Fairy Xianxia was stunned. She looked at Xiao Han suspiciously. She was puzzled. This mortal is too strange. He actually made 2 immortals admire him so much and listen to him. However, his points are abundant. Could it be that he has some extraordinary means or some powerful offensive celestial artifact? Thinking of this, Fairy Xianxia asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. Little friend Xiao Han, looking at your points, you must have slaughtered hundreds of immortals. I'm really impressed. Does Brother Xiao have a powerful immortal weapon to help you? Oh. Points. Xiao Han pretended to be ignorant. Speaking of these points, I'm ashamed. Yesterday, I encountered an immortal who was on the verge of death. He had tens of thousands of points above his head, and he was on his last breath. I caught him off guard and killed him with a sneak attack. I plundered a large number of points. This is also luck. As for immortal weapons, I don't have any. After all, I'm just a mortal. Even if I had immortal weapons, I wouldn't be able to use them to kill immortals. I see. Fairy Xianxia nodded. Her doubts were dispelled, and she spoke earnestly. Little friend Xiaohan, you don't have to worry about anything. If the three of you act alone, I'm afraid, sooner or later, you'll become meat on the chopping block. It's better to cooperate. Don't worry, Xiaohan, my young friend. You can trust us. You can ask Yu Yangzi and Black and White. When we were in the immortal world, we always followed the rules and didn't do anything outrageous, Xianxia Fairy said solemnly after a pause. Besides, you're all Brother Jiao Lanzi's friends. In the immortal world, Brother Jiao Lanzi is a big shot that we can't afford to offend. Yes. With Brother Jiao Lanzi as our backer, we don't have to worry about anything. Xiaohan pretended to be happy. But in his heart, he sneered. At a time like this, Brother Jiao Lanzi's name is not enough. Do you think I don't know about this? Good. The three of us will join Fairy Xixia's team. Let's work together. Fight to the death with that traitor Xingqinzi. Fight to the end. Xiaohan said with great passion. Yes. Fairy Xianxia nodded. But in her heart, she was full of disdain. Just a fledgling. Ha ha ha. What do you mean by working together? How stupid. You're all fat sheep, pigs and dogs that my husband and I have raised. After we fatten you up, we'll slaughter you and take your points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. Especially this mortal Xiaohan. He has tens of thousands of points and hundreds of Dharma treasures. Really? I can't help but want to kill him now. Then, let's hurry up. About a few hundred miles away is where our team is stationed. It's also very secretive, Fairy Xianxia said hurriedly. Okay. Xiaohan nodded. Then, they flew at a low altitude toward the east. If we encounter other teams along the way, don't fight with them. After all, there are only 4 of us. If we fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. Let's meet up with my husband first, then come out to hunt those smaller teams, Fairy Xianxia ordered. Okay, Fairy Xianxia, we'll do as you say. Xiaohan didn't object. The 3 immortals and 1 person flew quickly. During the flight, Xiaohan didn't use the boots of divine speed. Instead, he deliberately used his true qi to fly. Therefore, his flying speed was extremely slow. In the end, it was Black and White who carried him. Fairy Xianxia was full of disdain. In her heart, she was even more certain that Xiaohan was just lucky enough to kill a dying immortal with a lot of points. You guys, my husband and I will eat you up. Fairy Xixia's mouth twitched into a cold smile. The 4 of them flew for hundreds of miles, but they didn't encounter any other teams of immortals along the way. Soon, a huge volcano appeared in front of the 4 of them. My husband and the other immortals are at the foot of this volcano, Fairy Xianxia said with a smile. At the same time, Fairy Xianxia immediately used a special voice transmission technique to send a message to her husband. Big brother, I've tricked 2 immortals and a mortal. That mortal is a fat sheep with tens of thousands of points. However, we can make use of them first. Let them fight with other teams of immortals, and then we'll take the opportunity to kill them. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha 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 ha. Sister, you're so smart. Fairy Xixia's husband, Xianxia, immediately replied. The next moment. Whoosh. 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 Several beams of immortal light shot up from the foot of the volcano. There were 7 immortals lined up in a row. The leader of the group was handsome and elegant, with 15,000 points above his head. He was Fairy Xixia's husband, Xianxia. Ha 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 ha. I'm Xianxia. Welcome to our team, friends. Xianxia laughed loudly. His eyes swept around and finally stopped on Xiao Han. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. A strong sense of greed flashed in his eyes. Chapter 632. Xiao Han followed the snake and scorpion immortal and fairy Xia to the side of a volcano and met up with fairy Xia's husband, Heng Shanzi. Heng Shanzi also recruited a few immortals and formed a team. At this moment, Xiao Han saw 15,000 points above Heng Shanzi's head and over 100 Dharma treasures floating in his dantian. Moreover, Xiao Han could clearly see that the refining power inside Heng Shanzi's body was continuously attacking one of the offensive Dharma treasures, the Golden Dragon Scissors. Xiao Han released his mind power and immortal will to carefully observe the Golden Dragon Scissors. Soon, Xiao Han knew that once this offensive Dharma treasure was refined, it could easily kill a level 3 true immortal at his peak. It could even kill an ordinary level 4 true immortal. It was indeed a very terrifying Dharma treasure. However, the immortal will restriction on the surface of the Golden Dragon Scissors had been refined by about half. The remaining half required more refining power to attack. Moreover, Heng Shanzi only focused on refining the Golden Dragon Scissors and didn't touch the other 100 Dharma treasures for the time being. First, he would refine the Golden Wyrm Scissors for himself. Then, he would consider refining other Dharma treasures. This was the way of the king. Xiao Han also scanned the other Dharma treasures in Heng Shanzi's dantian. Most of them were useless. Only a few of them were of good quality, but they weren't very useful to Xiao Han. There were 6 other immortals under Heng Shanzi's command. Each of them had thousands of points and dozens of Dharma treasures. Xiao Han quickly scanned them. Oh! Xiao Han soon discovered that among the 6 immortals, one of them, a square-faced immortal, had completely refined a magic treasure. The Eye of the Divine Eagle. This Dharma treasure was an auxiliary Dharma treasure that could increase the range of detection. In the 4th region, any immortal celestial sense could only scan a few kilometers. Even Xiao Han, whose mind power was comparable to an immortal's, could only scan a few kilometers. However, the Eye of the Divine Eagle refined by this immortal with a square face could expand the detection range to about 20 kilometers. This was incredible. In such a dangerous situation where one could easily die in a life-and-death battle, being able to detect an inch more than the other competitors was an advantage. One more chance of survival. Impressive, this supportive Eye of the Divine Eagle is even more powerful than some offensive celestial artifacts. Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips. Then, he continued to survey. Suddenly, Xiao Han found a bottle of pills in the dantian of a pointy-faced immortal. Supreme Battle Will Pill. This bottle of Supreme Battle Will Pill was actually a divine medicine that could strengthen the mind and soul. This. Xiao Han was even more shocked. One should know that Xiao Han's mental energy cultivation had already reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult for him to advance even an inch. Previously, Xiao Han had wanted to search for an elixir that could improve his mental energy and soul, but he had been searching everywhere to no avail. But now, he had unintentionally found a miracle medicine for mental strength here. Great! That was great! I want to kill these immortals. Plundering their points, refining power, and Dharma treasures. Snatch the Divine Eagle's Eye and the bottle of Supreme Battle Will pills. Xiao Han felt an itch in his heart. However, he forcefully restrained himself and maintained a polite expression on his face. Immortal Heng Shanzi, nice to meet you. We're here to seek refuge with you, Immortal Heng Shanzi. Thank you for your hospitality. Heng Shanzi and his subordinates stared greedily at the points above Xiao Han's head. Of course, they could not see through Xiao Han's dantian and could not see what kind of Dharma treasures were in his dantian. However, judging from the points, the number of Dharma treasures in Xiao Han's dantian was close to 400. 400 Dharma treasures. That was terrifying. Xia is so capable. I can't believe she found such a fat pig. TSK, as long as I kill this little mortal, my points will soar to the top 200 in the 4th region, right? Heng Shanzi's heart trembled. However, now was not the time to fight. Xianxia's face was as smooth as jade, and he was elegant and graceful. It's fine. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Right now, Xianxia is the biggest tumor in the 4th region. We should band together against a common enemy and deal with him. After a pause, Xianxia squeezed out a warm smile and looked at Heizi and Yuyangzi. Brothers. We even drank together during the great sect competition in the immortal world. Do the two of you still remember? Yes, brother Xianxia, you're even more graceful than before, Heizi said with a smile. Moreover, you and Wuxia Fairy are very famous among the younger generation of the immortal world, ha 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 ha. Well said, Xianxia laughed heartily. Let's go to the place where we're staying. It's on the side of the volcano. Let's go, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a group of people descended. At the foot of the volcano, a simple village was built. Green vines coiled around the trees. The vines were lush, and the trees were green with flowers. The scenery was also very tranquil. Some wooden houses were built in the middle of the village. It's so comfortable here, Xiao Han said sincerely as he looked around. Ha ha ha, little brother Xiao Han, this place was built by you and your wife, Xianxia said with a smile. Then, he and Wuxia Fairy looked at each other and laughed. Their smiles were very subtle, and the hidden meaning behind them was unfathomable. Then, let's rest here today. Tomorrow, we'll go hunting together and kill those small teams to gain points, Dharma treasures, and refining power, Xianxia ordered casually. Xiao Han said deliberately. Immortal Xianxia, Wuxia Fairy, immortals, I also have some concerns, oh? Xianxia frowned. Little brother Xiao Han, what concerns do you have? Can you tell us so that we can study it together? Immortal Xianxia is very powerful. He has nearly 100 immortals under him. Moreover, Xianxia himself seems to have refined an extremely terrifying offensive Dharma treasure. Xiao Han pretended to be afraid. Well, I'll tell you the truth. Immortal Xianxia, our team only has 12 people. How can we fight against Xianxia's team? Not to mention Xianxia's team, I'm afraid that we can't even fight against some of the more powerful teams. Oh. Xianxia glanced at Xiao Han and laughed out loud. Little brother Xiao Han, it's normal for you to have such worries. However, this brother will reveal something to brother Xiao. After a pause, Xianxia's face was full of confidence. He glanced disdainfully at Black and White Yuyangzi, and the immortals behind him. I, Xianxia, am currently refining an offensive Dharma treasure in my Dantian. All the refinement power I've obtained has been used to refine this Dharma treasure, and I'm almost done with it. The power of this Dharma treasure is enough to kill level 3 or 4 true immortals. Once I control this Dharma treasure, I won't be too afraid of Xianxia or other immortals. Also, Brother Xianxia has refined a scouting auxiliary Dharma treasure that can predict the enemy's moves. Xianxia looked at the square-faced immortal who had refined the divine eagle's eye in his body. Ha 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 ha. I'm not that talented, but I've refined an auxiliary Dharma treasure that has a wide scouting range. This way, we can compete with each other in every aspect. The square-faced immortal said proudly. Let's put it this way. In the entire 4th region, even Xianxia's celestial sense can't cover as far as mine. Although we're not as strong as Xianxia, we can predict the enemy's movements in advance. Once we notice Xianxia's team approaching us, we can retreat in advance. In other words, although we're not strong enough to fight Xianxia and his huge teams, we don't have to worry about being surrounded and killed. Moreover, we have an advantage in hunting other teams. Everyone, as long as each of us can successfully refine a Dharma treasure, Xianxia won't be a threat at all. Xianxia said ambitiously. Ah. I see. I see. Xiao Han pretended to be enlightened. Now, through observation and probing, Xiao Han had already figured out the situation of Xianxia's team. Alright, little brother Xiao Han, let's have a good rest today and conserve our energy. Tomorrow, we'll hunt. Heng Xianxia ordered. Yes, Xiao Han replied obediently. Brother Xianxia, thank you for your hard work. Please pay more attention and observe the surroundings. Once there are any changes, we'll retreat immediately, Heng Xianxia instructed the square-faced immortal. Big brother Heng Xianxia, don't worry. Shan Xianxia smiled confidently and floated in the air with his legs crossed. A divine eagle totem flashed between his brows. His eyes became misty and deep. He scanned the surroundings as if he could see through the void and discover the truth. Big brother Fish Arm, big brother Hey Bai Zi, let's catch up. Xiao Han quietly went to a simple wooden hut with Fish Arm and Hey Bai Zi. Sigh, this time's adventure was much more dangerous than we had imagined. After sitting down, Yu Yangzi sighed with lingering fear. Su Huizi's death had a huge impact on me. In the immortal world, I was friends with Su Huizi. Although he was pedantic at times, he was extremely talented in cultivation of immortal arts. He was wise and resourceful. I can't believe he died in the preliminaries. Xiao Han and He Bai Zi were saddened at the mention of this matter. Xiao Han sighed. I wonder how my senior brothers and sect master are doing. Also, big brother Jialan Zi, I wonder if he succeeded in breaking through the encirclement. Brother Jialan is very powerful. This preliminaries won't be a problem for him, Fish Arm and He Bai Zi said in unison. Suddenly, He Bai Zi shut his mouth and used his psyche to communicate with Xiao Han through the soul. Brother Xiao Han, can we trust this Heng Xianxia completely? Night. Heng Xianxia and Fairy Zi Xia were sitting in a wooden hut. Shan Xianxia and another immortal were also there. The four of them did not speak, but they were communicating through the soul. Husband, when do we make our move? Fairy Zi Xia looked anxious. The corner of Heng Xianxia's eye twitched slightly. He transmitted his voice to Fairy Zi Xia, Shan Xianxia, and the other immortal. Apart from the four of us, we can't trust anyone else. We have to kill them. However, it won't be easy for us to kill them with just the four of us. Therefore, tomorrow, we'll form a team and go hunting. When we fight, they'll charge in front while we wait for them at the back. We'll make use of them to fight the other teams of immortals. When both sides are injured, we'll attack. Chapter 633. While Heng Xianxia and the other immortals were in cahoots and discussing how to deal with Xiao Han and the others, Xiao Han, He Zi, and Yu Yangzi were secretly communicating with soul telepathy. Big brother He Zi, big brother Yu Yangzi, it's hard to trust Heng Xianxia and his wife in this fierce competition. However, don't worry, I'm here to guarantee your safety. Xiao Han's expression was extremely serious. My plan is to help you kill more immortals and obtain the power of refinement so that you can refine the offensive Dharma treasures in your Dantian. Then, you'll have the foundation to protect yourselves. You won't have to rely on others to protect yourselves. Although Xiao Han was an ordinary person, Black White Zi and Yu Yangzi firmly believed in his words and his promise. Xiao Han had also observed. Although Yu Yangzi and He Zi didn't have many Dharma treasures in their Dantian, there were still some offensive Dharma treasures. If they could obtain enough power of refinement and make the offensive Dharma treasures their own, they wouldn't be easily killed by others. They would have no problem protecting themselves. Right. In the 4th district, only the three of us can trust each other. The other immortals might betray us for their own benefits. Yu Yangzi said in realization. Xiao Han rubbed his nose. If I'm not wrong, Heng Xianxia and the others will take action tomorrow. After a pause, Xiao Han stood up and stretched. Big brothers, rest early. See you tomorrow. Brother Xiao Han, rest well too. Yu Yangzi and He Zi stood up and said goodbye. Xiao Han lay on the wooden bed. The starlight seeped in through the window. It was dreamy and illusory. At the same time, Xiao Han's psychic energy also keenly sensed that there was an extremely powerful soul energy that was staring at him like a maggot in his bones. It was constantly monitoring him. Not far from Xiao Han's wooden house, Shan Lianzi sat cross-legged in the air under the moonlight. His gaze could see through everything and covered a large area. However, he had separated a trace of his divine soul to monitor Xiao Han closely. To this, Xiao Han didn't mind. His heart was filled with killing intent as he thought to himself. Xianxia, your godly eagle's eye is indeed very mysterious. However, this supportive Dharma treasure is not as powerful as it used to be. It will soon belong to me, Xiao Han. The next day. Early morning. Everyone, you must have had a good rest last night. Xianxia and Wuxia Fairy walked out of the wooden house hand in hand. Today, Xianxia looked refreshed and in high spirits, making him look extremely handsome and elegant. Wuxia Fairy nestled next to Xianxia like a little bird. Xiao Han. Black and White Child, Yuyangzi, Shanlianzi, and the other immortals all gathered at the center of the wooden huts. Ladies and gentlemen, immortals die every day in the 4th region. I'm afraid that the number of immortals who have survived to this day is far greater than the number of immortals who have died. There were less than 5,000 of them left. The points we have now are far from enough. We can't hide. We have to take the initiative to attack. Xianxia said proudly. Today, let's leave this place and hunt. After a pause, Xianxia looked at the mountain range. Brother Shanluanzi, why don't you tell the others about the hunting plan? No problem, Shanlianzi said with a smile as he took a step forward. Our hunting plan is very simple. I'll survey the area with the divine eagle's eye. Once we find a small group, we'll launch a sneak attack. Of course, if we find a large group, we'll avoid them in advance. Shanlianzi paused for a moment and said with a frown. However, when I use the divine eagle's eye to survey, I'll be very focused, which won't be good for killing. Therefore, there must be someone by my side to protect me. That's right, Brother Shanluanzi. You're using this celestial artifact to scout, so you'll definitely be focused on it. If you get into a fight, you'll be easily injured. You're the most important part of our team. If you don't scout ahead, our small team definitely won't be able to fight against the other teams. This is a very important matter, so I, Xianxia, will personally protect you. Xianxia stood next to Shanlianzi with a righteous look on his face. At the same time, Wuxia Fairy also leaned over. The other immortal who participated in the conspiracy last night also said with a smile. Brother Shanluanzi, don't worry and survey. I'll be by your side to protect you during the battle. I won't let you die. Ha ha ha. Alright, it'll just be me, my wife, and Brother Huiyanzi. We'll protect Brother Shanluanzi closely, Xianxia said with a smile. Little Brother Xiao Han, Brothers He and He, Brother Yuyangzi. When the battle begins, the few of you will be the vanguard. Ha 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 ha. But don't worry, although we, my wife, and Brother Huiyanzi are mainly responsible for protecting Shanluanzi, we'll definitely lend you a helping hand during the battle. Alright, Brother Shanluanzi does indeed need protection. Xiao Han smiled innocently, then casually glanced at Xianxia, Wuxia Fairy, Shanluanzi, and Huiyanzi. He already knew. There are only 4 people in this team, and they're colluding with each other. The rest are just cannon fodder. Good, very good. If the battle really begins, the first people I'll kill will be you. The other immortals didn't say much about Xianxia's arrangement. Since no one has any objections, let's go. Xianxia said with a bright smile. Then, with a flash of immortal light, he shot up into the sky. I hope we'll be able to gain something today and return with a full load. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the group of people began to fly. At the front of the group were Xiao Han, Yuyangzi, and He. At the back of the group were Xianxia, Shanluanzi, Wuxia Fairy, and Huiyanzi. The remaining 4 immortals were in the middle of the group, unaware that they had been betrayed. Soon, the group passed the volcano and flew toward the west. As they flew, every immortal, including Xiao Han, wore solemn expressions. Their soul and mind power spread out in all directions, observing every inch of space around them for the slightest movement. Currently, the competition in Division 4 had reached its most intense stage. Anyone can become a hunter. Similarly, anyone could become a prey. Among them, the most nervous person was undoubtedly Xianluanzi. The divine eagle's eye shot out from between Xianluanzi's eyebrows. It was overflowing with colors and glistened brilliantly. It could scan an area of 20 li. It could be said that Xianluanzi was now the leader of the team. His observation, intelligence, and decisions would completely determine the fate of the team. Xianluanzi became more and more nervous. His face was also slightly distorted, and he seemed to be extremely surprised. Xianluanzi understood that battles, deaths, and killings could happen at any time. "Brother Xianluanzi, don't be too nervous," Xianxia quickly comforted him in a low voice. "Calm down." Xiao Han, who was flying in front, did not think much of it. He turned around and sneered disdainfully. "This Xianluanzi is really an idiot. He has such a great initiative and can discover the whereabouts of the other immortals in advance. He's completely undefeatable. Yet, he's still so afraid. This person won't amount to much." The divine eagle's eye was obtained by Xianluanzi. "It's like casting pearls before swine. Brother Xianxia, let me calm down. I'm fine." Xianluanzi let out a breath. He adjusted his breathing. At that moment, boom 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 boom, in front of him was a team of immortals. They were aggressive and had a strong lineup. They were heading toward him. The immortal leading the team was wearing a long golden robe. He had 140,000 points above his head and was surrounded by immortal chi. There were more than 50 immortals behind him. This was an extremely powerful team. Hiss. Xianluanzi's divine eagle's eye had discovered the team of immortals that was charging at them from 20 li away. Of course, the team of immortals did not notice Xiao Han's team. "Run! Run! Run!" Xianluanzi yelled in fear. "Brother Xianluanzi, this..." Xianxia was stunned. "Quick! Retreat!" Dozens of immortals were charging at them. The immortal leading them has more than 100,000 points and has refined Dharma treasures. There are 54 immortals behind him. They can destroy us easily. Go! Hurry! Or else it'll be too late. Xianluanzi was extremely afraid of death. His voice was trembling and his body was shaking. Go! Xianxia made up his mind. The team immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the team of immortals. After running for 100 li, Xianluanzi let out a sigh of relief. All right, they didn't discover our whereabouts. They didn't chase after us. Everyone, we can't fight against such a powerful team. So, let's hold it in for now, Xianxia comforted them. Once we obtain enough power to refine all of our Dharma treasures, we'll be able to crush that team just now. After a pause, Xianxia looked at Xianluanzi. Brother Xianluanzi, continue to investigate. Just like that, it was dusk. Xianluanzi found a total of 4 teams of immortals, but he didn't attack them. The 4 teams were extremely powerful. There were more than 50 immortals in each team. They were not a team that Xiao Han and the immortals next to him could fight against. This made Xianxia and Wuxia Fairy look irritated and impatient. The husband and wife were also exchanging glances with each other. They began to communicate with each other through their souls. Husband, we can't deal with any of the teams we encountered today. It'll be a waste of time if we continue like this. Otherwise. Wuxia Fairy glanced at Xiao Han out of the corner of her eye while communicating with Xianxia. A murderous look flashed across her eyes. We might as well kill this mortal and take his points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. Maybe after we get the refining power in this kid's body, you can successfully obtain the golden dragon scissors that you've been dreaming of. Well. Xianxia was hesitant. Xiao Han saw all of this and sneered inwardly. Can't hold it in anymore and want to fight? Heh. I'm ready for battle as well. Xiao Han maintained a harmless expression on his face, even a little humble and pitiful, so as not to arouse any suspicion from the immortals. However, wait. Shanluanzi growled again. There's a team of immortals on the left. There are 6 of them. Only 6 of them. Oh. 6 people? Heng Shanzi quickly calmed himself down and said sternly. Brother Shanluanzi, look carefully. Are there really only 6 people? What are the points of these 6 people? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian and vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at Qidian. 9. Chapter 634. Xiao Han, Heng Shanzi, and the other immortals feigned civility and came out to hunt. However, even with Shan Luanzi's superior scouting ability as a guarantee, the day's hunt did not go smoothly. The teams of immortals that they encountered along the way were all extremely powerful. This team did not dare to covet them. On the contrary, Shan Luanzi, Heng Shanzi, and the other immortals were on tenterhooks. Xiao Han despised the behavior and courage of these immortals. However, at dusk, there was finally good news. Shan Luanzi was trembling with excitement. His face was flushed, and his eyes were bulging. Yes. It's only a team of 6. They're about 15. 6 li away from us. They're moving very slowly, and all of them look anxious. It's a very weak team. Brother Shan Luanzi, look at their points. Heng Shanzi's breathing quickened. All of them have less than 10,000 points. The immortal with the most points is the leader, who has 4,200 points. The rest have 3,800 points, 2,400 points. There's even someone with 1,200 points. Judging from their points, this team must be extremely weak. Shan Luanzi had thoroughly observed the situation of the 6-man team. This was the advantage of the eye of the godly eagle. It could spy on the target from afar without the target noticing. Xiao Han's soul power spread out like a fishing net, trying his best to capture the situation in his surroundings. However, within the range of Xiao Han's mental scan, there was no movement at all. Xiao Han did not discover the team of 6. After all, Xiao Han's soul power was in the 4th region. It was greatly restricted. At most, he could only observe a range of 4 to 5 li. That was the limit. It was far from the range of 20 li that the eye of the godly eagle could observe. Therefore, Xiao Han was drooling over the eye of the godly eagle. The team of 6 is approaching us. Shan Luanzi said excitedly. They're about 12 to 3 li away from us. Brother Heng Shanzi, quickly allocate the manpower. All right. Heng Shanzi said hoarsely. The other side has 6 people. They must have been extremely dismal, and their strength is lacking. Therefore, Brother Black and White, Brother Fish Arm, Little Brother Xiao Han, Brother Autumn Sword. The 7 of you will directly charge forward and break through the enemy lines. Strive to kill 2 of them in an instant with lightning speed. Heng Shanzi's expression. It also became slightly ferocious. Everyone, there are only 6 of them. If the 7 of you rush over, you'll have the advantage in numbers. Moreover, they don't know that we're like tigers lying on the side. If we suddenly launch a sneak attack, we'll definitely catch them off guard. It's definitely possible to kill 2 people in an instant. Brothers Black and White, the 7 of you will go prepared. Gather your celestial force and attack 2 of the 6-man team. Kill them all. Then, I, Shanluanzi, Huiyanzi, and Zixia will gather our strength and kill 2 more. The remaining 2 will be killed by the 11 of us in one fell swoop. This plan is very thorough. It'll only take a few breaths to wipe out the 6-man team and obtain their points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. Heng Shanzi said decisively. That's a great plan. Zixia Fairy echoed. Xiao Han and the others exchanged glances. Xiao Han shrugged and said. All right, let's follow Brother Heng Shanzi's plan. After a pause, Xiao Han looked at He Zi and Yu Yangzi. Brothers, let's charge. We'll be at the forefront and join forces with the other 4 immortal brothers to kill 2 of the 6 people. Brother Xianxia will take care of the rest, okay? Black and White and Fish Arm said in unison. At the same time, Fish Arm took out an immortal dagger from his storage ring. Black and White took out an immortal artifact in the shape of a chessboard. As for the other 4 immortals, they were not Xianxia's trusted subordinates and were used as cannon fodder by Xianxia this time. They had no idea about Xianxia's plot. Instead, they took out their immortal items and said to Xiao Han. Let's go. Let's go. Xiao Han unleashed his true qi and flew toward the 6-man team at a low altitude. Yu Yangzi and He Zi followed closely behind, one on the left and one on the right. The 4 cannon fodder immortals also followed behind, their fighting spirit rising. Heh. Xianxia stood on the spot and watched Xiao Han and the other 6 immortals leave. His expression suddenly darkened and became extremely ferocious. Behind him, Shanzi, Wuxia Fairy, and Huiyanzi approached him at the same time. Their faces were filled with eagerness. The 4 of them quickly transmitted their voices to each other. TSK, the 6-man team and the 7 idiots before us are 13 people in total. After we kill them, we'll obtain a huge amount of points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. Xianxia was extremely greedy. We've made a fortune this time. We've made a fortune. After a pause, Xianxia's attitude became extremely firm and domineering. I'll kill that mortal Xiao Han. Don't snatch it. Killing Xiao Han will give us tens of thousands of points and hundreds of Dharma treasures. I'm sure he has a lot of refining power stored in his body as well. How about this? I'll take the mortal Xiao Han, Black and White, and Fish Arm. I'll take 2 from the 6-man team. You can split the rest among yourselves. After this, I'll definitely be able to refine the golden WYRM scissors in my body perfectly. At that time, I'll have a place in the 4th realm. I'm afraid even the sons of the stars will try to win me over. Wuxia Fairy and the others didn't have any objections to this arrangement. Big brother Xianxia, what should we do? Xianxia asked, licking his lips. Listen, let's follow them now. After they fight, we'll take our time to make our move. After they kill 2 of the 6 people, they'll definitely counterattack. At that time, it'll be 7 against 4. However, Xiao Han is just an ordinary person, so his combat power is negligible. That means it'll be 6 against 4. We'll stay behind and wait for a while. Don't make a move. When they're both injured, we'll directly kill them. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them go. Later, we'll use our strongest immortal tool. All right. Let's go, the battle is about to begin. Xianxia led Xianxia, Wuxia Fairy, and Huiyanzi to follow Xiao Han and the others. They were secretly adjusting their fighting conditions and preparing for their strongest attack. Xiao Han and the others flew slowly at a low altitude. At the same time, Black and White and Fish Arm were communicating with Xiao Han through soul transmission. Brother Xiao Han, later on, the 3 of us can directly kill one of those 6 people. Yu Yangzi quickly said. We can kill the other 4. Indeed, we can easily kill 2 of the 6-man team's immortals with a sneak attack, Black and White said. Brother Xiao Han, do you think there's a trap? There must be a trap. Xiao Han finally said what he was thinking. Hearing this, Fish Arm and Black and White panicked. Hearing this, Fish Cripple and Black and White were both flustered. Brothers, don't be anxious. Xiao Han was extremely calm. I've been prepared for such a drastic change. Xianxia, Shanluanzi, Wuxia Fairy, and Huiyanzi stayed at the end of today's hunt and instigated us to go first. It's weird. Moreover, when I was assigning tasks, I sensed the subtle changes in the divine souls of Xianxia, Shanluanzi, and the others. They must be plotting something. If I'm not mistaken, Xianxia and the others won't help us immediately when we're fighting with the 6-man squad. They'll wait until we're injured and then kill us together. Despicable. Yueyangzi and Black and White believed Xiao Han's words without a doubt. He, two big brothers, in fact, isn't this also an opportunity for us? Xiao Han's heart was also burning with passion. Xianxia and the others want to kill us, but we can also kill them. Brother Xiao Han, we'll do as you say. Black and White Child and Yueyangzi said. Later, we'll still attack the 6-man squad. We'll kill one of them and let the other 4 immortals kill the second one. Then, we'll conserve our strength and don't go all out against the remaining members of the 6-man squad. After that, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with killing intent. Brother Black and White Child, Brother Yueyangzi, join forces and kill Wuxia Fairy. As for Xianxia, Shanluanzi, and Huoyanzi, I'll kill them. Brother Xiao Han, you're fighting 1 against 3, this. Black and White Child hesitated slightly. Xiao Han smiled confidently and said. This is also a sudden sneak attack. I'm 90% confident. Okay. Black and White Child and Yueyangzi chose to believe Xiao Han unconditionally. Xiao Han paused for a moment, then turned around and smiled at the 4 immortals behind him. For big brothers, I'm just a mortal. When we're fighting, Xiao Han will stay behind and watch the battle. If I encounter an immortal in a head-on battle, I'll be ashamed. Humph. The 4 immortals were cold and arrogant. They looked at Xiao Han disdainfully. One of them sneered. Mortal, go back and hide in the back. I'm afraid your attack won't be able to break through an immortal's defense. Yes, I know my limits. Xiao Han's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he circled behind the 4 immortals. They shivered. Black and White Child and Yueyangzi flew in front without batting an eyelid. Behind Xiao Han were Xianxia, Shanluanzi, Wuxia Fairy, and Huoyanzi. Oh. That mortal, Xiao Han, is hiding behind me? Huoyanzi was startled. Wuxia Fairy sneered. He's just a mortal. In a real fight, he wouldn't dare to fight an immortal head-on. Such a lowly thing can only rely on sneak attacks to kill immortals on the verge of death. Husband, you should kill Xiao Han later. Yes, we'll act according to the original plan. Xianxia smiled confidently. At this moment. Everyone, pay attention. We're 5 li away from the 6-man squad. They should be able to find us soon. Prepare to attack. Don't wait for them to discover us. Attack immediately. Catch them off guard. Shanluanzi immediately sent a soul message to warn everyone. To be continued. Chapter 635. Shan Lianzi used the Divine Eagle's Eye to closely observe the situation of the 6-man team. The 2 sides were about to approach each other. The battle was about to begin. The Black and White immortal force in front of the team had already gathered all the immortal force in their bodies. Their goal was to kill anyone in the 6-man team. Of course, they would choose the person with the least points to attack. The 4 immortals behind the Black and White immortal force had communicated and prepared to ambush the leader of the 6-man team, the immortal with the most points. If the 4 of them joined forces and used their strongest killing move, they would definitely be able to kill the leader of the 6-man team. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was gathering his immortal body's divine power. His mental wave was firmly locked onto Xianxia and the others behind him. A 6-man team. At this moment, the 6-man team had no idea that a great disaster was about to befall them. Every member of the 6-man team was extremely cautious. They had already extended their immortal senses to the limit and were constantly scouting. Everyone, there are no traces of other immortal teams nearby. It seems that this area is relatively safe. The leader of the 6-man team heaved a sigh of relief. Our strategy is to focus on stability. As he spoke, the leader also smiled. As a matter of fact, as long as we get into the top 100 of this area, we can pass the preliminaries. Our team's strength is relatively weak, so we can't compete with those large teams. So, we have to stabilize and protect ourselves first, and try our best not to encounter other teams. When the other teams compete and kill each other, who knows, maybe in the end, we can even be the fisherman who reaps the benefits without doing anything. Ha 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 ha. Yes, when those teams compete and kill each other, we'll protect ourselves and take advantage of the situation. The other 5 immortals also laughed. At the same time, Xiao Han and the others were ready to pounce. At this moment, the black and white immortal force, fish immortal force, and many other immortals were standing still. Their immortal chi was also gathered to the limit. Each of them was holding an immortal artifact or dharma treasure that they carried with them. Kill. Suddenly, Xianxia gave the order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the first to bear the brunt. Hei Hei Zi, Yu Yangzi, and the other 4 immortals charged forward like bolts of lightning. Xiao Han quietly followed behind. At this moment, Xiao Han was monitoring the movements of Xianxia and the others behind him. On the other hand, he was secretly watching Hei Hei Zi and Yu Langzi. Once the 2 of them were in danger, Xiao Han would not hesitate to help them. Of course, Xianxia and the other immortals behind him were also highly focused and ready for their ultimate moves. Before the misfortune befell the team of 6, there was no prediction at all. All of a sudden. Boom! First, 2 streams of immortal chi shot out and killed one of the immortals with 2,400 points hovering above his head. The immortal body exploded. Multicolored light shot out in all directions. The Dharma treasures, the power of refinement, and the points in his body all fell out. This was the joint attack of Fish Stem and Black and White Child. This attack was a complete sneak attack. The other party was completely unprepared. It should be noted that the immortal who was killed was about as strong as Yu Langzi. Now that he was unprepared, Fish Stem and Black and White Child joined forces to kill him. The immortal was instantly killed. Because it was the black and white players' attacks that had caused the immortal's death, the points, the magical items, and the power of refinement were all taken by the black and white players. In the blink of an eye, the points hovering above the black and white players' heads approached 5,000. Roar! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The leader of the team of 6 was the first to react. His immortal chi exploded and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, boom! 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 For streams of immortal light gathered at the same time and blasted at him. Bang! The leader of the team of 6 had just shouted when his body was hit by the 4 attacks. His immortal body exploded and he died. Dropped. His 4,200 points, all his Dharma treasures, and power of refinement were taken by one of the 4 immortals. Sure enough, just as Xianxia had planned, the team of 6 lost 2 people in a single exchange. After the first wave of attacks, the remaining 4 people of the team of 6 quickly reacted. The remaining 4 immortals were shocked and furious. However, under such circumstances, they completely understood that since they had been discovered and hunted, they would not rest until one of them was dead. There was no logic to it. If you don't kill, they will kill you. Kill. The blood of their teammates caused the 4 immortals' eyes to turn bloodshot. They fought with all their might. They even burned all the immortal chi in their bodies to counterattack at all costs. This was a counterattack before death. It was extremely powerful. At this moment, Xiao Han immediately said to Black and White Child and Fish Seedling, "Big brothers. Don't fight them head-on now. Use your movement techniques to deal with these 4 fellows who are like cornered beasts. Don't fight. Try to avoid them and pretend to fight." Understood. Black and White Child and Fish Stem immediately responded. Therefore, Black and White Child and Fish Stem put on an act and roared loudly. However, their figures kept flashing and they did not fight the 4 immortals head-on. On Xiao Han's side, the 4 immortals who had killed the leader of the team of 6 did not pretend to fight. They immediately went forward and used their unique skills to fight the remaining 4 people. At the same time, the 4 immortals sent a voice transmission to Xianxia's soul. Big brother Xianxia, our plan succeeded. Now, you guys attack too. Let's work together to kill the remaining 4 evildoers. However, at this moment, Xianxia, Shanlianzi, Zixia Fairy, and Huiyanzi stood side by side. They did not move at all and did not have any intention to attack. There was even a cold expression on their faces. Wait, let's wait until both sides are injured. Xianxia suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Soon, we'll be able to obtain a large number of points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. We're close to success. The battle soon reached its climax. In fact, this was a battle of 4 against 4. Fish Stem, Black and White Child, and Xiao Han did not attack at all. Fish Stem and Black and White Child were fine. Although they did not attack, immortal chi rose from their bodies and radiated dazzling light. They shouted continuously. Kill! 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 They had controlled their momentum well enough. However, Xiao Han did not do anything. He stood on the spot and did not move an inch. Pfft, the surviving immortal of the team of 6 did not hesitate to shatter his left arm in exchange for a palm strike. Pfft. The surviving immortal of the team of 6 even chopped off the left leg of an immortal on Xiao Han's side. It was a 4 versus 4 battle. The sky was dark, but there was no distinction between them. Both sides had taken damage. After a few breaths, 8 immortals had their limbs severed. Immortal blood gushed out of their mouths. Xianxia. Attack! Attack! The 4 immortals on Xiao Han's side could not bear it anymore and roared crazily. Attack now! Shanlianzi shouted in an extremely displeased manner. Black and White Child, Fish Stem, why are you putting on airs over there? Kill! The scene was a little chaotic. Xianxia, on the other hand, was observing the situation and assessing the situation. It's almost time. Get ready to attack. I'll kill that mortal, Xiao Han. Zixia, Shanlianzi, Huiyanzi, you guys charge forward and pretend to kill the remaining members of the team of 6. In fact, attack those 2 idiots, Fish Stem and Black and White Child. At the same time, Xiao Han sensed the subtle change in Xianxia's emotions. He deeply felt Xianxia's killing intent and aura. Attack! Brother Black and White Child, Brother Fish Stem, you guys work together to kill Fairy Zixia. I'll take care of the rest. Xiao Han sent a thought and an immortal light burst out from his feet. Boots of divine speed activated. Maximum speed increased by 5 times. Speed comparable to a level 4 true immortal. Swoosh, in the midst of the chaos, Xiao Han's figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage. He was already closing in on Xianxia. His speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Xianxia was only a level 2 true immortal. His speed was definitely not comparable to a level 4 true immortal. Moreover, part of his attention was on the battlefield. Moreover, he was very confident about his plan. He thought that he had taken every possibility into consideration and had the situation under control. The next thing he needed to do was to kill and seize the benefits. However, he had never expected that Xiao Han, a mortal who had never shown his strength, would also plot against him. And he was one step ahead of him. By the time Xianxia realized what was going on, Xiao Han had already rushed over and punched at him. This punch was like the eruption of thousands of volcanoes. This punch was like the fall of thousands of meteorites. This punch was not the strength of a mortal. It was the strength of 40 celestial dragons. Bang! The punch landed on Xianxia's body and created a pit. Bang! 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 Without any hesitation, Xiao Han punched 3 more times. One hit Xianxia's head, one hit his chest, and the last hit his dantian. Ah! Xianxia let out a heart-wrenching scream before he died. His scream was filled with fear, despair, surprise, unwillingness, and regret. Xianxia was smashed into pieces by Xiao Han. When Xianxia died, Wuxia Fairy also screamed in horror. She and Xianxia had been husband and wife for many years, so they had a tacit understanding. As soon as Xianxia died, she felt a sharp pain in her heart and immediately fell into a state of dullness and grief. In the blink of an eye, just as Wuxia Fairy was bursting into tears and sinking into the state of a clay sculpture, Black and White Sun and Jianghu had already charged over. Puff! Puff! 2 rays of immortal light. One penetrated Fairy Xia's dantian, and the other chopped off her left arm. On the other side, the moment Xiao Han killed Xianxia, he dashed to the front of Shan Lianzi and Hui Yanzi at a ghostly speed without any hesitation. He stretched out his left and right arms and clawed at them. His left hand grabbed Shanzi's head, and his right hand grabbed Huiyanzi's head. Bang! Bang! 2 people's heads exploded. In fact, when Black and White Zi and Jianghu joined hands to kill Fairy Xia, Xiao Han had already crushed Shanzi and Huiyanzi's heads. Xiao Han's speed was indescribable. In just a few breaths, Xianxia was dead. Wuxia Fairy was dead. Shanzi was dead. Huiyanzi was dead. Chapter 636. The husband and wife, Xianxia and Wuxia Fairy, had schemed against human lives, but they did not expect that man's plan would fail. They had harmed themselves instead of harming others. They had completely fallen into Xiao Han's hands. Taking advantage of the great disparity in speed, Xiao Han directly killed Xianxia, Shan Wanzi, and Flame Zhanzi when they were caught off guard by surprise. Suddenly, violent points, refining power, and Dharma treasures surged into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han obtained the eye of the divine eagle from Shan Lianzi's body, and the supreme battle will pill from Huiyanzi's body. Moreover, after killing the 3 immortals, Xiao Han's points skyrocketed from 38,328 to 61,298. 3 streams of refining power surged into Xiao Han's dantian and were stored by him. At this moment, the 8 immortals who were fighting each other were already seriously injured. It was a situation where both sides suffered losses. The sudden death of Xianxia and the other immortals caused the 8 immortals to stop fighting and look over in confusion and shock. At this moment, Brother Zi, Brother Jianghu, kill! Xiao Han roared. Big brothers, your points and power of refinement aren't very high. You'll have to personally kill these 8 immortals and take their points, magical treasures, and power of refinement. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han's figure flashed, and he charged forward. Bang! 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 8 loud sounds. Xiao Han suddenly punched out 8 times at lightning speed, bombarding the bodies of the 8 immortals. This caused them to be even more injured. All of them vomited blood. Kill! The black and white children and fish seedling. Zi and Jianghu also reacted and charged forward. In the end, Zi and Jianghu easily killed 4 seriously injured immortals each and plundered a large number of points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. This way, the points floating above Zi and Jianghu's heads had reached tens of thousands. The hundreds of Dharma treasures in their bodies were shining together. Brother Xiao Han. We did it. Black White Zi and Jianghu both let out cries of pleasant surprise. Apart from joy, their voices also contained waves of disbelief. At this point, even Black White Child and Jianghu found it hard to believe that they could kill so many immortals and obtain so many points. This was like a dream. That's right, if I hadn't met Xiao Han. If it wasn't for Xiao Han, Black and White Sun and Jianghu would not have been able to kill so many immortals. Instead, they might have been killed by Wuxia Fairy's scheme. In other words, Xiao Han had saved the lives of Bai Zi and Yulang Zi. Brothers, let's leave this place first and find a secluded place to digest what we've learned today. Xiao Han said. Then, he took out his storage ring and collected all the immortal corpses floating in the sky. Go! The three of them immediately left the place. Night. Xiao Han, Black and White Sun, and Yu Yangzi quietly arrived at a quiet valley. Xiao Han activated his mental power and looked around to make sure that there were no other immortals within a few miles. Brothers, we'll rest here tonight. We'll probably stay here for the next few days, Xiao Han said as he sorted out his words. Brothers, both of you have obtained quite a lot of refinement energy today. Now, both of you should try to refine one of the offensive treasures in your dantian. As for me, I will refine the eye of the divine eagle. Under the moonlight, Xiao Han's face showed an optimistic attitude. As long as you each refine an immortal treasure, and I control the eye of the divine eagle, we'll have enough resources in the 4th region to compete with other immortal teams. Good. Brother Xiao Han, the refining power in our bodies is indeed enough. Previously, after we obtained the power of refinement, we started to refine offensive celestial artifacts as well. However, we didn't have enough power of refinement, so we couldn't completely master offensive celestial artifacts. Now, I reckon that after obtaining so much power of refinement, everything will be easily solved. Black and White Child and Yu Yangzi were eager to give it a try. After the three of them talked for a while, they each chose a secluded corner in the valley and sat down cross-legged to look at their dantians. Xiao Han sat behind a sharp rock that was several feet tall in the valley. He looked at his heart with his eyes closed. He looked inside himself with his mental power. At this moment, more than 600 Dharma treasures were spinning in Xiao Han's dantian. It could be said that they were twinkling like stars. Among the Dharma treasures, there were some offensive immortal treasures, defensive immortal armors, and some immortal treasures with special functions. After Heng Shanzi was killed, the golden WYRM scissors that Heng Shanzi had refined halfway appeared in Xiao Han's dantian. However, Xiao Han understood that with his identity as immortal, even if he refined these offensive and defensive immortal treasures, it would be difficult for him to unleash their true power. Therefore, Xiao Han placed his focus on the Eye of the Divine Eagle and the bottle of Supreme Battle Will pills. The Eye of the Divine Eagle was a support-type immortal treasure. It didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. It could only expand the detection range to about 20 miles. At this moment, the Eye of the Divine Eagle that was wandering in Xiao Han's dantian did not have Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine will restriction. There was only a trace of Shan Luanzi's soul imprint. Shan Lianzi had already used his power of refinement to remove the seal on the Eye of the God of the Eagle. Hence, if Xiao Han wanted to obtain the Eye of the God of the Eagle, he did not need to waste his power of refinement. All he needed to do was to drip his blood on it to claim ownership. Very good. That saves me a lot of effort. Xiao Han smiled. With a thought, he flipped his right hand and the Eye of the Divine Eagle appeared in his right palm. It was a deep eyeball. Indistinctly, one could see some immortal runes and talismans in the depths of the pupil. Xiao Han's mind power seeped into the eyeball and realized that it was extraordinary. Good. You belong to me. Xiao Han bit his finger and blood dripped onto the eyeball. Poof. Inside the eyeball, there was a crisp cracking sound. Then, the eyeball and Xiao Han's divine soul. An inseparable connection was established. It was like a pair of hands and feet. Dripping blood to recognize its owner was a success. Xiao, the Eye of the Divine Eagle, turned into a brilliant celestial light and entered Xiao Han's forehead. Very quickly, the restriction on Xiao Han's mind power in this space loosened a little. This caused Xiao Han's mind power to fluctuate more freely. In an instant, it extended to about 20 miles. He felt as though his vision had been broadened and the sky was vast and the sea was vast. Awesome! Xiao Han stood up and the Divine Eagle totem appeared on his forehead. There seemed to be spirals of light rolling in his eyes. He looked around and everything within a 20-mile radius. It appeared clearly in Xiao Han's mind, down to the finest detail. It was as though he was looking at the lines on his palm. There's no danger within a 20-mile radius. Xiao Han smiled. Then, Xiao Han sat down again. He carefully observed the wind and grass within a 20-mile radius, while he used his inner vision again. A bottle of Supreme Battle Will elixir was locked onto by Xiao Han. This bottle of elixir was a rare mental energy elixir that could directly strengthen one's soul power. There were a total of 10 Supreme Battle Will elixir. Xiao Han knew that once he consumed these 10 Supreme Battle Will elixir, his soul power would transform once again. It would break through the bottleneck of the extinguishing sky decimating earth spiritual technique and improve further. It would also make the saber intent more condensed and sharper, and its lethality would be greater. Xiao Han did not think too much. Very quickly, he gathered the power of refinement in his dantian. With a thought. Boom! This wave of refinement violently attacked the restriction on the surface of the Supreme Battle Will elixir. Pooh! About a third of the restriction was broken. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air in frustration. I still need some refinement power to completely break the restriction and obtain this bottle of elixir that nourishes mental energy. Forget it. After Big Brother He Zi and Yulang Zi have successfully refined the treasure, the three of us will go out and hunt other immortal teams. Now that I've refined the Divine Eagle's Eye, I have more confidence in hunting immortals. It's not that difficult to accumulate refinement power. This way, Xiao Han waited in the valley for He Zi and Yulang Zi to refine the treasure. He had the Divine Eagle's Eye, which could detect danger. He was outstanding and protected He Zi and Yulang Zi perfectly. On the third day. Shio, 2 rays of immortal light shone. Clouds were steaming. We did it. Brother Xiao Han, we did it. He Zi and Yulang Zi exclaimed in joy. In the valley. He Zi took out a glass bottle. The bottle was about 1 meter long. Auspicious light was rising from the mouth of the bottle. It was a mysterious formation. Brother Xiao Han, Brother Yulang Zi, this is the treasure that I refined, He Zi said excitedly. This magical treasure is called the colored glass bottle. It can suck a level 3 true immortal into the bottle. Inside the bottle is the true Samadhi fire formation of the immortal realm. It can turn the enemy that is sucked into the bottle into ashes. Although this treasure isn't too brilliant in the second level of the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, it's more than enough for me to use, and I won't have any problems protecting myself. For example, if I had this glass bottle in the battle with Heng Shanzi and the others, I could have killed them instantly. Hell, look at me. Yulang Zi laughed. Then, he waved his right hand. Immortal light shone and a seal flew out from his palm. The seal wasn't big, but it was engraved with many mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. This is the mountain suppressing seal. After it's taken out, it can become the size of a huge mountain. It can crush a level 3 true immortal into ashes. It's very powerful in terms of attack power. Ha ha ha. I, Yulang Zi, didn't expect to have such a powerful treasure when I'm only a level 2 true immortal. This is much more powerful than the life-saving trump card that the sect gave me to use in the lower realm. Good. Xiao Han shouted. Brothers, a glass bottle and a mountain-suppressing seal. That's great. Then, the 3 of us will leave the valley. Now, we have to go all out. Ha 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 ha. To be continued, you. Chapter 637. After a few days of rest, Xiao Han, the black-white child, and Yu Yangzi finally absorbed everything they had gained from the battle with Heng Shanzi. Ibdu, Xiao Han had gained control of the Eye of the Divine Eagle, and a third of the restriction on the Supreme Battle Will pill had been broken. As for the black-white child and Yu Yangzi, they had improved by leaps and bounds. One of them had refined the glass bottle, and the other had refined the mountain-suppressing seal. Then, the 3 of them quietly left the valley, ready to fight for more points, magical treasures, and refining power. In the 4th region. On a spacious plain. Boom. 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 Immortal light flashed, and crimson light filled the sky, burning the plain into lava. Bubbles popped and popped. On the plain, more than 40 immortals were covered in blood and seriously injured. They struggled to hold on. Nearly 100 immortals surrounded the 40 immortals and attacked them with their strongest attacks. In the end, the 40 or so immortals were like flickering oil lamps. One by one, they fell to the ground. Their points, magical treasures, and power of refinement all fell out of them. Roar! Son of the stars! You're ruthless. I'll fight you to the death. The leader of the 40 immortals was hysterical. He suddenly took out a scroll. The scroll depicted a bright moon rising from the sea, and a violent pressure spread in all directions. Immortal tool. Heaven see divine painting. Ha 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 ha. Child's play. The son of the stars' arrogant and invincible voice rang out. In the next moment, he also took out an immortal tool. A Tai Chi painting. A Tai Chi painting rose into the air. The sky darkened. The Tai Chi painting spun. It extinguished everything. Bang! The sea sky godly painting shattered and exploded. The 40 or so immortals were all dead. The battle was over. Hong, a large number of points, magical treasures, and refining power surged into the son of the stars' body. At this moment, the son of the stars floated in the air with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely cold and arrogant, as if he was an invincible monarch. His robes fluttered in the wind. His aura was a mixture of immortal chi, domineering chi, vicious chi, and wild chi. He was truly a dominating figure. He was a figure who ruled over all living beings. At this moment, above the son of the stars, the floating points had reached 500,000. Ha 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 ha. Now, I'm afraid I've already taken first place in the 4th region, haven't I? No one could surpass him. No one can compete with me, the son of stars said arrogantly. Big brother son of the stars is matchless and invincible. Big brother son of the stars will definitely take first place in the 4th region. He proudly entered the arena. There's no suspense. Big brother Xianxia will definitely find countless treasures and fortunes in the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th floors of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. Even obtaining the inheritance of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's orthodoxy is a sure thing. Master Jiao Lanzi? Master Tao Tai? They're all going to be trampled underfoot by Big Brother Master Star. Many of the immortals standing next to Master Xianxia began to flatter him. Ha 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 ha, the son of stars laughed wildly towards the sky. He was extremely proud of himself. Then, all right, the son of the stars said with a wave of his hand. Let's wait until we've killed all the other immortals in the 4th region. Then, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a few colorful round stones appeared in his palm. These are communication spirit stones, the son of the stars said with a smile. I found them among the countless treasures in my Dantian yesterday and refined them. The communication spirit stone is an assistive immortal tool that allows you to communicate with anyone in the 4th region, the son of the stars said with a smile. Listen up, the son of the stars said with a smile. Including me, our team has exactly 100 people, and there are only 2,000-3,000 immortals left in the 4th region. Now, I'll divide our team into 10 squads, and we'll begin the final sweep of the 4th region. We'll kill all the remaining immortals. The son of the stars began to devise strategies and make arrangements. Some of you have obtained enough refining power and refined some of the magical treasures in your bodies. Therefore, those who have refined magical treasures have outstanding battle prowess and can stand on their own. Apart from me, there are 9 others who have refined the treasures in their bodies. Some of the treasures you've refined can kill 3rd-grade true immortals, and some can even kill 4th-grade true immortals. You can do whatever you want in the 4th region. The 9 who have refined treasures, step forward. The son of the stars shouted coldly. Immediately, 9 immortals stepped forward. Of the 9 immortals, 8 were men and 1 was a woman, and all of them had accumulated more than 100,000 points. That was especially true of the female immortal, who had 260,000 points. Other than Master Xingqianzi, she had the most terrifying points in the entire team. Moreover, there was an immortal light that shone brilliantly like a gem circulating around her body. It was obvious that this female celestial had refined some extraordinary immortal artifact or magic treasure. Moreover, the female immortal was extremely charming. Her eyes were as gentle as water, and her figure was curvaceous. She was a stunningly beautiful woman. The Son of the Stars glanced at the 9 immortals and ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Each of you will lead 9 immortals and form 9 teams to hunt down immortals. I have great faith in the strength of the 9 of you. I'm sure you'll be able to hold your own. Now, I'll send the communication spirit stones to the 9 of you. If you encounter any danger, you can contact me immediately. However, I don't think you'll run into any trouble." Whoosh! 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 The Son of the Stars waved his hand, and 9 glittering communication spirit stones flew into the hands of the 9 immortals. After a pause, the Son of the Stars looked at the charming female immortal. His sharp gaze softened, and a hint of possessiveness could be seen in his eyes. "Jiangzi, you'll lead a team as well. The immortal treasures you've refined are enough to kill 4th-grade true immortals. In the 4th region, there's probably nothing left. It's enough to pose a threat to you." "Yes, Big Brother Star, Jiangzi understands." The female immortal smiled at the Son of the Stars. Her eyes were seductive and seductive. She was truly a stunner. Moreover, the female immortal did not forget to remind him affectionately. "Be careful, Big Brother Star." Ha 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 ha. The Son of the Stars laughed confidently. "Don't worry about me, Jiangzi. I've refined an invincible treasure called the Taiji Diagram and a soul-summoning banner. It's a powerful offensive treasure that's on par with the Taiji Diagram. With these 2 treasures, I'm the only one who can kill others in the 4th region. There's absolutely no reason for others to kill me, the Son of the Stars." "Yes." The female immortal, Jiangzi, smiled obediently. As for the other immortals, they all looked at Jiangzi with jealousy, but also with some disdain. Jiangzi was not very strong, but her beauty had won the Son of the Stars' attention. Therefore, in the Son of the Stars team, Jiangzi always reaped the rewards without putting in any effort. She had many opportunities to kill other immortals with her own hands. In fact, when the other immortals in the Son of the Stars team severely injured their opponents, they did not have the right to finish them off with their own hands and obtain their opponents' points and power of refinement. Instead, Jiangzi reaped the rewards without putting in any effort and dealt the fatal blow. Many immortals in the Son of the Stars team secretly disliked Jiangzi. Some even loathed her. However, none of them dared to voice their anger. After all, she was the Son of the Stars woman and was doted on by the Son of the Stars. Therefore, no one dared to say anything wrong about her. After making the arrangements, the Son of the Stars waved his hand. "Go. 9 teams, spread out and hunt in different parts of the 4th region." As a result, the 9 leaders each recruited 9 immortals and formed 9 teams of 10. They held communication spirit stones in their hands and flew off in different directions. Only 9 immortals remained by the Son of the Stars' side. These 9 immortals were the Son of the Stars' trusted subordinates. Big Brother Stars, a red-clad immortal asked, "What's your real purpose in dividing them into 9 teams?" The Son of the Stars murmured, his eyes glinting with a strange light. The 4th region's qualifier has already reached its final stage. The leaders of the 9 teams have refined their treasures and extraordinary combat strength. Let them hunt until they're full and earn a lot of points. Then, the Son of the Stars' pupils shrank, and his killing intent skyrocketed. "When they've earned a lot of points, treasures, and refinement power, I'll personally attack and severely injure them. Then, the 9 of you will kill them and reap great benefits. Of course, I'll kill the 9 leaders." Jiangzi was an exception. Other than Jiangzi, the remaining 89 people were all killed. Ha 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 ha. We'll be the final winners. We've all earned a lot of points and have over 1,000 treasures in our bodies. We'll definitely be in an advantageous position in the arena. The Son of the Stars laughed heartily. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao means that each region can only have a maximum of 100 people survive. However, only a dozen of us will survive in the fourth region. The rest will all die. All the benefits will be in the hands of the dozen of us. Ahahaha. In the end, the Son of the Stars laughed wildly. Big Brother Stars, you're truly wise. Yes, what's the point of sharing the benefits with 100 people? It'd be perfect if there were only a dozen people to share the benefits. Ha 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 ha. Of course, we'd be more than satisfied if you could give us a little. We wouldn't dare to ask for more. The 9 immortals behind the Son of the Stars said timidly. It doesn't matter. You'll soon gain the power of refinement and control the powerful immortal treasures in your bodies. The 9 of you are connected to me back in the immortal world. Who else should I take care of if not you? Don't worry. Follow me, and you'll definitely benefit greatly from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The Son of the Stars said with the demeanor of a leader. Then, he said, all right, let's go hunt and kill all the other immortals in the fourth region as soon as possible. To be continued. Chapter 638. Xiao Han, Yu Yangzi, and He He Zi had already arrived at a mountain range. The 3 of them hid on the tallest mountain in the mountain range. They looked toward the eastern horizon. Xiao Han sat cross-legged. The divine eagle's eye between his brows emitted a deep, misty divine light that pierced through nothingness and observed down to the smallest detail. Xiao Han had perfect control over the situation within a 10-mile radius. Xiao Han observed while conversing with Fish Stem and Black and White. Brothers, this mountain range is located in the center of the fourth region. We'll observe from here. I'll spread out my psyche with this place as the center. Once we find any immortal teams, we'll plan how to hunt them down. All right, Brother Xiao Han. We'll do as you say. Fish Stem and Black and White listened to Xiao Han's every word. They would not go against his will. Xiao Han nodded slightly. The 3 of them waited for a few hours on the mountain range, but did not find any immortal teams within a 10-mile radius of the mountain range. Xiao Han even flew out and strolled around the mountain range, expanding the scope of his investigation, but to no avail. Dusk. Heh. Xiao Han shook his head helplessly. Big brothers, it looks like there are very few immortals left in the fourth region. Otherwise, it's impossible that we haven't seen a single immortal even after waiting for so long in the throat of the fourth region. That's right. Black and White nodded. It's been more than 10 days since we entered the fourth region. Immortals perished every day. From nearly 40,000 immortals. By now, I'm afraid there won't even be 4,000 left. How tragic. Such intense competition must have caused the surviving immortals to be very cautious. They wouldn't easily expose their whereabouts, said Fish Rib. Pausing for a moment, the fish seedling's eyes lit up. A flash of hatred flashed across his eyes. I wonder how many points Master Xing Qinzi has accumulated by now. He's the leader of the most powerful team in the 4th district, and he slaughters everyone in his path. AI. Brother Su Huizi died at his hands. AI. Brother Fish Stem, don't worry, Xiao Han consoled. There are more than 10 days until the 4th region's preliminaries end. Who will have the last laugh? That's not certain. When we entered the 2nd level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure, I already had a grudge with Xing Qinzi. I've already formed a grudge with Master of Stars, so there's no way Master of Stars will let me off the hook just because we're in the same region. Furthermore, I'll definitely avenge Big Brother Su Huizi. It can be said that my relationship with Master Xing Qinzi is irreconcilable. As he spoke, Xiao Han's psyche swept over. A team of immortals has been discovered. Xiao Han's expression suddenly tensed up. There's a team of immortals about 20 li to our left. Black and white team of immortals. Black and white were in black and white. But, let's wait. Xiao Han's expression was grave. This team is made up of more than 30 immortals, and the leader has more than 100,000 points hovering above his head. It's clear that he's controlling an immortal weapon. Yes, brothers, let's not act rashly. I'll use my psychic waves to observe this team of immortals. We'll make our move when we're sure and wait for the best opportunity to strike. The 8th region. The second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove, the 8th region. The 8th region was different from the 4th region where Xiao Han was. The 8th region was made up of mortals. At this moment, a total of 100 mortals were standing on a giant peak in the middle of the 8th region. Each of these 100 mortals had thousands of points hovering above their heads. Some even had tens of thousands of points. Moreover, each of these 100 mortals had faint immortal light around them. They had obviously refined some kind of immortal artifact. At this moment, among these 100 mortals, the Pure Rain sect master, Wu Lu, his eldest disciple, Xiao Mingqiu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and some other elites from Xiao Han's dimension were there. Wu Lu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others' temperament had changed. Compared to when they first entered the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove, Wu Lu and the others' temperament was much more outstanding. Moreover, their true qi cultivation was more condensed, as if their true qi was about to evolve into immortal qi. It seemed that in the battles and competitions in the 8th region, Wu Lu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others had benefited a lot and made great progress. Mingqiu, we finally ended the 8th region qualifier. Tens of thousands of mortals fought and killed each other. In the end, only the 10 of us were left. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Sect Master, this experience has transformed our souls. Not only have we obtained some immortal artifacts, but we have also made great progress, Xiao Mingqiu said with a smile. I believe that in less than 10 years, we may all usher in the immortal tribulation. Once we pass it, we can ascend and become immortals. Wu Lu also nodded with great certainty. Immediately, his expression changed slightly and he blurted out. I wonder how Xiao Han is now. At the mention of Xiao Han, Xiao Mingqiu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and some of the mortals from Xiao Han's dimension gathered together with a face full of concern. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, an elder from the Monster Hero Tower from Xiao Han's dimension laughed loudly. Everyone, why do we need to worry about Leader Xiao Han? Think about it, Leader Xiao Han is a mortal after all. He must be in the same region as the other mortals. In this world, there are countless mortal planes. Any mortal who meets Leader Xiao Han will be instantly killed. Therefore, Leader Xiao Han must have already distinguished himself from the preliminaries and entered the arena competition. Hearing this, Wu Lu and the others nodded. It seems that junior brother Xiao Han doesn't need to be like us. He can break through the encirclement with his own ability. Dongfang Qin laughed involuntarily. One should know that the reason why Wu Lu and the others could fight their way out of the 8th region was because of their own strength and talent. On one hand, it was because of their own strength and talent. Among the mortals, they were not ordinary. On the other hand, a large group of mortals from Xiao Han's dimension had been teleported to the 8th region, so everyone could quickly form a team. On the other hand, the mortals in this region all knew that Wu Lu and the others were from Xiao Han's dimension. Therefore, some of the real mortal experts in this region seemed to be trying to please Xiao Han. Therefore, they took the initiative to form a team with Wu Lu and the others. We should be able to meet Xiao Han in a while. Fang Ling smiled. At this moment, a trace of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense resounded in the 8th region. Oh, mortals of the 8th region, you have finally completed the qualifier and produced 100 precious places to enter the arena. Ha 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 ha. How about it? Tens of thousands of people are fighting each other. In the end, only 100 people are left. Not bad at all. Although this qualifier is extremely cruel, but the 100 of you who survive will definitely benefit a lot. It is very likely that all of you have refined some treasures, right? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, all of you are only one step away from immortal ascension, right? Ha 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 ha. Alright, I'll teleport all of you out now. Next, each of the 10 regions will have 100 places. There will be a total of 1,000 people who will participate in the arena. You 100 mortals should think about it carefully and see if you want to participate in the arena. As soon as he finished his words, a giant teleportation formation directly enveloped the 8th region. Time flies. Wu Lu and the other 100 mortals were teleported out. Outside. At this moment, Wu Lu and the others found themselves teleported to a platform. There were a total of 10 platforms floating in the void. Below the platforms was a misty fog that seemed to be an endless abyss. Looking into it, it made one's heart palpitate. At this moment, of these 10 platforms, 7 were already filled with people, be they mortals or immortals. On each platform, there were exactly 100 people, no more, no less. Above everyone's head floated a large number of points. Above the heads of mortals, there were usually tens of thousands of points. Above the heads of immortals, there were at most hundreds of thousands, and at least 100,000. Moreover, regardless of whether they were mortals or immortals, there was an immortal artifact's light circulating around their bodies. Boom, the 8th platform shook, and the misty light intertwined. In the next moment, 100 immortals had already appeared on the 8th platform. Among the 100 immortals, the one with the most ancient temperament was none other than Jiao Lanzi. At this moment, Jiao Lanzi's entire body was brimming with immortal qi. His entire aura was even more noble than before he entered the 2nd level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. Moreover, there were traces of extremely powerful immortal artifact fluctuations flowing around his body. Clearly, he had refined one, or even several extremely terrifying immortal artifacts. Above Jiao Lanzi's head floated a total of 640,000 points. The immortals standing by Jiao Lanzi's side were all extremely respectful and submissive to him. At this moment, Jiao Lanzi was teleported out and arrived on the platform. Then, his gaze swept around. When he saw Wu Lu and the others, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately sent a voice transmission. Sect Leader Wu, you guys also passed the preliminaries? Congratulations, congratulations. It turned out that the 10 platforms represented the 10 regions of the preliminaries. After the competition in each region ended and 100 people were born, these 100 people would be teleported out and stand on the platforms. At this moment, there were a total of 8 platforms with 100 people standing on them. This meant that out of the 10 regions of the preliminaries, a total of 8 regions had already given birth to people who could enter the arena. When Wu Lu received Jiao Lanzi's soul transmission, he immediately swept his gaze over and exclaimed in surprise. Brother Jiao Lanzi, TSK, your temperament has undergone a transformation. I can feel that the immortal aura emanating from your body has become purer and purer. It seems that there are immortal talismans revolving around your body at all times. Brother Jiao Lanzi, we only fought our way out of the mortal region, but you are competing with immortals. The difficulty we face is incomparable, ha 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 ha. Likewise, it took me a lot of effort to enter the final arena, Jiao Lanzi said with a laugh. Then, Jiao Lanzi asked directly, right, where is Brother Shao? Sect Leader Wu, is Brother Shao not in the same region as you? Shao Han is not in the same region as us, Wu Lu answered immediately. Then, he quickly observed the people on the 8 platforms, trying to find Shao Han. Jiao Lanzi also immediately began to observe. However, neither Wu Lu nor Jiao Lanzi could find Shao Han on any of the platforms. Brother Shao seems to have not fought his way out of the preliminaries. Jiao Lanzi said immediately. However, at this moment, Shao Mingchu cried out in alarm. Sect Leader. Something's not right. Wu Lu seemed to have noticed something. Sect Leader, the 10 platforms belong to 10 regions. Mortals are in one region, and immortals are in another. The number of mortals and immortals who entered the 2nd level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure is roughly the same. In other words, mortals occupy 5 of the 10 regions, and immortals occupy the other 5 regions. And now, of the 8 regions and 8 platforms that have been decided, 5 of the platforms are filled with mortals. Only 3 platforms are occupied by immortals, and the remaining 2 platforms have yet to be decided. However, these 2 platforms should belong to immortals. At this moment, junior brother Xiao Han has not appeared on the 8 platforms that have been decided. In other words, junior brother Xiao Han, on the other side, Jia Lanzi also saw the clues and said in a hoarse voice. Could it be that brother Xiao and the immortals are in the same region? Brother Xiao did not enter the mortal region? To be continued, you. Chapter 639. In an instant, Wu Bai, Xiao Mingchu, and the others, as well as Jia Lanzi, were all shocked. Xiao Han didn't appear on one of the 8 platforms, so there were only 2 possibilities. 1. Xiao Han died in one of the 8 regions, and didn't get the final victory and enter the arena. 2. Xiao Han was placed in the remaining 2 regions that originally belonged to immortals. For the time being, these 2 regions had yet to be decided. This, all of a sudden, Wu Hao and Jia Lanzi became nervous. With brother Zhao's strength, it is impossible for anything to happen to him if he is placed in the ordinary area. It must be. Jia Lanzi looked at the 2 empty platforms and transmitted his voice to Wu Yu. I think brother Xiao is in the same area as the immortals, competing for the 100 spots to enter the arena. After he finished speaking, Jia Lanzi himself was shocked. Brother Xiao is just a mortal, but he actually wants to compete with immortals. In other words, brother Xiao is going to fight with tens of thousands of immortals. The scene of Xiao Han fighting with tens of thousands of immortals appeared in the minds of Wu Yi, Xiao Mingchu, and the others. Their scalps went numb, and they were too stunned to speak. At the same time, Xiao Han's 5 alien slaves, as well as Yan Lang, were standing on a platform reserved for mortals. They had also emerged victorious in the preliminaries and obtained a spot in the top 100. At this moment, they had also discovered Xiao Han's subtlety. Yan Lang also transmitted his voice to Wu Yu and Jia Lanzi. Immortal Jia Lanzi, Sect Master Wu, don't worry. My master will definitely overcome everything. Moreover, I can be sure of one thing. My master is not dead, he is still alive. Oh. Crow understood the relationship between Xiao Han and Yan Lang. This master-servant relationship was related to their souls. No matter what plane Xiao Han was in, or what space-time it was, Xiao Han's life or death was. He could always be sensed by his servants. Hearing Yan Lang's words, Wu Li and Jia Lanzi heaved a sigh of relief and turned their gazes to the 2 empty platforms. The 4th zone. At this moment, in the middle of the mountain range in the 4th district, Xiao Han, He Zi, and Yu Yangzi all stood up. His expression was also extremely grave and stern. At the center of Xiao Han's brows, the eye of the divine eagle emitted a piercing light. This allowed Xiao Han to clearly see everything within a 20-kilometer radius. A team of immortals had appeared within Xiao Han's detection range. However, Xiao Han wasn't reckless. He wasn't in a rush to kill them. After all, the team was made up of over 30 immortals. It was a rather large number. Moreover, the leader of the team had clearly refined an immortal artifact. His strength was not to be underestimated. Big brother fish rib, big brother black and white, although we are eager to hunt, we have to consider everything before we act, in case we fail miserably. Xiao Han said cautiously. Yes. Fish cripple and black and white nodded at the same time. Xiao Han pondered for a few breaths before replying. Of course. We've been waiting for half a day now, and finally, a team of immortals has shown up. There's no way we're going to let this opportunity slip by. Big brothers, let's sneak up on them and ambush them together. The 2 brothers took out their magic treasures and directly attacked the leader of the team. His underlings were also assisting from the side. As long as we kill the leader who refined an immortal artifact, the rest of the immortals will be easy to deal with. All right. What a brilliant plan. Capture the leader. Black and White cheered loudly. After the discussion, Xiao Han, Black and White, and Fish Rib left the mountain range and flew in the direction of the team of immortals. Step by step, they slowly approached the team of immortals. 20 li. 15 li. 12 li. However, just as Xiao Han's group was 8 li away from the team of immortals, something strange happened. Xiao Han's psyche suddenly trembled. Boom! Another team of immortals had appeared within Xiao Han's detection range. This team of immortals only had 10 people, but all of them had domineering expressions and an extremely arrogant aura. They were facing off against the team of over 30 immortals. The atmosphere on the other side suddenly became tense and intense. Wait! Xiao Han immediately waved his hand and stopped in his tracks. Black and White and Fish Rib were stunned. Brother Xiao Han, what's going on? Something strange has happened. Xiao Han's psyche locked onto the situation. Another team of immortals has appeared. There are 10 of them, but they're extremely arrogant. Xiao Han couldn't help but lick his lips. Heh! 2 big brothers, today, our chance has come. The sudden appearance of another team of immortals didn't scare Xiao Han. Instead, it excited him. Big brothers, we're going to get a lot more points, magic treasures, and refining power. Ha 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 ha. Moreover, we can be fishermen who reap the benefits of others in peace. Xiao Han laughed. Brother Xiao Han, you mean to wait for the 2 teams of immortals to kill each other? It'd be best if they turn the world upside down and become a bloody mess. Then, we can. Hee hee. Fish Rib couldn't help but laugh. Exactly. Ha ha ha. Brothers, let's get closer slowly. Xiao Han slowed down and gradually approached the 2 teams of immortals. At the same time, Xiao Han kept an eye on the situation over there. Ha 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 everyone, let's stop here, ha 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 ha. At this moment, the leader of the team of 10, a peerlessly enchanting and extraordinarily beautiful woman, let out a lovely laughter that was like the sound of a silver bell. Her appearance was mesmerizing. There were 260,000 points hovering above her head, and her entire body shone with the aura of a peerless celestial weapon. The 9 immortals under her command were fearless. In fact, a hint of greed could be seen in their eyes. The leader of the team of 10 was none other than the female celestial, Jianghu. She was Xingqianzi's lover. The leader of the team of more than 30 immortals, a round-faced, dark-skinned male celestial, stepped forward. There were more than 100,000 points hovering above his head, and he emitted the aura of someone who had refined a celestial weapon. However, the aura of his celestial weapon was far inferior to Jianghu's. In other words, the quality of the celestial weapon that the round-faced celestial had refined was definitely inferior to Jianghu. Therefore, although the round-faced celestial had an advantage in terms of numbers, he was still wary. He said with an ingratiating smile. Everyone, the 4th area will produce a total of 100 people who will enter the arena. Therefore, we don't have to fight to the death. Since we've met, why don't we call it quits? Let's give each other some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Ha 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 ha. The immortals behind Jianghu laughed mockingly when they heard this. Hee hee hee, how childish. Crimson Purple's lips parted slightly, and then she murmured. There are more than 30 immortals, and the leader has more than 100,000 points. This is my opportunity. As long as I get rid of all of you, I should be able to rank among the top in terms of points. Moreover, the number of celestial weapons I'll obtain is uncountable. Don't be so overbearing. The round-faced celestial was enraged when he heard Jianghu's words. You vicious woman, you're too bloodthirsty. Yes, you must have refined a high-grade celestial weapon. However, there are only 10 of you, and we have several times more people than you. If we really fight, it'll be a lose-lose situation. Do you think you'll have an advantage? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Ha 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 ha. Jianghu laughed sheepishly. A bunch of idiots. She said in a seemingly gentle voice as she flipped her right hand, and a communication spirit stone appeared in her palm. I'll let you die in peace. We're Big Brother Xianxia's people. Ha ha ha. We'll control all the spots in the 4th area. The other immortals will all die. What? The son of Xianxia's team? The round-faced immortal's expression changed drastically. His heart was filled with fear. The son of Xianxia's team? On the other side, Xiao Han clearly heard the conversation between Jianghu and the round-faced immortal. At this moment, Xiao Han, Black White, and Yu Yangzi were less than 4 li away from Jianghu and the other immortals. Big Brother Yu Yangzi, Big Brother Black White, let's stop here. If we get any closer, they'll discover us. At this distance, they won't be able to detect our presence and whereabouts no matter what. Heh, I didn't expect you to be the son of Xianxia's men. Then, kill. Xiao Han's killing intent exploded out of him. Let's get back some interest for Big Brother Su Huizi first. The son of Xianxia's team? Black White and Yu Yangzi were infuriated. They're about to fight. When they're excited, we'll make a sudden move. Big brothers, use your immortal artifacts to deal with the other immortals. As for the female immortal and the leader of the son of Xianxia's team, I'll kill them myself. Xiao Han said coldly. The round-faced immortal was caught between a rock and a hard place. He knew how powerful the sons of the stars were. Now that a battle was unavoidable, the round-faced immortal ordered the immortals under his command through spiritual voice transmission, attack. Kill all of these people. Leave none alive. At the same time, Jiangzi ordered her subordinates to attack. Moreover, she had activated the communication spirit stone so that the son of Xianxia could know her current situation. That way, if Jiangzi was injured and forced to flee, the son of Xianxia would be able to know her situation and rescue her as soon as possible. Jiangzi was a meticulous person. Her plans were flawless. Hundreds of li away, the son of Xianxia led 9 immortals in a sweep of the area. Suddenly, he flipped his right hand, and the communication spirit stone in his palm flashed and transmitted some information. Oh. Jiangzi encountered a team of immortals, and she's about to fight them? The son of Xianxia smiled. To be continued, you. Chapter 640. As expected, Xianxia immediately learned of Jiangzi's situation. Xianxia didn't look worried at all. On the contrary, he was extremely confident and smiled. Jiangzi will obtain a large amount of accumulated points to refine her Dharma treasure. Heh. There's no doubt about it, Brother Xianxia, aren't you worried about Jiangzi? The immortal team she encountered was several times larger than her team. This. The immortal behind him said. It's fine. The immortal weapon Jiangzi refined is extremely extraordinary. Even if ordinary immortals also refined immortal weapons, they won't be able to stop Jiangzi. Xianxia said confidently. Finally, the team led by Jiangzi and the team formed by more than 30 immortals engaged in a direct battle. First was the round-faced immortal. He made a grasping motion with his right hand, causing a palm leaf fan to appear in his hand. The fan was surrounded by immortal fire, and emanated immortal light. Numerous immortal characters and magical symbols swirled around the fan, causing the entire area to heat up. The air distorted and evaporated, causing mountain toppling, sea-draining heat. Immortal fire demon incinerating fan. This celestial artifact was refined by the round-faced celestial from hundreds of celestial artifacts in his dantian after he had obtained enough refining power. Its offensive power was so strong that it could even burn a level 3 true immortal into ashes with a wave of its hand. Puff, 2 of the 9 immortals under Jiangzi's command were unable to dodge in time. Their bodies were set ablaze, and they let out heart-wrenching screams of agony. At the same time, the 30 immortals under the round-faced immortal unleashed their most powerful immortal killing moves. They attacked without any regard for their lives. Child's play. Jiangzi's expression froze. Then, She quickly ignited an immortal talisman. Once the talisman was ignited, it quickly turned into ripples of light that spread out with Jianghu at the center, protecting her and her 7 immortals. This immortal talisman was a gift from Xianxia. Once it was burned, it could withstand an attack from a level 4 true immortal. It could also protect her companions. This immortal talisman was an excellent life-saving trump card. Back then, in order to obtain this celestial talisman, Jianghu had been molested by Xianxia several times in one night. She had done everything she could to please Xianxia. It could be said that she had paid a hefty price. Die. B*TCH. Die for me. Die, all of you. You damn things. Do you think you can kill us just because you're a son of the stars? Die. In order to survive. Even if Xianxia comes here in person, I'll fight to the death. The round-faced celestial's eyes were bloodshot, and he waved the fan in his hand again. A flaming hurricane swept out. Poochie. Jianghu and the other 7 immortals were enveloped by a hurricane that was filled with mysterious immortal runes. Bang! The light emitted by the life-saving immortal talisman suddenly burst into pieces. However, Jianghu and the others were unharmed. Fortunately, I managed to obtain such a life-saving trump card from Big Brother Xianxia. Otherwise, I would not have given my body to Big Brother Xianxia in vain. Jianghu secretly broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, the immortals around Jianghu began to shout. Immortal Jianghu. Quickly activate your immortal artifact and counterattack. Just as the round-faced immortal completed his attack with his immortal artifact, Jianghu immediately took out her own immortal artifact. Pfft! A ray of immortal light rose from Jianghu's brow. It spread out like a peacock spreading its tail, and turned into a pipa. An intense pressure covered the sky and earth, and rolled towards them. The round-faced immortal was forced to retreat. Oh no! Everyone, scatter! Run for your lives! This B*TCH's immortal artifact is very terrifying. It's not something we can defend against. Hurry! The round-faced immortal shouted in terror. The 30 or so immortals behind him immediately activated their movement techniques to escape. At that moment, the pipa emitted a crisp sound, and a circle of sound waves spread out like ripples. Space shook. Bang! 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 At least a dozen immortals under the round-faced immortal's command had their immortal bodies destroyed by the sound waves. Xiao xiao xiao, in an instant, countless rays of light shot into Jianghu's body. She had killed more than a dozen immortals and gained a lot of points in an instant. She had also obtained a large number of Dharma treasures and refining power. I'll send all of you to hell. Jianghu was overjoyed. With a thought, the pipa emitted another sound wave attack. The terrifying sound wave attack engulfed the round-faced immortal and his remaining subordinates. Soul-splitting pipa. B*TCH. I'll kill you. The round-faced immortal was hysterical. He waved his palm leaf fan repeatedly, and waves of flaming hurricanes swept towards Jianghu. However, the pipa above Jianghu's head continued to pluck and play, and the sound waves that could kill even God spread out. The flaming hurricanes created by the round-faced immortal were destroyed by the terrifying sound waves. They could not harm Jianghu at all. This was a battle between immortal artifacts. It was obvious that the immortal artifact that Jianghu had refined was superior in quality to the round-faced immortal's immortal artifact. However, this was not surprising. Jianghu had 260,000 points previously, which meant that she had obtained a lot of refining power, and the grade of the Dharma treasures she refined was also high. On the other hand, the round-faced immortal only had a few 100,000 points. The immortal artifact that he refined was definitely not as good as the one that had over 200,000 points. Generally speaking, the more points one had, the more powerful the immortal artifact would be. Clang! Clang! Clang. Clang. The sound of the pipa became more and more rapid and rhythmic, showing a decisive and murderous aura. The round-faced immortal was forced to retreat. He waved his palm leaf fan frantically to block the sound wave attack. However, his momentum gradually weakened. Meanwhile, the round-faced immortal's subordinates exploded one by one. One by one, they exploded and died. The points above Scarlet Z's head quickly reached a terrifying 390,000 points. There were countless Dharma treasures in her body, and the refining power was surging. Ha ha ha, ants. It's useless, stop struggling. Jianghu was so pleased with herself that her pipa's sound poured out like raindrops. Bitch. Don't even think about it. The round-faced immortal was filled with fear and despair. He looked around and discovered that all the immortals in his team had died. Aside from himself, all of them had perished. More than 30 immortals had died to the Crimson Lute's immortal artifact, the Melody. As for himself, he was only relying on his celestial artifact to barely hold on. He could be extinguished like a candle in the wind at any time. Roar. The round-faced immortal roared in agony like a dying beast. At that moment, bang! A hole was blasted open in the round-faced immortal's Dharma treasure. The round-faced immortal's Dharma treasure was destroyed after clashing with Jianghu's Dharma treasure. Ha ha ha, I told you not to resist. Ha ha ha, Jianghu giggled. The immortal chi in the round-faced immortal's fan gradually dissipated. It dimmed. This immortal flame demon incinerating fan. It would soon become a pile of scrap. On the star-sun's side. The son of the stars nodded in satisfaction. According to the message from the communication spirit stone, Jianghu has already killed the entire team of immortals. Only their leader is left, but he's about to die at her hands. Ha ha ha. That guy's immortal artifact was destroyed by Jianghu. Not bad, as expected of my woman. Jianghu's points will be close to mine after this battle. Good, very good. The son of the stars could immediately grasp the situation on Jianghu's side. Immortal Jianghu is truly powerful. She single-handedly destroyed a team of more than 30 immortals. The 9 immortals under the son of the stars said. It's no big deal. Jianghu's Dharma treasure is enough to kill most of the immortals in the 4th zone. However, if I hadn't given her a life-saving immortal talisman to block the attack of the immortal team's leader, the battle would have been different, the son of the stars said proudly. At the same time, Xiao Han observed the battle between Jianghu and the round-faced immortal without missing a single detail. Xiao Han nodded slightly. The black-white master and the fish rib immediately asked. Brother Xiao Han, how's the battle going? When do we make our move? That female immortal is indeed powerful. She has a Dharma treasure with boundless power, Xiao Han said quickly. She actually destroyed that team of more than 30 immortals all by herself. The immortal weapon in the hands of the leader of that team was destroyed. TSK, the leader of that team will die at the hands of that female immortal in no time. Xiao Han paused for a moment, then said harshly. Brothers, get ready to attack. The female immortal has 7 immortals watching from the sidelines. None of them have any Dharma treasures, so it should be easy to deal with them. After the female immortal kills the round-faced immortal, she'll instantly obtain a huge amount of points. At that time, she'll definitely be extremely pleased with herself, and her defenses will be extremely lax. Moreover, her immortal sense won't detect us spying on her at all. At that time, I'll kill the female immortal. That'll be the best time. That immortal artifact of hers is too powerful. I don't want to fight her head-on, so I can only launch a sneak attack and kill her when she's caught off guard. All right. Brother Xiao Han, you'll be in charge of killing that female immortal. We'll use our immortal artifacts to kill the immortals under her. The black-white master and the fish rib answered. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them adjusted themselves and prepared to pounce. Finally, after the immortal artifact was destroyed, the round-faced immortal no longer had anything to rely on to defend against Jianghu. Clang! The immortal qi of the pipa that hovered above Jianghu's head released an extremely melodious melody. The sound wave swept across. The ripple-like sound wave swept across the round-faced immortal's body. Pfft! The round-faced immortal's body exploded. The immortal's body shattered. At the same time, magnificent rays of light shot into Crimson Purple's body. More than 100,000 points were added to Jianghu's body. Along with it came a dense array of immortal artifacts and a considerable amount of refinement power. Ha 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 ha, Jianghu let out an almost maniacal laughter. She turned her right hand and shouted into the communication spirit stone. Big brother star child. I did it. I've successfully killed a team of immortals and gained endless benefits. Ha 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 ha, the leader of that team was killed by me. I didn't let you down. I didn't let you down. Moreover, I'm extremely grateful to you. I can't wait to throw myself into your arms so that you can love and cherish me. Crimson Z's voice gradually became softer and softer as she transmitted the message. She seemed to be acting coquettishly and seducing at the same time. She seemed to be seducing him to the core. Ha 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 ha, the Son of Stars immediately said after receiving Crimson Z's transmission. Ha 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 ha, Jianghu, come back to me now. Ha ha ha. I'm in the mood too. I want to pamper you a few times now. Ha ha ha, come back. The star child's breathing grew heavier. To be continued. Chapter 641. Jianghu was indeed a rare beauty in the world. Her flirtatious words had bewitched an immortal like Xianxia to the point that he wanted to have sex with her immediately. He, although they were separated by a few hundred miles, Jianghu's current seductiveness was on full display. She bit her lips and spoke in a gentle voice. Ha ha ha, all right, big brother Xianxia, wait for me. I'll return to your side and let you, he. The immortals behind Jianghu looked at each other speechlessly. However, at this moment, boom, the atmosphere in this area suddenly changed drastically. 3 ferocious and violent murderous auras came from afar and attacked in an instant. Before Jianghu and the immortals under her command could react, their vision blurred and 3 figures flashed before them. Xiao Han, Black and White Child, and Yu Yangzi were charging towards them. This time, it was completely unexpected. When Jianghu and the other immortals were annihilating the team of immortals, they had actually released their immortal senses to closely observe the situation around them. After all, although they were powerful in the 4th region, they did not rule out the possibility of other teams of immortals hiding in the dark and launching sneak attacks. However, the immortal senses of Jianghu and the other immortals could not cover a large area. Jianghu and her subordinates only noticed them when Xiao Han and the other 2 approached. Who? Jianghu was shocked and instinctively screamed. Over at Xianxia's side. Xianxia was already prepared to fight a few hundred rounds with the returning Jianghu. Even the 9 immortals around Xianxia knew what was good for them and were prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the communication spirit stone in Xianxia's hand transmitted a violent and chaotic fluctuation of immortal qi. Waves of battle intent and murderous intent surged. It penetrated through. What? Xianxia was shocked and furious. Who? Jianghu, are you being ambushed? At the same time, Jianghu's terrified scream came from the communication spirit stone in Xianxia's hand. Who? Xiao Han activated the boots of divine speed. He seemed to ignore the space of a few miles and instantly appeared in front of Jianghu, throwing out a punch. The power of the immortal body. Condensed to the limit, 40 immortal dragon power gathered on Xiao Han's fist. This punch had just blasted out when the air in all directions was sucked dry, forming a large vacuum zone. A terrifying and bone-chilling aura instantly enveloped Crimson Purple. Jianghu could even feel the scent of death. In the blink of an eye, Jianghu instinctively resisted. The Pipa immortal artifact floating above her head suddenly trembled and was about to burst forth with an invisible sound wave that could kill people. However, Xiao Han's speed was as fast as a ghost. The moment the immortal artifact of the lute was about to send out a sound wave to protect its owner, Xiao Han's fist had already landed on Scarlet Z's body. Xiao Han's attack speed was slightly faster than Crimson Z's immortal artifact. However, such a high-quality immortal artifact was not to be trifled with. Although the Pipa immortal artifact could not send out a sound wave before Xiao Han's fist landed on Crimson Z's body, in an instant, the Pipa that was originally floating above Crimson Z's head disappeared and shot out from her dantian to block Xiao Han's fist. Bang! Xiao Han's fist landed directly on the Pipa. 40 Immortal Dragon Power. A portion of the power passed through the Pipa and landed on Crimson Z's body. The Pipa immortal artifact was also very hard. Xiao Han's fiend godlike punch landed on the Pipa immortal artifact, but it didn't shatter. Instead, tiny cracks appeared on it. Pfft! Crimson Z spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although the punch did not directly land on Crimson Z, a portion of the power still passed through the Pipa and entered her body, destroying her internal organs and vitality. Crimson Z was heavily injured, her immortal chi dissipating as she spat out a mouthful of immortal blood. Losing control of her mind, the Pipa immortal artifact fell to the ground. She could no longer control it. Crimson Z fell 100 meters away. Xiao Han moved and chased after her. No! Don't kill me! As she retreated, Crimson Z's right hand clutched tightly onto the communication spirit stone. That was her last hope. Pfft! Crimson Z spat out another mouthful of immortal blood. Her face was pale and she could no longer gather immortal chi. She struggled to stand and looked at Xiao Han. It's you. Xiao Han. The mortal Xiao Han. The evil creature who once disobeyed Big Brother Xingqianzi. Why did you come to the fourth region? At the same time, boom. 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 Immortal light scattered everywhere. The Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi each took out their own immortal artifacts and killed the remaining 7 immortals under Crimson Z in an instant. Yu Yangzi and the Black-White Child's success was swift with their sneak attack and immortal artifact attack. Crimson Z watched as the immortals she led were slaughtered by Xiao Han and the others. She felt incredulous. In the fourth region, it had always been Xingqianzi's team that swept through the other immortals. Other immortals rarely launched sneak attacks and assassinations. Whoosh whoosh, the Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi flew over from the left and right and stood beside Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, they're all taken care of. Only this woman is left. Xiao Han took a deep breath and walked towards Crimson Z step by step. Xiao Han saw the spirit stone in Crimson Z's right hand and guessed that it was an immortal artifact communication spirit stone. Had the spirit stone in your hand should be able to communicate with Xingqianzi, right? Xiao Han smiled confidently. Xiao Han knew that Xingqianzi already knew of his current identity and whereabouts. However, Xiao Han wasn't afraid. Instead, he didn't kill Jiangzi for the time being. He purposely gave Jiangzi time to seek help from Xingqianzi. Xiao Han knew that Crimson Z was as beautiful as a fairy and was Xingqianzi's favorite. Now that this beauty's life was at stake, Xingqianzi would probably go crazy. Xingqianzi had killed Xiao Han's friend, Su Huizi. Xiao Han had thought of all ways to take revenge on Xingqianzi. Now that he had tortured Crimson Z to death in front of Xingqianzi, Xingqianzi's 3 corpses would definitely explode in anger and vomit blood. This was Xiao Han's official declaration of war against Xingqianzi. Of course, Xiao Han had also expanded the Eye of the Divine Eagle to its maximum range. Once he discovered Xingqianzi's men approaching, Xiao Han would immediately retreat with the black and white sages. At this moment, Crimson Z's expression surprisingly stabilized. She continuously coughed up blood and glared at Xiao Han with a slightly ferocious expression. Xiao Han, listen to me. I am Big Brother Xianxia's woman. If you dare to touch me, you will die a horrible death. At this moment, Xianxia had already heard the conversation between Xiao Han and Crimson Z through the communication spirit stone. Roar! Xiao Han. It's that mortal Xiao Han. He's hiding in the 4th division. He's mingling with us immortals. He launched a sneak attack on Crimson Z. Damn it. I'm going to exterminate him. Xianxia's expression was extremely distorted. In his rage, the immortal qi around his body surged violently. It was as if the surrounding space was about to be destroyed. Crimson Z, where are you? Tell me where you are. Although the communication spirit stone could be used for communication, it could not let Xianxia know Crimson Z's exact location. After all, the 4th division's immortal sense could only cover a few miles. Now that Crimson Z and Xianxia were at least a few hundred miles apart, Xianxia had no way of knowing Crimson Z's location. As for Crimson Z, she was suppressed by Xiao Han's aura and could not communicate with Xianxia through the communication spirit stone. Oh. You are Xianxia's woman? Interesting. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Xiao Han, don't make a mistake. Crimson Z shrieked. Now, Big Brother Xianxia is like the sun at noon in the 4th division. If you kill me, Big Brother Xianxia will definitely capture you and kill you. Moreover, when you reach the outside world, Big Brother Xianxia will destroy your plane and kill all your friends and family. The more Crimson Z spoke, the louder her voice became. He, Xiao Han shook his head and laughed, but he still did not attack immediately. The more Xiao Han did not attack, the more pleased Crimson Z became. Alright, Xiao Han, I see that you have obtained quite a lot of points. You are immortal, but you are able to compete with immortals and are not at a disadvantage. This shows that you are also a talent. How about this, the 3 of you join me? My team has lost 9 immortals anyway, and I need more people. After you join me, you will definitely be able to stand out in the 4th division. Moreover, Xiao Han, I know that there is some animosity between you and Big Brother Xianxia. But don't worry, as long as you join me, I will plead on your behalf. Ha 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 ha. Before Crimson Z could finish, Xiao Han threw his head back and laughed, interrupting her incessant chatter. Shut up. Alright, your points are not bad, and you have countless Dharma treasures in your body. After killing you, I will probably be able to obtain enough power to refine them, hee. How dare you? Xiao Han. How dare you kill me? Big Brother Xianxia will definitely not let you off. Crimson Z's voice was fierce. The next moment, bang. Xiao Han did not waste any more words. He did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. With a violent punch, he shattered Crimson Z's delicate body. Xiao Han. You killed this seat's woman. I will definitely kill you. I'm going to torture and kill you and everyone related to you. Even Jiao Lanzi can't protect you. Xiao Han. I will not rest until you die. Xianxia let out a heart-wrenching roar. Chapter 642. Xiao Han did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. Even a peerless beauty like Jianghu was destroyed by Xiao Han with a single punch. The communication spirit stone in Crimson Z's hand fell into the air, and the son of the star's hysterical roar could be heard from it. Xiao Han grabbed the communication spirit stone and transmitted his voice. Son of stars, the game between you and I has just begun. You probably think that you have already secured the 100 spots in the 4th region. But, wait and see. After saying this, Xiao Han exerted his strength and crushed the communication spirit stone. Boom! Following this, Xiao Han took out his storage ring and collected the pieces of the immortal corpses floating in the air, saving them for future use. Brother Xiao Han, let's leave now. Black White and Yu Yangzi came up to him. Let's go. Xiao Han did not hesitate. He used his movement technique and left with Black White and Yu Yangzi. The three of them flew in the air. Xiao Han's mind rippled and he activated the eye of the divine eagle. At this moment, the points above Xiao Han's head had skyrocketed to a shocking level. Jianghu had single-handedly destroyed a team of 30 people. The team leader had more than 100,000 points, and all of them were taken by Jianghu. In addition, Jianghu already had more than 200,000 points. In an instant, Jianghu's points were approaching the 600,000 mark. Now, it was only natural that Xiao Han killed Jianghu. Everything that belonged to Crimson Z was taken away. It was equivalent to Jianghu fighting to her death. But it was all for Xiao Han. In addition to his original points, the points floating above Xiao Han's head had exceeded 600,000, approaching 700,000. With such a huge number of points, Xiao Han's dantian was filled with thousands of immortal artifacts and dharma treasures. There were offensive, defensive, special, all kinds of immortal talismans, immortal art manuals, elixirs, there were many of them. Xiao Han was now a moving treasure trove. However, Xiao Han also took a quick look around. There were so many treasures here. There were so many treasures that were suitable for his current state. Of course. If Xiao Han were to ascend and become a real immortal, then these treasures would come in handy. Compared to the treasures, Xiao Han was more concerned about the power of refinement. What did not disappoint Xiao Han was that at this moment, the power of refinement stored in Xiao Han's dantian was like a vast ocean. It was also like a volcano filled with magma and energy that was about to erupt. Boom! 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 A huge amount of refinement power surged within Xiao Han's body, shocking everyone. With so much refinement energy, it won't be a problem to break the restriction of the Supreme Battle Will Pill. When the time comes, I can use this Supreme Mental Power Immortal Pill to refine my mind and soul again. The solidified mental power planet will become more and more perfect. And my saber intent will also increase my attack power. Xiao Han was wild with joy. Soon after, Xiao Han said to the black-white child and Jianghu, "Brothers, we're not in a hurry to hunt. Let's follow the old rules. We'll find a secluded place to settle down and digest what we've gained today." The black-white child and Jianghu agreed with a smile. Xiao Han had gained a lot from this hunt, but the black-white child and Jianghu had also benefited a little. It should be noted that the 7 immortals in Jianghu's team had all been killed by the black-white child and Jianghu together. These 7 immortals had followed the Son of Stars for a long time, and had killed many other immortals and gained a lot of benefits. Although none of the 7 immortals had refined immortal treasures or magic treasures, they were only a hair's breadth away. Each of them had tens of thousands of points. They also had a lot of magic treasures in their bodies. After splitting the 7 immortals' gains, the black-white child and Jianghu's points were close to 200,000. "Brother Xiao Han, let's find a place to cultivate," the black-white child said with a smile. "With the newly obtained power of refinement in my dantian, I can probably try to refine a second magic treasure." "That's right. The immortals under the Son of Stars are all fat sheep. It felt so good to kill them just now. My points increased by tens of thousands." "Ha ha ha ha." Jianghu laughed. "Yes." Xiao Han nodded slightly. "There must be a lot of immortals under the Son of Stars' command. If we kill them one by one, the benefits will be indescribable." "Ha ha 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 ha. That Son of Stars is so smug and arrogant. It's still unknown who will emerge victorious." The 3 of them chatted and laughed. Soon, they reached the sky above a vast ocean. Waves rolled. "Brothers, let's go to the bottom of the sea," Xiao Han said with a smile. It would be harder for their tracks to be exposed if they went to the bottom of the sea. After all, it was more difficult for an immortal's immortal sense to search the bottom of the sea. Puff! 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 The 3 of them dove into the sea and instantly sank to the bottom. The Son of Stars was so furious that he couldn't be any more furious. Frenzied rage and hatred burned him. In fact, Master Xianxia's behavior had become extremely deranged. Hong hong hong, immortal energy exploded everywhere. Wherever the Son of Stars passed, mountains were flattened, rivers evaporated, and plains were riddled with craters. It was a scene of devastation. The 9 immortals following Master Xianxia were cowering in fear, not daring to approach Master Xianxia, fearing that he would vent his anger on them. The 9 immortals also communicated with each other via soul transmission, trembling with fear. This is bad. This is going to stab the heavens. Jianghu was Big Brother Star's personal pet, and he doted on her a lot. Now she's been killed. This is a direct affront to Big Brother Star's dignity. It's not that simple. You should know that Big Brother Star has gone to great lengths to train Jianghu. Jianghu already has a lot of points. Then, he annihilated the team of immortals. His points were off the charts. I can't believe Xiao Han got his hands on so many points and so many treasures. This is intolerable. But it doesn't matter. Now that Xiao Han has offended Big Brother Star, he's dead for sure. The Son of Stars vented his rage for a full 2 hours. Only then did he calm down. His entire body went from moving to stillness, almost not moving an inch as he floated in the air. His face was ashen, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched non-stop. In a low voice, he gritted his teeth and repeated Xiao Han's name. Xiao Han, good, very good, very good, then. The Son of Stars glanced out of the corner of his eye at the 9 immortals cowering to the side. All right, come over here. Yes. Big Brother Star. The 9 immortals hesitated for a moment, then braced themselves and walked over to the Son of Stars. Xiao Han must die, the Son of Stars said coldly. I'll recall the remaining 8 teams and order them to surround and kill Xiao Han in the 4th region. Also, all of you, listen up. Do your best to hunt down Xiao Han. Also, spread my message to every corner of Region 4. Let the other immortal squads know that I'm going to offer a bounty. A bounty? The 9 immortals were stunned. Due to the death of Jianghu and her immortal subordinates, there are only 90 people left in our team of 100. That means we have 10 slots to enter the arena. Listen up, send out my order. If any immortal in the 4th region captures Xiao Han and hands him over to me, I will grant him a slot to enter the arena. After a pause, the Son of Stars continued. Also, spread the word that Xiao Han has at least 500,000 points, and a few thousand magical items. If anyone is able to capture Xiao Han and bring him back for me to torture, not only will they be able to enter the arena, but they will also be able to take all of Xiao Han's points and magical items. The eyes of the 9 immortals lit up at his words. Big Brother Star, are you saying that whoever captures Xiao Han will get hundreds of thousands of points and several thousand treasures? This. The eyes of the 9 immortals burned with greed. Yes, the Son of Stars said with a wave of his hand. We have to capture Xiao Han at all costs. You're tempted too, aren't you? Alright, you can go as well. As long as you capture Xiao Han, I'll fulfill my promise. However, just do as I say and spread the news. Humph. There are at least a few thousand immortals in the 4th realm. I refuse to believe that Xiao Han will be able to escape their wrath. Master Xing Chen's expression was as fierce as ever. That's right. Night. In the 4th region. A bonfire burned brightly in a kernel. An immortal with a sword on his back stood with his hands clasped behind his back on a boulder. Immortal chi swirled around him like dragons and snakes. 310,000 points hovered above his head. He was also a man with an illustrious battle record. There were more than 30 immortals standing in the valley. Just now, the Son of the Stars ordered his subordinates to spread a piece of news. The Sword Immortal's voice was extremely sinister. It said that a mortal named Xiao Han has snuck into the 4th realm. He has more than 500,000 contribution points and thousands of magical treasures. What? The immortals in the call exclaimed in shock. Boss, how is that possible? A mortal has more than 500,000 points. The sword immortal flicked his fingernails and said, starting tomorrow, we'll search for Xiaohan. Yes. Boss. In the 4th region. In the middle of a fertile farmland. Boom. The soil split open, and a dozen black-robed immortals burst out of the earth. Each of them had more than 200,000 points, and all of them had signs that they had refined immortal weapons. Capture Xiaohan, the leader of the black-robed immortals said succinctly. The Son of Stars seems to have a deep grudge against Xiaohan. He's searching for him at all costs. Once we capture him, we'll be able to make a deal with him. All right. Capture Xiaohan. In just one night, the Son of Stars had spread the news of Xiaohan's bounty to the entire 4th region. Thousands of immortals had learned about it. Moreover, the news that Xiaohan had accumulated 500,000 points and several thousand treasures in his dantian had been exaggerated. Every immortal was envious, and the desire to capture Xiaohan grew in their hearts. They quickly put their desires into action. To be continued. Chapter 643. In the middle of a vast ocean. At the bottom of the sea. In this 10,000-meter deep underwater world, countless fishes were living and reproducing. The beautiful corals were glistening. Ibdu. At this moment, Xiaohan, Yueyangzi, and Heihei were sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the sea. Immortal qi was rising from their bodies. The immortal qi was flawless and extremely glorious, attracting countless fishes and prawns. Under the illumination of the immortal qi, the beautiful scenery of the ocean was revealed. Yueyangzi and Heihei were using the power of refinement stored in their dantian to refine an auxiliary immortal treasure. Yueyangzi refined a pair of battle boots that could move through the earth. In a life-and-death situation, they could use it to escape. Heihei refined 5 one-time-use lightning strike talismans. These talismans could severely injure a level 3 true immortal. As for Xiaohan, the power of refinement stored in my dantian is surging and extremely huge. Now. Xiaohan's mind moved. The bottle of Supreme Battle Will pills trembled slightly. There were still 2/3 of the restrictions on the Supreme Battle Will pills that had yet to be broken. However, with Xiaohan's current control of the power of refinement, it was as easy as flipping his hand to break the restrictions and obtain this bottle of mental strength divine medicine. Boom! Xiaohan divided a small portion of the power of refinement and charged. Puchi! A crisp sound rang out. The restriction outside the Supreme Battle Will elixir cracked. At the same time, Xiaohan flipped his right hand and the bottle of Supreme Battle Will pills appeared in his palm. The bottle was simple and unadorned, engraved with some mysterious patterns. Within the bottle, there were a total of 10 divine medicines for tempering the soul and mental strength. Every single one. All of them were beneficial to the soul and mental strength. They were extremely nourishing and strengthening effects. These were immortal pills. Moreover, the quality of the immortal pills that appeared in the treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was definitely extraordinary. These pills that specialized in tempering the soul and mental strength were extremely rare and precious even in the immortal world. Of course, this did not mean that the value of this bottle of Supreme Battle Will pills was higher than some immortal treasures. Pills that strengthened the soul and mental strength. It was indeed precious, but only immortals who cultivated the soul and psyche would be able to see the miraculous effects. Ordinary immortals who didn't cultivate the soul and psyche wouldn't need this bottle of pills. Not bad. Xiaohan held the medicine bottle in his hand. The solid mental energy star in his sea of consciousness seemed to be attracted by an irresistible temptation. It began to show signs of restlessness as waves of throbbing throbbed. I don't think I've used an immortal pill yet. Let's directly strengthen the soul and mental strength. Today, let's try out the profundities of the immortal pill. Xiaohan smiled with satisfaction. He gently uncorked the bottle. Immediately, a wave of heavenly qi floated out of the bottle and entered Xiaohan's nostrils. It also seeped into Xiaohan's pores, making him calm and relaxed. It was as if he had been reborn. Comfortable, Xiao Han sighed. Brother Xiao Han, this is a bottle of excellent quality immortal pills. Black and White Child and Yu Yangzi had obtained the auxiliary type immortal weapons that they wanted through the power of refinement. They looked towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded slightly and said, Big brother Yu Yangzi, big brother Black and White Child, please protect me. I'm going to cultivate for a while. All right, no problem. Black and White Child nodded and reminded them. Brother Xiao Han, there are about 30 days left until the 100-day deadline of the 4th district qualifier. You must pay attention to the time limit. I know. Xiao Han nodded. Then, Black and White Child stood up and spread their immortal senses to sense the surrounding situation. If there was any sudden situation, they would immediately take out their immortal weapons to protect Xiao Han. Xiao Han also opened the divine eagle's eye and looked at the situation above the sea. The sea was quiet. This allowed Xiao Han to cultivate peacefully. Let's begin, Xiao Han murmured. Then, he took out the first Supreme Battle Will pill from the bottle. This Supreme Battle Will pill was the size of a longan. It was the color of a colored glaze and had a fragrant aroma. On the surface, it looked ordinary. However, if one used their mental strength to penetrate it, they would discover that the pill seemed to contain many strange and dazzling worlds. In these worlds, there seemed to be the world of mortals. Time was like a song. There were emperors and generals. There were all kinds of people. There were dynasties and hegemony. This is too magical. Within this small pill, there seems to be countless cycles of life. There is joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. There are spiritual illusions. If one's soul is slightly weaker, when one's mental strength penetrates into the pill and is affected by the medicinal effects, they might go crazy immediately. Just like that, Xiao Han had great confidence in this Supreme Battle Will pill. He had reason to believe that this magical pill could help him break through the bottleneck and break through the shackles. He would be able to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique with irresistible force. This extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique was one of the countless immortal talismans that were used to seal the demon egg. It was a heaven-defying cultivation technique. It was a mystical spiritual technique. This cultivation technique did not belong to the mortal world. It was a celestial technique. This extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique was made up of a total of 28 sets of profound and profound mental finger techniques. The 1st to 10th sets of mental finger techniques belonged to the cultivation of transforming mental strength. The 11th to 20th sets of mental finger techniques belonged to the cultivation of liquefying mental strength. The 21st to 28th sets of mental finger techniques belonged to the cultivation of solidifying mental strength. Every time one completed a set of finger techniques for this extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, the strength of one's soul would transform by a bit. Finally, once one reached the 21st finger technique, they would produce a supreme state of solidifying mental strength. Solidifying mental strength, this was a step that allowed mental strength to turn from liquid to solid. The mental strength in the sea of consciousness condensed into a ball of mental strength. This ball of mental strength was like a star in the brain. As long as one cultivated to this point, even if their physical body was killed, they would not be affected at all. They could use the ball of mental strength to seize another body. Or perhaps they could reconstruct their physical body. The spirit did not die. Then it would never die. It was completely invincible. Moreover, at this point, one's spirit could travel through space and travel unhindered through the universe. They were not afraid of cosmic storms, cosmic black holes, and other physical attacks. Furthermore, when one's mental strength was strong enough to reach a solid state, one's brain was like a star. Even a plane could be blown apart. Using mental strength to blow up a plane. And now, Xiao Han's cultivation of the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, S28 finger techniques had coincidentally reached the 21st finger technique, and he had reached the state of solidifying mental strength. Of course, Xiao Han's solidifying mental strength was still at the initial stage. When he was attacking the enemy, the solidified mental strength could imitate all kinds of weapons that were close to the quality of immortal weapons. Killing the enemy. However, this kind of solidification was not enough to unleash too much power. He had to complete the 28th finger technique of the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, and make this set of cultivation technique perfect. Only then would Xiao Han's mental strength be strong enough to traverse the universe, travel through space, not fear cosmic storms, and not be swallowed by cosmic black holes. Right now, although Xiao Han's mental strength was solidified, if he released his mental strength into the vast universe, his soul would definitely scatter. Why did it say that Xiao Han had to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique to the perfect stage of the 28th finger technique before he could open the door to the ancient saber realm and cultivate the saber intent to the godly state? That was because when one's mental soul left their body, if it was not sturdy enough, it was very easy to get lost in the vast universe and be shattered by the chaotic cosmic energy flow. For example, Xiao Han had already faintly seen the door to the saber realm during his few cultivation sessions, but his soul could not get close to the door to the saber realm. There were too many dangers along the way. If he was not careful, his soul would be destroyed. To Xiao Han, continuing to cultivate the 22nd finger technique of the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, as well as the subsequent finger techniques, was something that he had to do. However, when Xiao Han completed the 21st finger technique, all his foundation was completely exhausted, and he was unable to make a breakthrough to the 22nd finger technique. Not only was he unable to make a breakthrough, but he was also far from it. Cultivating the 21st mental energy finger technique was fraught with difficulties. One had to complete at least 1,000,000 profound and obscure hand gestures in order to achieve perfection. Moreover, the completion of each hand gesture required a huge amount of accumulation and energy. When Xiao Han first completed the 21st finger technique, it was also full of ups and downs. If it was not because he fought with Kid, Naga, and the other geniuses, and swallowed their spiritual soul attacks, Xiao Han would not have had the foundation to break through to the 21st finger technique. However, breaking through to the 22nd finger technique was even more terrifying. This was because the 22nd finger technique was made up of tens of millions of hand seals. The difficulty of completing each hand seal, and the accumulation required for each hand seal, were all abnormal to the point of being ridiculous. At that time, Xiao Han was also prepared to break through to the 22nd finger technique without stopping, but he was unable to accumulate the foundation needed to break through to the 22nd finger technique. With the current strength of Xiao Han's soul, even if he refined the mental storm in the universe, the hallucinatory demonic realm, or even Kid and Naga's spiritual soul attacks, it would be difficult to obtain a satisfactory foundation. The boat rises with the tide. The higher the level of the soul, the greater the accumulation required. It could be said that in the secular world, there were no resources that could allow Xiao Han to continue to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, and he would not be able to break through to the 22nd finger technique. However, if he obtained an immortal pill, then the situation would be different. An immortal pill that strengthens spiritual soul power. Very quickly, Xiao Han gathered his thoughts, and the mysterious supreme battle will pill in his hand slowly entered his mouth. Xiao Han's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Right now, my spiritual soul is already stronger than most immortal souls. If I cultivate my soul again, and break through to the 22nd finger technique, or even the 23rd or 24th finger technique, my soul will ascend again. What kind of scene would that be? Xiao Han's heart was filled with anticipation. Impressively, after the supreme battle will pill entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a huge spiritual shock wave, directly entering Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Cultivate. Xiao Han immediately formed the first gesture of the 22nd finger technique. To be continued. Chapter 644. Xiao Han swallowed a supreme battle will pill. A violent spiritual storm and spiritual sea swept into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Puchi. That crazy spiritual power immediately attacked the solid spiritual power planet in Xiao Han's Sea of Consciousness. Although the solid spiritual energy star was extremely sturdy, it was still a little dry. But at this moment, the sovereign battle will pellet had turned into waves of spiritual energy that crashed into the solid spiritual energy star, nourishing, solidifying, and strengthening it. This tide of psychic power, when broken down, was a drop of dark gold, extremely dense psychic liquid. Almost every drop of psychic liquid's quality was countless times better than the psychic storm and psychedelic demonic land that Xiao Han had refined. Ibdul. This kind of nourishment was simply indescribable. It was impossible to find such a treasure that nourished the soul and spiritual power in the human world. An immortal pill was indeed an immortal pill. Now, Xiao Han's solid spiritual power planet was immersed in a sea of spiritual power. That refreshing, clear, and ethereal feeling was indescribable. Boom, a dazzling, golden spiritual power halo directly seeped out from Xiao Han's forehead. In the blink of an eye, the ocean that Xiao Han was hiding in was dyed with a heavenly color. All the underwater creatures and plants were attracted by it and gathered around. Densely packed whales, sharks, and all kinds of fish rushed towards the area where Xiao Han was. However, it was not chaotic, these marine creatures. Under the illumination of spiritual power, it was magnificent. Moreover, they seemed to have undergone some kind of evolution, as if they had intelligence. The marine plants also seemed to have absorbed the spiritual power and started to grow. Some corals that were a few meters long actually grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and grew tens of meters long. The colors were also brighter and full of vitality. In short, with Xiao Han as the center, the spiritual light had dyed the entire sea into a heavenly immortal world. It was as beautiful as a painting. This is. Black and white and fish stem were completely stunned. Brother Xiao Han is cultivating. What cultivation technique is he cultivating? Fish stem stared at Xiao Han. This is definitely not a cultivation technique of the mortal world. It's not a cultivation technique of mortals, it's definitely an immortal technique, and it seems to be an immortal technique of the spiritual power, yes. It should be a spirit and soul immortal art. The black and white masters nodded in agreement. The shock that Brother Xiao gave us is simply too great. Even a mortal like him is stronger than us immortals. Not to mention that he's cultivating with the help of the immortal pill. He's bound to reach a higher level. Pausing for a moment, the black-white man said in a low voice. Once his soul power becomes stronger, Brother Xiao Han's cultivation speed will be faster than ours when he ascends to become an immortal. His future is limitless. At this moment, Xiao Han was in a state where he was completely indifferent to both praise and humiliation. He was in a supreme state where there was no one around him. His hands formed a series of hand seals. The difficulty of the 20-second spiritual finger incantation was extremely high. It was made up of extremely difficult and obscure hand gestures. Every single gesture required a tremendous amount of foundation as a guarantee. However, this sovereign battle will pellet was enough for Xiao Han to attempt the 20-second spiritual finger technique. Gradually, Xiao Han's hands began to dance in a dazzling manner, like two nimble butterflies. Following the movements of Xiao Han's hands, immortal talismans that seemed to be made of jade coiled around Xiao Han's body like dragons and snakes. The spiritual light that emanated from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness became more and more condensed, more and more intense. It had a feeling of being indestructible and indestructible. The black and white masters and the fish stem were watching from the side. However, they did not forget to protect Xiao Han. Be careful, the black and white master reminded. Brother Xiao Han's cultivation seems to have reached the most crucial moment. He must not be distracted. He must not be distracted. This is also a crucial moment. He cannot be taken advantage of by others. We must defend with all our might. I understand, the fish stem said cautiously. At this moment, Xiao Han's attempt at the 20-second spiritual finger technique was very smooth. The movements of his hands were synchronized with his spiritual power. With the help of the immortal pill, he did not encounter any bottlenecks during the cultivation process. It was like a hot knife through butter. With every completion of the hand seal, the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness would be consumed slightly. The solid spiritual power planet would become more solid and dazzling. 3 days later. Finally, the nourishment that the supreme battle will pill brought to Xiao Han's spiritual power was completely exhausted. Not a single drop was left. At the same time, the tens of millions of hand seals for the 22nd spiritual finger technique were completed. He had successfully completed the 22nd spiritual finger technique. The solidified spiritual power was even more profound. However, this successful breakthrough actually gave Xiao Han a feeling of returning to his natural state. Not only did his aura not change much, it became even more reserved, even more hidden. Phew, Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air and stood up. He smiled at the black and white master and the fish stem. Brothers, thank you for protecting me for the past 3 days and 3 nights. Oh. Brother Xiao, did you succeed? The black and white master and the fish stem hurriedly asked. Even with the vision of immortals like them, they were unable to determine Xiao Han's condition. However, occasionally, if they looked closely at Xiao Han's eyes, they would feel a sense of loss, as if they were about to be swallowed by Xiao Han's eyes. Indistinctly, the image of the planet and universe appeared in the depths of Xiao Han's eyes. In terms of the spiritual power realm, I had a little breakthrough. However, it is still not enough. The cultivation technique that I am cultivating is still far from reaching the great perfection realm, Xiao Han said humbly. At this moment, although the solid spiritual power planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness did not change in size, its density had increased by 10 times. In other words, Xiao Han's soul spiritual power had increased by 10 times as compared to before. This was extremely terrifying. Moreover, as his spiritual power increased, Xiao Han's natal saber chi, saber intent, and lethality had also increased by several times. Now, let me test out my current combat power. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth curved into a smile. First, Xiao Han closed the divine eagle's eye and only used his soul spiritual power to radiate outwards. Its detection range had actually reached a radius of 50 miles. This was extremely shocking. Ordinary immortals, including Xing Chenzi, who was like a crane in a flock of chickens, in the 4th region, their immortal senses could only cover an area of 3 to 4 miles. Before this, Xiao Han's soul spiritual power was comparable to an immortal's. However, in the 4th region, which was only a few miles, he had to use an auxiliary immortal treasure like the divine eagle's eye to increase the detection range to 20 miles. However, at this moment, Xiao Han did not need to use the divine eagle's eye. His soul spiritual power could already cover a radius of 50 miles. Great progress. This is great. After completing the 22nd spirit finger technique, the strength of my soul and spiritual power had indeed increased by more than 10 times. The detection range of 50 miles is enough to ensure that I am undefeatable. Xiao Han's face was glowing. In the next moment, the immortal chi between Xiao Han's eyebrows flashed. The divine eagle's eye had already appeared in Xiao Han's palm. Big Brother Black White, Big Brother Fish Stem, this is an auxiliary investigative immortal treasure. The will restriction on the exterior has long been washed away by the power of refinement. Now, you can refine it. You only need to drip a drop of blood on it to recognize its owner and wash away the trace of my spirit that I attached to the divine eagle's eye, Xiao Han said with a smile. Now, Xiao Han's spiritual power was far enough to replace the divine eagle's eye. The divine eagle's eye can increase the detection range of spiritual power to 20 miles, Xiao Han added with a smile. Black and White Child and Fish Stem were shocked. They did not stand on ceremony. Fish Stem said, Big Brother Black White, you have a calm personality. You can refine and control the divine eagle's eye. Alright, Black White did not waste time and took the divine eagle's eye from Xiao Han's hand. Brother Xiao Han, after I refine and control the divine eagle's eye, I will increase the detection range of my spiritual power. I will protect you and make sure nothing goes wrong. That's exactly what I mean. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. Then, he willed it. Buzz, a strand of spiritual power was extracted from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. It transformed into a dagger and appeared in Xiao Han's hand. This dagger was radiant and overflowing with color. It had a jade-like color and there were some profound patterns on it. Big brothers, take a look at the quality of this dagger. Xiao Han smiled and handed the dagger formed from his spiritual power to Black White and Fish Stem to appraise. The two immortals took the dagger. This. Black White's eyes lit up. Brother Xiao Han, this is an immortal artifact, right? Although it is not an extremely high-quality immortal artifact, in the immortal world, it is considered very good for a level 1 or level 2 perfected immortal to possess such an immortal artifact. Black White actually thought that the dagger formed from Xiao Han's spiritual power was an immortal artifact. Hee, Xiao Han laughed. Suddenly, the dagger in Black White's hand twisted a few times and transformed into a ray of spiritual power. Xiao Han kept it back into his sea of consciousness. Hiss. This is. Black White and Fish Stem were shocked. This dagger was formed from a strand of my spiritual power, Xiao Han said with a smile. Previously, after Xiao Han broke through the 21st spiritual finger gesture, the weapons formed from his spiritual power could only be close to the level of an immortal artifact, or at least reach the level of a low-grade immortal artifact. But now, a random dagger formed from his spiritual power was of the same quality as a level 1 or level 2 perfected immortal artifact in the immortal world. If Xiao Han was in battle, he could instantly use his spiritual power to form thousands of such daggers and shoot them at the same time. Ordinary immortals would be turned into beehives. Now, I can kill immortals with just my spiritual power without relying on the power of my immortal body. Xiao Han was very confident. To be continued. Chapter 645. Xiao Han was extremely satisfied with his current cultivation level. However, his cultivation was not over yet. There are still 9 supreme battle will elixirs left. They can provide me with a huge amount of mental energy, allowing me to continue to break through to the next level. I'll continue to break through the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique in one go. Very quickly, Xiao Han calmed himself down and entered his cultivation state again. He took out the second supreme battle will elixir. Brother Xiao, don't worry and cultivate. We'll protect you. At that moment, the black and white child had already refined the eye of the divine eagle. A bright light shone from between his eyebrows. Xiao Han nodded and smiled. The second supreme battle will elixir was already in his mouth. Just like the first supreme battle will elixir, when the second immortal elixir entered his mouth, the elixir's energy spread and turned into a mental wave that surged into Xiao Han's consciousness. The solidified mental energy planet started to absorb the abundant elixir's energy. The deep mental energy foundation filled Xiao Han's entire consciousness. Xiao Han started to break through to the 23rd mental energy finger technique. However, to completely cultivate the 23rd mental energy finger technique was many times more difficult than the 22nd mental energy finger technique. After one's mental energy solidified, every time one cultivated a mental energy finger technique, the difficulty would increase exponentially. The foundation needed would also increase exponentially. To complete the 23rd mental energy finger technique, one had to pass through hundreds of millions of hand seals. Xiao Han's hands kept forming hand seals. He was completely in a mental state. Very quickly, the second supreme battle will elixir's energy was consumed. Xiao Han did not hesitate. He took out the third immortal elixir and consumed it. He took out the third immortal pill and consumed it. The fifth pill. The fifth pill. Until Xiao Han consumed the 10th supreme battle will elixir. After he consumed all the elixir's energy, Xiao Han woke up from his cultivation state. Time had passed. 7 days and 7 nights had passed. Xiao Han opened his eyes and retracted his mental energy and aura. He calmed himself down and thought to himself, the 23rd mental energy finger technique is too difficult to break through. I've continuously consumed the Supreme Battle Will pills and consumed an entire bottle of pills, but I still haven't completed the 23rd psychic finger technique. I've only managed to break through the 90 million psychic finger technique. I'm still a step away from completing the psychic finger technique. Even though it was an immortal pill, as the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique continued to be cultivated, the effects of the pill were getting weaker and weaker. Xiao Han estimated. If he wanted to continue his studies, he would be able to break through to the later stages of the finger technique. Perhaps 10, 100, or even 1,000 Supreme Battle Will pills would be consumed. Although the 23rd mental finger technique hadn't been completed yet, Xiao Han's soul-mind power had improved a little. For example, he could now monitor and investigate a radius of 60 miles with just a slight coverage of his spiritual waves. Moreover, the quality of the dagger created by his spiritual waves was also closer to perfection. When it was shot out, its lethality was even more terrifying. Forget it. I'll wait until I obtain a mental immortal pill similar to the Supreme Battle Will pill in the future before completing the 23rd psychic finger technique. Once I've officially completed the 23rd psychic finger technique, my soul will skyrocket and its power will increase tenfold. Xiao Han collected his thoughts and looked at Black White and Yu Yangzi. Brothers, we've been dormant for a long time. It's time to go out and get some fresh air, Xiao Han said with a smile. Jiangzi's death must be because Xingqinzi hates me to the bone. I'm afraid he's been looking for me all over the place these days, right? Ha 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 ha, let's go out, brothers. Let's go. Black White and Yu Yangzi also laughed. Although Xingqinzi's forces were enormous and he had refined an extremely powerful artifact on him, Xiao Han's display of spirit and bearing made them completely unafraid of Xingqinzi. They were also full of confidence in Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, let's hurry up. There's still about 20 days before the 4th district's ranking competition ends. In these 20 days, I'll try my best to kill as many immortals as I can and earn points. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the three charged out of the sea. Meanwhile, Xingqinzi was still in a state of extreme anger. He was on the verge of going berserk. Dozens of immortals were standing next to Master Xingqinzi, trembling like cicadas in winter. It's been a full 10 days. Thousands of immortals have been searching for Xiao Han, but there's been no news at all. Xingqinzi roared furiously. This is outrageous. All of you are trash. All of you are trash. You're just looking for a mortal. Big brother Xingqinzi, please calm down. The leaders of Xingqinzi's team immediately cried out in terror. We'll search for Xiao Han again. We'll capture him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. All of you, search for him. If you can't find him, I'll kill all of you. Xingqinzi's face contorted with rage. Yes, yes. The immortals under Xingqinzi's command scattered in all directions, determined to capture Xiao Han at all costs. At the same time, the other teams of immortals in the 4th district were also searching for Xiao Han's whereabouts. Of course, battles between immortals were ongoing all the time as well. After emerging from the bottom of the sea, Xiao Han, the black-white child, and Yu Yangzi flew eastward. Along the way, Xiao Han pushed his psychic waves to the limit, monitoring everything within a 30-kilometer radius. Now, not only do I have the boots of speed and the speed of an ordinary level 4 true immortal, but my physical strength is also equal to 40 immortal dragons. Moreover, after strengthening my soul and mind, the weapons I create with my psychic power aren't any weaker than ordinary immortal artifacts. If I encounter an immortal now, I don't even need to launch a sneak attack. I can kill them in one move, can I? Xiao Han's heart also began to stir. He actually had the thought of encountering immortals. To fight head-on. To test his combat strength. However, at this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded in the air above the 4th district. Immortals who have entered the 4th district, there are 20 days left until the end of the preliminaries. There are 2,387 people left in the 4th district. Hurry up and fight. After 20 days, if the number of people left in the 4th district is still higher than 100, then all explorers who have entered the 4th district will be wiped out. Every day from now on, this emperor's divine soul will be in the 4th district to count the number of people left. Oh. Xiao Han was taken aback. He immediately touched his nose. There are still 2,387 people left, at this moment, in the world outside the 10 districts. 10 platforms. Whoosh, the light of teleportation enveloped the 9th platform. Soon, 100 immortals appeared. They stood on the 9th platform. These 100 immortals, one by one. Above their heads floated a considerable amount of points. All of them were covered in immortal light, and all of them had refined and controlled their Dharma treasures. The 100 people in the 9th district's preliminaries had been born. Is junior brother Xiao Han out? Xiao Mingchu growled. At the same time, Jia Lanzi, Tao Tai, Xiao Mingchu's servants, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and Xiao Han's servants all glanced over, their hearts trembling. However, the 100 people who appeared on the 9th platform were all immortals. There was not a single mortal, and Xiao Han was nowhere to be seen. Junior brother Xiao Han hasn't come out yet? Dongfang Qin muttered. There is still one district left, and the 100 people who will enter the arena have not been decided yet. Could it be that junior brother Xiao Han is among them? Those who were concerned about Xiao Han focused their attention on the last empty platform. As for the other mortals and immortals who were indifferent to Xiao Han, they also shifted their attention over. It's about to end. The preliminaries of the 10 districts are about to end. Each district will produce 100 people, and there are a total of 1,000 people. Among them, 500 mortals and 500 immortals will enter the arena. I wonder what the rules of the arena are. These mortals and immortals who had obtained a place in the arena were all sighing. The preliminaries were extremely cruel. After entering the arena, the competition would probably be even more inhumane. Of course, from another perspective, the competition was cruel. The more benefits one obtained, the greater the risk. The 4th district. Xiao Han, black and white child, and fish arm were flying and scouting at the same time. They wanted to find the nearby immortal teams to hunt and kill. With Xiao Han's current mental wave scanning range, it was more advantageous for him to hunt than any other immortal. He had a scouting range of 60 kilometers. Once someone appeared within this scouting range, they would not be able to escape Xiao Han's eyes. Brothers, let's speed up, Xiao Han said with a smile. Whoosh, black and white child summoned an immortal cloud, allowing Xiao Han and fish arm to stand on it. The immortal cloud's flying speed reached its limit, and it flashed past. After flying for a full 4 hours. Finally, about 40 kilometers away from Xiao Han's group, an immortal team appeared. This immortal team was also flying in the air. There were about 40 people, and it was considered a relatively large team. The leader of the immortal team had 340,000 points hovering above his head. Immortal light circulated around his body, and it was obvious that he had refined and controlled an artifact. Moreover, among the 40 immortals under the leader of the immortal team, there were 3 who had refined artifact. It was a rather powerful immortal team. Xiao Han paused for a moment, then said to black and white child and fish arm, "Brothers, do you want to do something big?" "Oh." Black and white child and fish arm looked at Xiao Han. "There's a team ahead of us with more than 40 immortals. Once we kill them all, we'll have millions of points to split." Xiao Han licked his lips. About 40 miles away from Xiao Han's group, the team of immortals was flying aggressively. More than 40 immortals had released their immortal senses and were searching in all directions. "Boss, we've been searching for so many days, but we still can't find the whereabouts of that mortal Xiao Han. This is really... It seems like finding Xiao Han isn't that easy. It's like finding a needle in a haystack," one of the immortals under the leader grumbled. "Continue searching," the leader of the immortals said coolly. "Continue searching. Xiao Han has more than 500,000 points and thousands of artifact. It's worth our time to search for him." Shockingly, The leader frowned and waved his hand. All of you, stop. Boss, what are you doing? I seem to sense a hidden danger. The leader's eyes blazed. There's a faint murderous intent in the air. All right, come out, I've already sensed you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wuxia Xianxia, black and white child and fish arm had already appeared several kilometers away from the team. Oh. The immortal leader's eyes focused on Xianxia. His expression suddenly became extremely interesting. Xianxia. Mortal Xianxia. Ha 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 ha. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Xianxia, we've been searching for you for days. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Good, good, this is great. To be continued. Chapter 646. The immortal leader of this team was a little strange. Even without his immortal sense touching Xianxia and the others, he could sense some killing intent with his sixth sense and force Xianxia out. Ibdu. Of course, this was also because Xianxia had no intention of launching a sneak attack. Instead, he was intentionally getting closer to the immortal party. Perhaps Xianxia wanted to test his ability to fight against immortals head-on. He wanted to make the most effective and accurate assessment of his current battle prowess. As a result, Xianxia did not try to hide himself. Otherwise, if he wrapped himself in the spirit turtle's true chi and approached silently, it would be very difficult for the immortal leader to discover him. Ha 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 ha. When he saw Xianxia, the indifference on the leader's face vanished without a trace, replaced by fanaticism, madness, and hysteria. The 40-some immortals behind him roared with laughter, all of them excited and greedy. The immortals stared repeatedly at Xianxia, at the points hovering above his head. Oh. Is it very funny? Xianxia smiled indifferently, and his killing intent gradually retracted. Black and White Sun and Jianghu stood on both sides of Xianxia. They didn't make a sound, but secretly, the two of them were paying attention to the Dharma treasures in their bodies. Once the battle started, they would immediately take out their Dharma treasures to cover Xianxia and fight. Moreover, they were now more and more impressed by Xianxia's courage. Facing a team of more than 40 immortals, many of whom had refined magic treasures, Xianxia was actually fearless and wanted to swallow the whole team in one bite. As expected. True enough. Xianxia. You're just a mortal, but your points have reached this level. The leading immortal sighed. Earlier, I received information from the Son of the Stars that you had more than 500,000 points. However, now that I've seen you with my own eyes, it turns out that your points are already nearing 700,000. Xianxia, you're a fat sheep. Considering your current points, I'm afraid you're as rich as the Son of the Stars. I bet you'll be one of the best in the 4th region. Ha 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 ha. Once I kill you, everything you have will be stripped away by me. Ha 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 ha. At that time, my ranking will surpass Son of Star in one fell swoop. He would be able to obtain first place in the 4th region's qualifier. He entered the arena. They had a huge advantage. Ha 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 ha. It's really a windfall, and it also seems to indicate my rise this time. Unstoppable. The immortal leader's eyes shone with a dreamy light, as though he was imagining a beautiful scene in the future. Heh, Xianxia sneered. You're so confident that you can kill me without a hitch? Since I'm able to obtain so many points, it means that the number of immortals I've killed is no less than yours. Are you really going to underestimate me? Shut up. The immortal leader looked at Xianxia with disdain. Xianxia, at the end of the day, you're just a mortal. You might have some tricks up your sleeve to kill some useless immortals, but in front of me, you have no ability to resist. I think most of your points were obtained by luck, right? Furthermore, even if you refined an immortal treasure, you wouldn't be able to use its power. Mortals are mortals, after all. It's a waste for mortals to wield immortal treasures. Xianxia, you must die today, and the two trash immortals beside you will die with you. You're too confident. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. That's why I'm so confident. Alright, Xiao Han, I'll show you the difference between mortals and immortals. The next moment, boom. Boom. Two beams of immortal light shot out of the immortal leader's body. One of them transformed into a suit of golden armor, and the other transformed into a giant spiked club. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, you ant. I've refined two immortal items, one for offense and one for defense. Even if you have the ability to kill immortals, it's useless. I'll kill you as easily as killing a pig or a dog. The leader of the immortals roared with laughter. He controlled both offensive and defensive celestial artifacts, which complemented each other well. He was much more powerful than ordinary immortals. After the leader of the immortals took out the immortal artifact he had refined and controlled, the 40 immortals under him spread out in a fan shape. Immortal light brewed and steamed, and they surrounded Xiao Han, He He Zi, and Yu Yangzi. Their expressions were ferocious, and they revealed their ferocious glints. Some of the immortals roared with laughter. Boss, the son of the stars wants to capture Xiao Han alive. You can't torture him to death. The immortal leader looked askance at Xiao Han, his eyes glittering. Capture him alive? Humph. Xiao Han has nearly 700,000 points, and it seems that he hasn't refined any immortal treasures or immortal treasures. Such a large number of points means that he has a reserve of refining power in his Dantian region. Why would he give such a fat pig to the son of the stars? Ha 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 ha. I've changed my mind. I'll kill this fat pig and take everything he has. Then I'll refine a few more immortal treasures and immortal treasures. When the time comes, I'll be the one to kill the son of the stars. There's no reason for the son of the stars to flaunt his prowess. I'll be the king of the fourth region. The immortal leader spoke without the slightest scruple, completely disregarding Xiao Han. It was as if he considered Xiao Han to be a dead man. At the same time, Xiao Han sent a soul transmission to the Black-White Master and Yu Yangzi, big brothers. When it comes time to fight, I'll join you. Please leave this area. I'd like to see if I can take on this team of immortals on my own, and also to test my current strength. Brother Xiao Han, you want to kill them all by yourself? Well, why don't we use our treasures and help you from the side? The Black-White Master and Yu Yangzi found Xiao Han's decision a bit bold. After all, they were up against more than 40 immortals, and they weren't to be trifled with. One had to know that none of the surviving immortals in the fourth region were weaklings. Moreover, the leader of the immortals had refined 2 immortal treasures. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. The only exception was the immortal leader. Among the team of immortals. And 3 immortals. They had also refined and controlled immortal treasures. The Black-White Master and the Black-White Master were worried about Xiao Han's safety. It's fine. Big brothers, quickly escape. I won't be able to take care of you in a chaotic battle, Xiao Han insisted. Well, alright. Brother Xiao Han, you must be careful. However, you've refined a speed-type treasure. If you really can't hold them off, we believe that you'll be able to retreat quickly. That's true. Xiao Han smiled. The next moment, suddenly, the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master attacked without any warning. Rumble, rumble, both of them threw out an immortal talisman. Lightning Strike Talisman. Back at the bottom of the sea, the Black-White Master had refined and controlled 5 Lightning Strike Talismans. This was a one-time use immortal talisman. Once it was burned, it would release immortal divine lightning. Although it wasn't very powerful, it could heavily injure an ordinary level 3 true immortal. There was no problem. Then, the Black-White Master gave 2 Lightning Strike Talismans to the Black-White Master. At that moment, both of them used a Lightning Strike Talisman at the same time. 2 dazzling bolts of lightning flashed like a bolt from the blue. Kacha! Kacha! 2 bolts of lightning struck the team of immortals in front of them. This happened too suddenly. The team of immortals did not expect Xiao Han and the other 2 to attack first. Logically speaking, the three of them would not dare to attack a powerful team of over 40 people. They should be thinking about how to escape. Therefore, the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master's sudden attack caught the team off guard. Bang! Bang! The two lightning strike talismans shattered two immortals. The refining power of their point-accumulating treasures immediately entered the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master's bodies. Moreover, when the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master used the lightning strike talismans, they used the dazzling bolts of lightning to increase their speed to the maximum. In a flash, the two of them were already more than 10 li away. Damn it! Kill! The two lightning strike talismans not only killed the two immortals, but also injured a few others, causing chaos. Amidst the chaos, dozens of immortals roared and chased after the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master. The leader of the immortals roared. Don't worry about those two small fries. Get rid of Xiao Han first. Xiao Han, don't even think about escaping. Die. At the command of the immortal leader, dozens of immortals surrounded Xiao Han, sealing off his escape routes to prevent him from escaping. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the immortals smiled sinisterly. He waved the wolf-tooth club in his hand and smashed it down on Xiao Han's head. This smash, toppling mountains and overturning seas, crushing everything, shattering the 9 provinces, demon god traversing the sky. Xiao Han, die. The leader of the immortals seemed to have heard Xiao Han's body explode. However, immortal light flashed under Xiao Han's feet, and he suddenly accelerated in an unbelievable way, dodging the leader's wolf-tooth club attack and dodging to the left. On Xiao Han's left, 5 immortals were blocking his way. When they saw Xiao Han, they roared and were about to take him down. Humph! Xiao Han snorted. With a thought, the solid mental planet in his sea of knowledge suddenly wriggled. Under Xiao Han's visualization, dozens of daggers comparable to immortal artifacts appeared at his will. Swoosh! 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 Within an extremely short distance, the daggers formed by Xiao Han's mental energy shot toward the immortals, blocking his way at a speed faster than the speed of light. It should be noted that after Xiao Han completed the 20-second mental finger technique, the quality of the weapons he visualized was comparable to the immortal artifacts used by ordinary level 2 true immortal disciples in the celestial world. Now, Xiao Han could control these weapons at will. His control of the speed and angle of attack was perfect. Bang! 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 The 5 immortals blocking the way on the left didn't even have time to grunt before their bodies were pierced by the immortal daggers. The immortal light on their bodies dimmed, and they died. This caused the group of immortals to panic. Immediately, some of the immortals started shouting. Watch out! Xiao Han is carrying an immortal artifact. To be continued. Chapter 647. Xiao Han was surrounded by more than 40 immortals, but he was not afraid. He shuttled through the encirclement and killed 5 immortals in an instant. Xiao Han knew what was going on. Very good. Now that my solid mind power has been strengthened, the weapons I create are enough to kill a level 2 true immortal. I can kill true immortals without relying on the power of my immortal body. As for the team of immortals, they thought that Xiao Han had attacked with an immortal artifact, so they all shouted, "This kid has more than 10 dagger-type immortal artifacts on him. Kill him now! Kill him now!" Boom! 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 A dense barrage of immortal techniques and immortal weapons attacked Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han's speed was really too fast. Swoosh! Once he activated the boots of divine speed, his speed was comparable to that of a level 4 true immortal. The attacks of the immortals could not touch Xiao Han at all and even caused accidental injuries among the immortals. The scene became even more chaotic. I know. This kid is relying on speed and some small immortal artifacts that are easier to control. The leader of the immortals roared. Don't attack this guy for now. Stand in your positions and surround him. His immortal artifacts are not of high quality and can only kill level 2 true immortals. All of you, use your immortal chi and put up a defensive shield. I'll kill him with my own hands. The leader of the immortals had refined a defensive immortal artifact armor that could withstand the attacks of level 3 true immortals. Therefore, he was not afraid of Xiao Han. Hearing the leader's command, the immortals under his command, as expected, they stopped attacking Xiao Han. Instead, they stood in their positions and blocked Xiao Han in the center. Then, the leader of the immortals would kill Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han did not want to play with them anymore, a bunch of scums. Go to hell. An evil thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. The solid mind power planet in his sea of consciousness exploded. In an instant, thousands of immortal artifact daggers appeared. They were born with Xiao Han's will. Then, swoosh. 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 Thousands of immortal daggers made of mental power swept out like a swarm of bees. Under Xiao Han's precise control, thousands of psychic daggers spread out, with each 100 daggers aimed at an immortal. In other words, every immortal in this team would have to face 100 psychic daggers. Pooh. Puff. 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 Pft. The sound of the immortal body exploding rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye. Apart from the leader of this team of immortals, there was no one else in this team of immortals. The rest of the immortals were all killed by Xiao Han's psychic daggers. Each of the immortals was riddled with holes. Xiao Han was like an old horse that knew the way. He took out his storage ring and stored the pieces of the celestial immortals into it for future use. At the same time, a huge amount of points, artifacts, and refining power surged into Xiao Han's body like a tide. More than 40 immortals' points were taken by Xiao Han. Xiao Han's points continued to rise, skyrocketing. From nearly 700,000 points to nearly 2 million points. Nearly 2 million points. No one in the fourth zone could compete with him. The scene turned from chaos to silence. Dead silence. The leader of the immortals stared at Xiao Han in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he was the leader with dozens of fans. But now, all of his subordinates had been killed by Xiao Han. Dozens of his subordinates had died at the same time. Xiao Han's killing speed was indescribable. Furthermore, aside from the leader, the other 3 immortals who had refined and controlled their magical treasures had all been killed. There was no way for them to fight back. A strange cackling sound came from the leader's throat. It sounded like the hooting of an owl. Not only was the leader shocked, but even Black White and Yu Yangzi, who had dodged to the side, were so shocked that their mouths gaped open, speechless. Although Black White and Yu Yangzi were confident in Xiao Han's ability, they had never imagined that Xiao Han could kill more than 40 immortals in an instant. It was as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. The decisiveness of the killing was displayed to the fullest. Brother Xiao, this method of killing immortals, is he still immortal? Yu Yangzi spoke in a dreamy tone. With this kind of attack power, his soul and mind transformed into weapons. Their quality isn't inferior to ordinary immortal artifacts. Thousands of weapons, controlled by Brother Xiao Han's soul, attacked at the fastest speed. This is too powerful, too powerful. Even Big Brother Jia Lanzi would definitely be killed by Brother Xiao Han if he didn't use a supreme-grade immortal artifact and only relied on his own strength to fight Brother Xiao Han. A mortal's cultivation has reached such a level, killing level 2 true immortals as if they were grass. This is an extremely shocking matter. In the immortal realm, even immortal emperors would be shocked. Madness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, thousands of mental and soul daggers transformed into light and returned to Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao Han wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, He looked at the leader of the immortals like a cat toying with a mouse. How is it? Don't you feel like you're at the mercy of others? You. The leader of the immortals trembled. Xiao Han, you actually have thousands of low-grade immortal artifacts. No. This isn't an immortal artifact. You can't possibly have thousands of immortal artifacts. You've cultivated an immortal art. Understanding dawned on the immortal leader, and he said, I sensed a trace of soul fluctuations. I know. You've cultivated mental strength immortal arts. Mental strength solidification, mental strength materialization, can transform mental strength into all kinds of weapons. Xiao Han, among mortals, you are indeed an incomparably monstrous and heaven-defying existence. After a pause, the immortal suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good. This is also good. Xiao Han, you'll be my companion. I'll kill them all, giving you millions of points. That's good. I won't have to kill any more of my companions. After you kill them, I'll just kill you, and get everything. The immortal leader licked his lips. Millions of points. Once I obtain millions of points, it'll be like a dream. Oh. Xiao Han was slightly taken aback. Even now, you still think you have the ability to kill me, Xiao Han? Ha 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 ha. What a fool. The leader of the immortals' eyes were like torches. Xiao Han, it's true that your soul and mental strength can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Killing level 2 true immortals is as easy as killing pigs and dogs. However, if I didn't refine this defensive immortal artifact, I would be killed by you right now. However. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. I can clearly tell you that this immortal artifact armor of mine can completely defend against the attacks of level 3 true immortals. Even the attacks of level 4 true immortals can only cause cracks on this immortal armor. Xiao Han, the limit of your soul weapon's attack is to kill level 2 true immortals, but it can't break the defense of level 3 true immortals. Xiao Han, the maximum attack power of your soul weapon can kill a level 2 true immortal, but it can't break the defense of a level 3 true immortal. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. Immediately, the solid mental strength star in his sea of consciousness expanded again. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. Immediately, the solid mental strength star in his sea of consciousness expanded again. Wang. Thousands of soul and mental strength daggers appeared again and circled around Xiao Han. His dazzling mental power made Xiao Han look like a god that had descended from the heavens. Ha 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 ha. It's useless, Xiao Han. You can't break my defense. The leader of the immortals said confidently. Is that so? Xiao Han smiled coldly. The next moment, kill. Boom! Thousands of soul-type immortal artifacts charged toward the leader of the immortals like a tide. How can this kind of attack kill me? The leader of the immortals was completely fearless. Boom! Suddenly, the immortal artifact armor that the leader of the immortals was wearing emitted a burst of immortal light. Defensive arrays appeared one after another, giving off a feeling of indestructibility. In the blink of an eye, puff. 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 Dagger after dagger landed on the immortal leader's body, forcing him to retreat again and again. Brilliant sparks were burning. Xiao Han attacked with his immortal daggers at an unimaginably fast speed. In the span of a few breaths, the thousands of daggers all landed on the leader of the immortals. As expected, none of the daggers could break his defense. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. You idiot. I've already said that these attacks of yours are unable to break through my defense. Ha 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 ha. Is that all you've got? The leader of the immortals laughed wildly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. How about it, Xiao Han? Are you done with your attacks? Now it's my turn to attack, right? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Xiao Han laughed. Do you think soul attacks are so simple? Ha 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 ha. Ha. The leader of the immortals was stunned. Shockingly, the leader of the immortals discovered something extremely strange. Although the thousands of daggers created by Xiao Han's soul and spirit were all ineffective against the leader of the immortals, when the daggers struck the surface of the leader's armor, they actually melted. The daggers that were sharp and solid, comparable to immortal artifacts, melted into liquid. The thousands of daggers melted into a pool of liquid that enveloped the leader of the immortals. Much of the spiritual liquid even seeped into the immortal armor. Huh? This is... The leader of the immortals was stunned. In the next moment, explode. Xiao Han shouted. Just as he finished speaking. Bang! The spiritual liquid melted from the daggers suddenly exploded. This explosion acted on the leader of the immortals, on the immortal armor. This explosion was simply earth-shattering. In an instant, space shattered. Time and space reversed. Crack 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 crack. The leader of the immortals coughed up blood as he exploded. The surface of his armor was already full of holes and cracks. Piece by piece, they were peeling off. This explosion acted on the inside of the immortal armor, directly destroying some of the defensive formations sealed within. This caused the immortal armor to be damaged from the inside to the outside, almost beyond repair. Then, you can die too. Xiao Han's body moved, and he was already in front of the leader of the immortals. No. Xiao Han. Don't kill me. Finally, the leader of the immortals sensed the cold of death approaching. He cried and begged for mercy at the top of his lungs. Xiao Han. Spare my life. Let me go. You bang. Xiao Han punched out. 40 immortal dragon strength directly struck the leader of the immortal's body. To be continued. Chapter 648. After destroying the immortal leader's armor, it was as easy as blowing off dust for Xiao Han to kill him. A punch landed on the immortal leader's body, shattering the immortal armor. The immortal leader's tendons and bones were broken, his internal organs shattered, his meridians twisted, and his blood vessels ruptured. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. The leader of the immortals howled in a low voice. Xiao Han, you're too vicious. You're ruthless. You're ruthless. Peng, another punch completely blew up the immortal leader. At the same time, the immortal leader's points, immortal equipment, and refinement power were all absorbed by Xiao Han. The points above Xiao Han's head broke through the 2 million mark. He had reached a whole new height. Moreover, the battle with the immortal leader had given Xiao Han a whole new understanding of soul and mind attacks. When the soul and mind transformed into weapons and failed to kill the enemy, the mind could be broken down into drops of extremely dense mind liquid, which would seep into the enemy's body and detonate. The explosive force could be used internally to disintegrate the enemy's defenses. This is great. Now I can rely on my own power to destroy an entire team of immortals without resorting to any sneak attacks. Xiao Han now had a lot of confidence in himself. Back then, Xiao Han had used shady demonic methods to kill Heaven's Son, Dark Spirit, and the other immortals. But now, he could do it openly. He could kill immortals. Like slaughtering pigs and dogs. This improvement could be said to be heaven-defying. Star Son, I, Xiao Han, am not afraid of you anymore. Xiao Han looked at the distant horizon, a hint of fighting and killing intent tugging at the corner of his mouth. I'll avenge Big Brother Su Huizi one day, Master Xing Qinzi. At this moment, the black and white suns and Yu Yangzi flew over to Xiao Han's side. Both of their faces were filled with shock that they had never seen before in their lives. Brother Xiao Han, you're really brave. You single-handedly destroyed a team of powerful immortals. Yu Yangzi stammered. Even if Big Brother Jia Lanzi was here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do better than you, Brother Xiao Han. It's just that this team of immortals is too weak. Xiao Han wasn't arrogant at all. Brothers, this is the 4th region. Our greatest enemy is the Son of Stars. As for the other teams, he could easily wipe them out. Most importantly, he had to kill the Son of Star. That was the way to go. Let's go, we'll continue flying, search and hunt along the way. All right. The 3 of them packed up and flew all the way north. Xiao Han's mental energy ripples also spread out, capturing every single movement within a 60-mile radius. However, after a whole day, Xiao Han and the others did not find any hunting targets. At night, Xiao Han and the others also found a random valley to rest in. The night passed quietly as he rested and built up his strength. On the morning of the 2nd day, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded in the 4th region again. Explorers and immortals of the 4th region, there are still 19 days before the 4th region closes. According to the scan of a strand of my divine soul, there are currently 1,408 survivors in the 4th region. Only 100 will survive in the end. Let's continue the competition. After a pause, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was still explaining, I have already announced the rules. There will be 100 winners from each of the 10 regions. They will be ranked according to their accumulated points. Those with higher accumulated points will have an advantage when they enter the arena. Currently, the first place in the 4th region is Xiao Han. 2,020,000 points, 2nd place. Son of Stars. 750,000 points, 3rd place. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice announced the top 10 existences in the 4th region. Then, his voice faded away. Oh, the ranking has been announced to the entire 4th region. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Brother Xiao Han, as expected, you're currently ranked 1st in the 4th region. With millions of points, no one can beat you. That Son of Stars only has 750,000 points. The gap between him and you, Brother Xiao Han, is too big. Black-White Child laughed. I wonder if Son of Stars will vomit blood from anger when he hears the ranking, given his conceit. Yu Yangzi also laughed. Up until now, Black and White Sun and Fish Stem's points were naturally not in the top 10. They might not even be in the top 100. However, they knew that if they followed Xiao Han, they would definitely obtain a perfect result in the end. It's fine. No matter what, Son of Stars must die. Xiao Han smiled. Let's go, brothers. Let's hurry up and hunt. Currently, there are still 1,408 immortals. We have 1,408 immortals, so we have to get rid of the extra ones. In a call where Son of Stars was, dozens of immortal subordinates surrounded Xianxia like stars surrounding a bright moon. Naturally, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was heard by Son of Stars and the other immortals. What? That bastard Xiao Han, he's ranked higher than me. He's ranked 1st in the 4th region. 2 million points. How did he get 2 million points? Master Xianxia was in a state of shock, rage, and madness. Well, the immortals around him were at a loss. These Son of the Stars fans had thought that the Son of the Stars would definitely take 1st place in the 4th region's ranking with his 750,000 points. Only today did they realize that the Son of the Stars' points were actually several times lower than Xiao Han's. Compared to 2 million points, a few 100,000 points was on a completely different level. Impossible. How could I possibly lose to a puny mortal like you? The son of Xianxia had always thought highly of himself. In the 4th region, he looked down on everyone. He regarded all his competitors with disdain. He regarded them as nothing. He had thought that he was the undisputed leader, but now, the truth had made him so embarrassed. He'd lost to a mortal. Moreover, the difference in points between the two was more than 1 million. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice hovered in the air above the 4th region. It was tantamount to a vicious slap to Son of Star's face. The slap had driven him mad with rage. In addition, the woman he loved had died at Xiao Han's hands. All of this made Son of Stars want nothing more than to skin Xiao Han alive, pull out his tendons, and drink his blood. Xiao Han is ranked first. Roar. No. There are 19 days left before the qualifier is over. As long as I kill Xiao Han, then I'll be able to catch up and take first place. Son of Stars' eyes were bloodshot. It made sense. Killing Xiao Han was the only way for Son of Stars to take first place. There was no other way. Starting from today, I'll do my best in the 4th region. Search for Xiao Han. Son of Stars glared. You'll split into teams and be led by those who've refined and controlled the immortal artifacts. Search for Xiao Han. Once you find him, inform me through the communication spirit stone. Yes. Big Brother Son of Stars. There were currently 89 immortals under Son of Stars' command. Among them, 9 immortals followed Xianxia, while the remaining 80 immortals were split into 8 teams and left in full force. Xiao Han's life was already on the line. Xiao Han, Black White, and Fish Arm were flying at high speed. I suddenly miss Sect Leader and Senior Brothers. While flying, Xiao Han suddenly had some thoughts. Moreover, he was also a little worried. I wonder if the Sect Master and Senior Brothers have broken out of the encirclement. I hope they're not in trouble. Indeed, Xiao Han was also worried that his friends and relatives would be defeated in the preliminary competition and fall in the 2nd level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure vault. However, Xiao Han's soul could sense signs of life from Yan Lang and his 5 otherworldly servants. They were still alive. I'm sure Yan Lang and the others have obtained a place in the arena. Xiao Han made a rough judgment in his heart. There's no need to think so much. Let's kill our way out. The sooner we kill the Son of Stars, the sooner we can leave the 4th region. Xiao Han couldn't wait to find the Son of Stars and kill him. Big Brother Black White, Big Brother Fish Arm, from now on, we'll take the initiative to find the Son of Stars. Xiao Han said directly. Now, he was strong enough to challenge the Son of the Stars to a duel. All right. Take the initiative to find the Son of Stars. Kill him and avenge Su Huizi. At the mention of the Son of Stars, Black White and Fish Arm's eyes were filled with hatred. All right, Xiao Han said. Also, I've obtained a lot of points. You too can take more points in the upcoming hunt. The power of refinement stored in Xiao Han's dantian was as deep as the sea, as resplendent as the stars, and as bottomless as a black hole. He was prepared to use the tremendous power of refinement to attack the restriction outside the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance token tonight. He wanted to see how far he could go. Of course, Xiao Han knew that even though he had accumulated a great deal of power of refinement, he couldn't break through the restriction outside the token. In fact, even if Xiao Han killed all the remaining immortals in the 4th zone and obtained all the points, he still wouldn't be able to open the Jade Medallion of Inheritance. Therefore, Xiao Han did them a favor at little cost and let Black White and Fish Arm take more points. Xiao Han had always treated his friends with sincerity and utmost righteousness. We can take the other immortals' points, but the Son of Stars' points belong to you, Brother Xiao, the Black White Master said concisely. Xiao Han smiled and didn't say anything else. Not long after. Oh. A squad of immortals is slowly flying in our direction 50 kilometers ahead. Xiao Han finally found his prey. This team of immortals only has 10 people. One of the leaders had refined a Dharma treasure on him. The squad of immortals Xiao Han had discovered. This was a team of 10 immortals, and it was none other than one of Master Xianxia's subordinates. The 10 immortals were cursing incessantly. How unlucky. We thought we'd be invincible in the 4th region when we followed Big Brother Stars. Who would have thought that a monster like Xiao Han would appear and surpass Big Brother Stars in points? That's right. Big Brother Stars and Xiao Han aren't going to rest until one of them is dead. Every day we don't find Xiao Han, Big Brother Stars will go even crazier. If we delay any longer, Big Brother Stars might vent his anger on us. Damn it. We have to find Xiao Han. If we capture Xiaohan alive, we'll teach Xiaohan a lesson when Big Brother Master Xianxia tortures and humiliates him. Big Brother Master Xianxia cursed us a few times. Xiaohan's psyche waves caught the immortal squad's words. The son of stars men? Xiaohan's heart sank. Killing intent surged uncontrollably. To be continued. Chapter 649. In the midst of hunting, Xiaohan's psyche and soul rippled, and he finally discovered the whereabouts of a team of immortals. It was a team of immortals under the Son of the Stars' command. There were a total of 10 people, and they were coming straight at him. Upon hearing that it was the Son of the Stars' subordinates, the Black-White Master and the Fish-Rib Master's expressions flickered, and expressions of fury appeared on their faces. After all, when Black-White, Fish-Arm, and Su Huizi had formed a team, they had encountered a Son of the Stars team and been chased like stray dogs. In the end, Su Huizi had sacrificed himself to protect Black-White and Su Huizi. Now that they had encountered a Son of the Stars team, it was no different from meeting their mortal enemies. His eyes were extremely red. Furthermore, the Black and White Child and Fish Lily had each obtained quite a few points. They also controlled and refined Dharma treasures. They also had some foundation for revenge. Even if they weren't a match for Xianxia, the two of them still dared to fight against Xianxia's subordinates. Seeing the excitement on the faces of his two companions, Xiaohan also smiled. Brothers, calm down. Now, we're prepared to officially declare war on the Son of Stars. Hence, we definitely won't let this 10-man team go. This 10-man team's overall strength isn't even comparable to the team led by that bitch, Jianghu, that we destroyed previously. It'll be as easy as blowing off dust for us to destroy them. Ha ha ha, let's go, brothers, let's swagger over. After pausing for a moment, Xiaohan smiled again. When we kill this squad, we can let them send as many messages as they want back to the Son of Xianxia, allowing the Son of Xianxia to hear the tragic deaths of his subordinates. This can be considered a little gift from us to the Son of Xianxia. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. That's right, brother Xiaohan. We have to make the Son of the Stars feel incomparably anxious and insecure. Let's go, let's charge over. Black and White Sun and Fish Stem were also eager to try. The three of them flashed towards the Son of the Stars team, which was completely unaware of them. At this moment, while flying at a low speed, the team of 10 under Master Xianxia's command spread out their immortal senses to search the area. Xiaohan is immortal. Mortals have different auras and life fluctuations than us immortals. Therefore, once he enters the range of our celestial sense, he absolutely won't be able to hide from us. However, the range of our celestial sense is also narrow. It's only a few kilometers. If it could cover tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, I'm afraid that little bastard Xiaohan would have been captured long ago. But, there's something fishy about this. Xiaohan is just an ordinary person. How could he have accumulated 2 million points? His points were a lot higher than Son of Stars. It should be known that points were extremely valuable. They were definitely obtained through real battles, and there was nothing fake about them. Since he had obtained such a large number of points, he definitely had methods to slaughter immortals. He was a dangerous man. If we take the initiative to look for Xiaohan like this, what if his combat power is really as heaven-defying as his points? Then wouldn't we be walking right into a trap? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, don't worry too much. No matter how powerful a mortal was, how powerful could he be? In terms of points, Xiaohan's points are so much higher than Son of Stars. In other words, Xiaohan's combat power is several times higher than Son of Stars. Do you believe that? Is that even possible? A genius who was renowned even in the immortal world, after descending to the lower realm, can't defeat a mortal? There's no such thing in this world. At this moment, a lazy voice rang out. Don't make wild guesses about my combat power. Just verify it for yourself. In the next moment, Xiao Han. The black-white sun and fish stem appeared in the eyes of the squad of immortals. Oh! The sudden appearance of Xiao Han and his companions stunned the squad of immortals. Then, they bared their teeth and roared, "The aura of a mortal." That's right. It's the aura of a mortal. Xiao Han. It's that little bastard Xiao Han. We've finally found him. After searching for so many days, we didn't have any hope of finding Xiao Han. But now, he's come knocking on our door. The leader of the squad took a step forward. His aura surged, and he had more than 100,000 points above his head. Immortal light glowed, a clear sign that he had refined immortal treasures. He held a communication spirit stone in his hand as he stared at Xiao Han, fish stem, and the black-white sun. Although Yu Yangzi and Hei Hei Zi had also refined their own Dharma treasures, their immortal qi wasn't as pure as before. This was because Xiao Han had disguised them. He'd split off 2 strands of spirit turtle true qi and attached them to the black-white sun and fish stem's bodies, concealing a portion of the ripples of immortal treasures. As a result, although the black-white sun and fish stem had more points than the leader of the squad, the glow of their immortal treasures was dim and unremarkable. It was easy for others to believe that they were ordinary. The leader of the immortals had noticed the calmness of Hei Bai Zi and Yu Li Zi, as well as Xiao Han's calmness. Because of that, he grew even more confident. Hei Bai Zi, Yu Li Zi, you 2 pieces of trash actually dared to mix with Xiao Han. Heh, if it weren't for the fact that you 2 were fast enough to escape last time, if it weren't for that idiot Su Huizi blocking death for you 2, the 2 of you would have been turned to ash long ago. How dare you appear before us now? You! The black-white sun and fish stem were enraged. Xiao Han waved his hand, indicating that they should not be rash. You're one of Xingqianzi's lackeys, aren't you? Xiao Han smiled at the leader. How dare you? The leader bristled with anger. Xiao Han, I see that you're just a mortal. There's nothing special about you. You must have gotten those 2 million points out of pure luck. The 10 immortals were dazzled when they saw Xiao Han's points. Xiao Han. Do you have the feeling that the net of heaven has a long arm but no one can escape? Be executed. How dare you murder our big brother Xingqianzi's beloved woman, Jiangzi? That's a heinous crime. You're going to die in the 4th region, and your family, your plane, and anyone related to you will all be crushed by Big Bro Stellar Chen. Some of the immortals were getting very excited by the points floating above Xiao Han's head. They roared incessantly. Xiao Han wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he observed the 10 immortals with great interest. Moreover, he deliberately said, "Why didn't you inform the son of Xingqianzi that you've discovered me?" The leader of the immortals was taken aback by Xiao Han's fearlessness. Meanwhile, he activated the communication spirit stone in his hand and communicated directly with the son of Xingqianzi. Big brother Xingqianzi. We found Xiao Han. On the other side. Roar. Xiao Han. You found Xiao Han. That's great. Tell me where you are right now. The son of Xingqianzi's voice was extremely frenzied. About 600 kilometers east of our starting point, the immortal leader immediately reported. I'll be right there. Hold Xiao Han back for now. The son of Xingqianzi barked impatiently from the other end of the communication stone. Meanwhile, after the leader transmitted his voice to the son of Xingqianzi, Xiao Han glanced at the black and white child and fish stem out of the corner of his eye. Kill! Xiao Han suddenly roared. As soon as the word kill was uttered, the mental energy star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness directly exploded. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of soul-type psychic daggers materialized at Xiao Han's command. Furthermore, puff. 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 Pft. In less than a breath's time. Under Xiao Han's control, the daggers pierced through the limbs of the 10 immortals. 10 immortals were instantly crippled by Xiao Han. Become a cripple. Ah. Roar. These immortals let out miserable shrieks that sounded like pigs being slaughtered. It was as miserable as the cries of cuckoos and apes. The screams reverberated throughout the area. It was as if even the heavens and earth had dimmed. On the other end of the communication stone was the Son of Star. When he suddenly heard the screams of his subordinates, he seemed to be shocked and shouted at them repeatedly. "What's going on? What's going on? Big brother Xianxia. That's Xiao Han." The immortals howled in pain. "That Xiao Han is strange. Big brother black and white, big brother fish stem, do it now," Xiao Han said. In the blink of an eye, the black and white seeds and the fish stem. They summoned their immortal treasures and unleashed all kinds of immortal spells and divine abilities to attack. Faced with a group of immortals who had been crippled by Xiao Han, they couldn't resist at all. Even the defenseless immortals, the black and white seeds and the fish stem instantly succeeded. After killing 10 immortals at once, the immortals' points, treasures, and power of refinement flowed into the black and white seeds and the fish stem. This also fulfilled Xiao Han's promise to split the spoils with the black and white seeds and the fish stem. "Brothers, let's go." Xiao Han didn't hesitate. He took out his storage ring and collected the fragments of the corpses that filled the sky. Then, he fled into the distance with the black and white seeds and the fish stem. A few dozen breaths later, Hong, Son of Star, almost tore through space as he led his subordinates to the area where the 10 immortals had died. Trembling, one of Master Xing's subordinates said, "Big brother Xianxia, it seems like a fierce battle broke out here, and immortals perished. Don't tell me that Xiao Han killed our people in this place." "Shut up," Son of Star roared in anger and humiliation. Indeed, he was now certain that this was the place where his subordinates had transmitted messages to him, and then been slaughtered. 10 immortals were slaughtered by Xiao Han in the span of a single breath. According to the fluctuations of the communication spirit stone, our people couldn't even fight back when Xiao Han made his move. Qin Yun's eyes widened in shock. All of a sudden, the child of Xianxia felt a trace of desolation. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of fear quietly grew in Xianxia's heart. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian and vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at Qidian. 9. Chapter 650. At this moment, the Son of the Stars finally realized that Xiao Han was absolutely not easy to deal with. He'd underestimated Xiao Han. He'd severely underestimated Xiao Han. The immortals at Xianxia's side also began to sense Xiao Han's fearsomeness. However, now that they thought about it carefully, there were some clues. Jianghu had been killed by Xiao Han. After all, she'd refined an extremely powerful treasure. She'd fought with other teams of immortals, and Xiao Han had killed her with a sneak attack. However, the fact that he'd been able to kill Jianghu meant that Xiao Han wasn't an ordinary mortal. Xiao Han hadn't obtained more than 2 million points purely through luck. Moreover, not long ago, Xiao Han had easily and neatly slaughtered 10 of the Star Child's powerful immortals. All of these signs were enough to show how terrifying Xiao Han was. The wind was faint, but when it blew on the Star Child and the other immortals, they felt a chill run down their spines. "Big brother Star, the Star Child's expression grew as grim as an iron plate. Then, he took out a communication spirit stone and sent a message to his subordinates scattered in the 4th region. "All of you, come back quickly. We need to discuss our plan to deal with Xiao Han again." The Star Child sent a message to his subordinates, asking them to return immediately. He knew he had to reformulate his plan to deal with Xiao Han. Otherwise, Xiao Han might bite back at him. In the end, the Son of the Stars completely regarded Xiao Han as his greatest threat, and as a formidable opponent who was strong enough to fight against him. He was no longer careless. The Son of the Stars chimed in coldly, "Xiao Han does have his quirks. I underestimated him too much before, and he cost me 20 of my subordinates. Now, I want to pay more attention to this Xiao Han. I have to treat him as my mortal enemy. I believe that there's an insurmountable chasm between mortals and immortals. As long as I take him seriously, I'll be the one to have the last laugh. That's right, Big Brother Star. Not long after that, the immortals under the Star Child's command arrived from all over. Including the Star Child, a total of 80 immortals had gathered. Immortal chi seethed in the sky. The atmosphere was also extremely stiff and heavy. All of the immortals were feeling uneasy, and their hearts were filled with shock. It's unbelievable. Our team was slaughtered by Xiao Han in an instant. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. It looks like we've underestimated Xiao Han all this time. We thought he was just a lucky mortal who could be bullied as he pleased. Who would have thought that he could slaughter immortals as easily as picking up grass? I'm at a disadvantage. We suffered a great loss. However, now that Big Brother Son of the Stars is paying attention to this matter, given our strength, we might be able to make up for it. The immortals were all discussing spiritually with one another. At that moment, the Son of the Stars let out a furious roar. All right, stop whispering. Master Xianxia was very imposing, and his shout caused his subordinates to fall silent like cicadas in winter. One by one, they looked over at Master Xianxia. Eldest brother Xianxia, now that we're taking Xiao Han seriously, please give us your instructions on how to deal with him. To protect the dignity of us immortals, to avenge our comrades, and to ensure that Big Brother Son of the Stars takes first place in the preliminaries, we have to kill Xiao Han at all costs. Listen up. We still have 80 people left. From now on, we'll split into 8 teams. However, a thoughtful look appeared in the Son of the Stars' eyes. Unlike before, we'll split into teams and stop searching for Xiao Han. Upon hearing these words, all of the immortals under the Son of the Stars' command froze. Confused expressions appeared on their faces. Stop searching for Xiao Han. There's a change of plan. Each team will search for other immortal teams in Region 4, then contact them. The Son of the Stars seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. We'll gather all of the immortals scattered in Realm 4 together. Then, we'll send hundreds of immortals to hunt down Xiao Han. It'll be a great show of force. Is that so? The immortals were taken aback. One of the immortals couldn't help but ask. That's a good plan, Big Brother of the Sons of the Stars, Nia Tian said. However, I'm worried that the other teams won't want to work with us. Don't worry about it. The Son of the Stars said confidently. Xiao Han has more than 2 million points, the Son of the Stars said confidently. Every team in Realm 4, with the exception of us, will want to hunt him down and take first place. For now, we won't waste our time fighting the other teams. Let's work together and take down Xiao Han, the leader of the pack. This is a chance to fight for first place, and the other teams won't ignore it. Everyone is jealous of Xiao Han, coveting him. What's wrong with killing him first? As expected, the Son of the Stars had come up with this plan after careful consideration. Now that he had explained the whole story, the immortals were all convinced. Also, the Son of the Stars said, when you contact the other teams, you can exaggerate Xiao Han's battle prowess so that they won't dare to act alone. That way, they'll understand the importance of working together. Xiao Han really is strong. Go tell the other immortal squads that not even I, the Son of the Stars, am confident in being able to kill Xiao Han on my own. United, we're strong. Divided, we're weak. Let's work together to hunt down that mortal Xiao Han. It's time for the Hunt the Leading Sheep plan. This plan is called the Hunt Down Leader plan. The Son of the Stars said in a powerful voice. Plan to hunt the alpha sheep. The immortals exchanged glances with one another. Then. We understand, Big Brother Star. The Son of the Stars subordinate said eagerly. In that case, let's split up and contact the other immortals scattered in the 4th region. Go on. The son of the stars waved his hand. Be careful. If you run into Xiao Han, don't fight him head-on. Avoid him for now. Once we gather our men, we'll hunt him down. That way, we'll be absolutely safe. Understood. Xiao xiao xiao, the immortals split into 8 squads and flew off in different directions. While the sons of the stars were discussing the hunt-down leader plan, Xiao Han was stealthily lurking on a hill about 60 kilometers away from the sons of the stars and the others. At this distance, the sons of the stars and the others wouldn't be able to detect him at all. However, Xiao Han knew their every move like the back of his hand. This included the so-called hunt-down leader plan. Hee, this son of the stars really is a wily old fox. Xiao Han snickered. Brother Xiao Han, as expected of the son of the stars. Black and White Master and Fish Stem looked at Xiao Han. Should we charge out and hunt the son of the stars? Black and White Master asked after a brief pause. Brother Xiao Han, since we found the son of the stars' whereabouts, we can sneak behind him and wait for an opportunity to kill him in one fell swoop. Yes, Xiao Han said with a sneer. The child of Star Chenzi just discussed with all of the immortals in the 4th region to gang up on me, Xiao Han. Ha ha ha. A group of immortals working together to kill a mere mortal? That's something that rarely happens in the eons. It looks like the son of the stars is very confident in his plan. He thinks he can easily capture me. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, I won't be in a hurry to kill the son of the stars. I'll toy with him for a bit, how about this? Xiao Han's eyes darted around as he came up with a countermeasure. We'll choose a squad under the son of the stars' command and follow them. We'll wait for them to contact the other squads, then we'll kill them in one fell swoop. That way, the son of the stars will be informed of the situation immediately through the communication spirit stone. We'll kill our way through. We'll kill until the son of the stars is the only one left in the 4th region. We'll kill him until he breaks down. All right. That way, we'll be able to crush the son of the stars mentally. The Black and White Master said, nodding. That's right. Master Xing Chenzi is too arrogant. Big bro Su Huizi died a horrible death. If we kill him right away, it'll be letting him off easy. Even if he's a genius among immortals, he won't be able to endure such torture. He'll definitely collapse. That's exactly what I'm thinking. All right then, brothers, let's choose a squad under the son of the stars' command and follow them. Xiao Han spread his psychic fluctuations and locked onto a squad of 10 subordinates of the son of the stars. Then, he, the Black and White Master, and Fish Arm chased after them. Very quickly, Xiao Han and the other 2 caught up to the small team that was flying in the northwest direction. They didn't have to worry about losing track of the squad if they followed it for about 40 kilometers. Of course, the squad didn't know that Xiao Han had his eyes on them yet. They were currently transmitting sound waves and messages with their immortal senses as they flew. Big Brother Son of the Stars subordinates are contacting other immortals to plan something big. The leader of the 4th region, the mortal Xiao Han, is growing stronger by the day. He's a great threat to us immortals. He's killed countless immortals to accumulate 2 million points. His fighting prowess has already surpassed Big Brother Son of the Stars. If we don't team up, he'll take us down one by one. Now, any immortal team that hears this message can immediately join our team. Let's work together and topple the leader first. The squad of 10 immortals continued to transmit messages as they flew, hoping that the other immortals scattered in the 4th region would hear them. A bunch of idiots. Xiao Han said, following closely behind them like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Moreover, Xiao Han wouldn't make a move just yet. He would wait until this squad of immortals contacted other immortal teams, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. That would shock the son of the stars even more. It would be a huge blow to his psyche. He was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 651. Now, Xiao Han and the Son of the Stars were engaged in a battle of wits and courage. YBDU. The Son of the Stars had completely taken Xiao Han seriously. He had divided his subordinates into several squads and taken the initiative to search for other teams of immortals in the Fourth Realm. He planned to unite all of them and form a crusade to hunt down Xiao Han, the leader of the pack. Although the plan wasn't too shocking, it was very reasonable. Yes, if hundreds or thousands of immortals joined forces, Xiao Han could very well be surrounded and killed, no matter how fierce his immortal slaying methods were. However, Xiao Han used his formidable soul and psychic power to cover a far greater area than these immortals, and immediately learned of the Son of the Stars' plan. At the same time, Xiao Han launched a counterattack. Xiao Han fixed his eyes on one of the Son of the Stars squads, followed them, and then found the best opportunity to kill them. After all, if Xiao Han hadn't learned of the Son of the Stars' plan in advance, he might also have fallen into a predicament. For example, the Son of the Stars squads had gathered all of the other immortal squads, and then gathered all of them together using communication spirit stones. That way, once Xiao Han's whereabouts were exposed, he might be surrounded. Even if he fought a group of immortals, it was very likely that he would be outnumbered. At this moment, the Son of the Stars squad that Xiao Han was targeting, consisting of 10 immortals, were doing their best to send out messages and sense the other immortal squads in the vicinity. Xiao Han, the fish arm, and the black and white child kept a safe distance from the squad, and closely monitored their every move. In the squad that Xiao Han and the others were tracking, the leader of the squad kept his communication spirit stone on at all times. With the Son of the Stars. With his companions. They kept in touch at all times. At this moment, the leaders of the other squads kept sending messages. I didn't let you down, Big Brother Star. I've found a squad of 45 immortals. I've convinced their leader to cooperate with us against Xiao Han. I've also met with a squad of 28 immortals. We've reached an agreement to work together. I've made a point to form an alliance with a large squad of 56 immortals. Now, I'm going to continue searching for other squads. One after another, the Son of the Stars subordinates came back with reports of success. Then, Master Xing Chenzi's voice echoed through the spirit communication stone. All right. Very good. Everyone's hard work. He also received some feedback and continued to contact other immortal teams. I believe you. We, the immortals, will definitely be able to kill that bastard Xiao Han. Yes, Big Brother Xing Chenzi's plan is progressing very smoothly. The frown on the leader of the squad of immortals that Xiao Han had been keeping an eye on eased. He seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. The other teams have already contacted the people scattered in the Fourth Region. We have to work harder. However, just as he finished speaking, there's a team of immortals about 2 miles ahead. The leader of the team suddenly stopped and gathered his immortal sense. That's right. It's a 27-man team. After a short pause, the squad leader waved his hand and said, Let's go. Meet up with this 27-man team. On Xiao Han's side. Naturally, the appearance of the 27-man team could not escape Xiao Han's psychic detection. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry. He smiled faintly and said, This squad of immortals has finally found another team of immortals. Let them meet up and team up. That way, I'll have fun killing them. Hee, Brother Xiao Han, Master Xing Chenzi must be very nervous right now. Once he finds out that you've killed a few dozen more immortals, he'll definitely lose his cool. At this moment, the black-white child and Yang Zi knew Xiao Han was strong enough to destroy a team of celestials on his own. Therefore, they were not worried about Xiao Han's plan. Xiao, it did not take long before the squad of immortals that Xiao Han was keeping an eye on met up with the 27-man team. The leader of the 27-man team was a handsome sword cultivator with a sword on his back. He had 240,000 points hovering above his head, and there were signs that he had refined a celestial weapon. The two immortal squads clashed head-on, and the two sides immediately began to pull away from each other. Oh. A squad of 10? The sword cultivator said excitedly. Ha ha ha. What a free gift. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. Meanwhile, the leader of Master Xianxia's 10-man squad raised the communication spirit stone in his hand high into the air. Friend, don't be in such a hurry to attack. We're Big Brother Xianxia's subordinates. We're holding the communication spirit stone in our hands and are in constant contact with Big Brother Xianxia. If you act rashly and kill us, Big Brother Xianxia will immediately kill you. He'll make sure you die a graveless death. Big Brother Xianxia is currently ranked second in the 4th region in terms of points, and he has refined an extremely powerful weapon. Moreover, Big Brother Xianxia isn't someone to be trifled with. Therefore, you must consider this carefully. Don't act rashly. If you attack, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The 27-man team led by the sword cultivator was instantly intimidated by the sword cultivator's words. A hint of fear flashed in the sword cultivator's eyes as he muttered to himself. The son of Xianxia's subordinates, the leader of the 10-man squad led by the son of the stars, went on with his speech. Everyone, Nya Tian said. That's enough, friends. I've come to negotiate with you on my own initiative. I won't use Big Brother Xianxia's name to bully you. Instead, I want to work with you. A look of realization flashed across the sword cultivator's face as he nodded slightly. Work with you? Earlier, I heard that Master Xianxia invited us immortal squads to join forces against Xiaohan. Looks like the news is absolutely true. The leader of the 10-man team nodded solemnly. Of course it's true. This is the leading sheep hunting plan. That mortal Xiaohan. That mortal Xiaohan has already accumulated more than 2 million points. He's a threat to us immortals. Moreover, as a mortal, he openly opposed us immortals. We have no choice but to kill him. That mortal Xiaohan must have mastered some methods to kill immortals. Therefore, if we don't work together, it's very likely that we'll be defeated one by one. Let's work together for now and kill Xiaohan first. Also, Big Brother Xianxia said that after we surround Xiaohan, whoever kills him will get his points, treasures, and power of refinement. Whoever kills him will get the rewards. The sword cultivator's voice trembled, and his eyes turned bloodshot. More than 2 million points. That's right. Those points should have been ours, but now a mortal has taken them. We have to defend the dignity of immortals and take those points back. Think about it, if Xiaohan really gets the points and spots and kills his way out of the 4th region, we immortals will lose all face. Alright, let's work together. Let's work together to kill Xiaohan. The sword cultivator finally nodded in agreement. Ha 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 ha, good. Friends, you've made the right decision, the leader of the 10-man team said with a wide smile. After all, Big Brother Xianxia has the perfect communication method. Only by working together with him will we have a chance to capture that slippery Xiaohan. If you go after Xiaohan alone, not only will it be difficult to find him, but he might even kill you instead. Let's go after Xiaohan together, the sword cultivator said eagerly, licking his lips. At the same time, he began to mutter to himself. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to kill Xiaohan while the other immortals are surrounding him. Let's go, the leader of the team urged. We need to hurry and contact other teams of immortals. We'll grow stronger and stronger. Let's go, the leader of the team urged. We need to hurry and contact other teams of immortals. We'll grow stronger and stronger. Therefore, the two teams, with a total of 37 people, temporarily formed a team and continued to search for other teams. Xiaohan informed Black-White Child and Fish Rib of his findings. Brother Xiaohan, when do we make our move? Black-White Child asked. Fish Rib rubbed his hands together. The team ahead of us has successfully formed an alliance with another team of immortals. They'll definitely be overjoyed, and they'll definitely send word to the Son of Stars. If we attack now and wipe them out, it'll be like pouring a bucket of ice water on a raging flame. I'm sure the Son of Stars will vomit blood in anger. Ha 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 ha. Xiaohan laughed. After a brief pause, Xiao Han looked up at the evening sky and said, "Big brothers, it's not the time to make our move yet. We'll wait for them to gather more people before we make our move. Don't be in such a hurry to fight. The curtains have already been drawn on our final battle with the Son of Stars. Let's wait a few more days, and we'll have to face the Son of Stars head-on. Big brother Xianxia, I've also made contact with a team of immortals. There are 27 of them, and their overall strength is pretty good. Right now, I'm making the best use of my time to make contact with other teams of immortals." The leader of the immortal team that Xiao Han had been following also took out a communication spirit stone and communicated with Xianxia. Meanwhile, the Son of Stars had personally contacted 3 teams of immortals. Now, he had more than 100 immortals by his side. Looking at the immortals he had recruited, the Son of Stars waved the communication spirit stone in his hand and said, "Everyone, my plan is coming to fruition. The 7 teams of immortals I sent out have all contacted other teams. Now, we've gathered hundreds of immortals. Let's not talk about the future, but our chances of killing Xiao Han are much higher now that we're united." The immortals by the Son of Stars side cheered in agreement. Some of the immortals who had been recruited by the Son of Stars had grim expressions on their faces, and their eyes were unfocused. Perhaps they had chosen to ally with the Son of Stars because they wanted to use his power to find Xiao Han, kill him, and divide the spoils. However, no matter what, Xianxia's plan to hunt the leader was developing just as he had expected. This made him more and more confident that he could kill Xiao Han. To be continued. P.S. Recommending Qidian's popular guru, whose network is so strong that it defies the natural order, and who keeps himself clean. Every time he writes, he burns incense and takes a bath. He is clean, and his soul is pure and transparent. Chrysanthemum Pig Xuanhuan Monster Masterpiece, #1 in the world. This book was very strong. It gave off the feeling of being young and hot-blooded. Anyone who read it would feel as if they were young and inexperienced. Within the book, there was a very righteous and pure emotion. Chapter 652. Night. The moon and stars were beautiful. Xiao Han, Yueyangzi, and Heizi settled down in a tranquil valley with fireflies flying around. Xiao Han did not lose track of the team of immortals in front of him. Of course, he would not get too close and be discovered by them. Xiao Han and the other 2 maintained a distance of about 50 to 60 li from the team of immortals. It was a perfect distance. "Brother Yueyangzi, brother Heizi, let's stay in this valley tonight. Those guys in front of us should stop and not move forward." Xiao Han smiled. "Okay." Yueyangzi and Heizi nodded at the same time. The 3 of them sat cross-legged and nurtured their spirits. Xiao Han looked down. Under the clear moonlight, he was like a focused statue. At this moment, Xiao Han was looking at his dantian. In Xiao Han's dantian, there were countless immortal weapons and Dharma treasures. Almost 20,000 Dharma treasures. Now, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Han was a moving treasure trove. However, Xiao Han's current identity was still that of a mortal. Therefore, among all these Dharma treasures, Xiao Han wouldn't waste his refining power to obtain them. After all, when mortals controlled these Dharma treasures, they wouldn't be able to bring out the true mysteries of these Dharma treasures. Of course, among the endless Dharma treasures, the greatest and most glorious was still immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's jade token of inheritance. Any Dharma treasure would appear insignificant and dim in comparison to this jade token of inheritance. Once this jade token of inheritance was opened, one could obtain immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lifetime of sword Dao cultivation. His strength would increase exponentially. He would become the king of the sword Dao in this universe, the ruler of the world. My next goal is to open this jade plate of inheritance and obtain the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Xiao Han thought to himself. He was very clear about the path he had to take. Only by obtaining the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao and gaining enlightenment will I be able to walk to the end of the 4th floor of the treasure trove and compete with the other immortals. More importantly, I will be able to compete with the demon egg in my heart, the soul of the demon god. However, it's extremely difficult to completely obtain immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. The refining power required is unimaginable, forget it. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Now, let's officially start attacking this inheritance jade plate. He was officially trying to break through the inheritance jade plate. That's right, it was Xiao Han's first time wasting his energy to challenge the succession badge. Before this, Xiao Han had also obtained the power of refinement, but he did not use it to break through the inheritance jade token. Instead, he used it to break through the divine speed boots and the supreme battle will pill. Now, Xiao Han had accumulated more than 2 million points, and the amount of refining energy he had obtained was unbelievably huge. The power of refinement was as deep as the sea, accumulating in Xiao Han's dantian like a black hole filled with crazy energy. What was certain was that Xiao Han's refining power far surpassed that of any immortal in the 4th region. It wouldn't be a problem for him to crush Xingqinzi by a few streets. With this level of refining power, he could casually refine a large number of magic treasures in his dantian. However, Xiao Han would not waste the refining power on these immortal artifacts and dharma treasures. The inheritance jade plate was the king. Everything else was fleeting. One day, when Xiao Han obtained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance, he would be enlightened. By then, any immortal artifacts and dharma treasures he wanted would be within his reach. Right now, the refining power in my body is definitely not enough to break through the inheritance jade plate. It's still a long way off. However, I'll take it one step at a time. Xiao Han's mind moved. His mind directly controlled the raging refining power in his dantian. Boom! All the refining power was mobilized by Xiao Han, not a single drop was spilled. This power of refinement gathered into a giant energy dragon. This energy dragon roared and charged directly at the jade token of inheritance. It charged at the layers of mental restrictions on the surface of the inheritance jade plate. Puchi, a loud explosion burst out from Xiao Han's dantian. A massive, powerful refinement force bombarded the jade inheritance token. It was like the crashing of waves. A tsunami rolled wildly. At that moment, a gap was opened in the restriction on the surface of the inheritance jade token. Xiao Han's mind directly entered the gap. His soul and mental strength enveloped it. Hiss! Xiao Han couldn't help but cry out in shock. He never expected that his refining power could only break through less than 1/50th of the mental restrictions on the surface of the inheritance jade plate. It was too terrifying. It was too terrifying. Before this, Xiao Han also knew that he was only testing the waters this time. He definitely wouldn't be able to break through the restrictions on the surface of the inheritance jade plate. However, he never expected that not only could he not break through, but he couldn't even break through 1/50th of the mental restrictions. It can't be. I've accumulated so much refining power and accumulated more than 2 million points. I can't even break through 1/50th of the mental restrictions with my full strength? How difficult would it be to completely control this inheritance jade plate and obtain the opportunity to be enlightened? Xiao Han's scalp went numb. Such a huge number of points, but the refining power was just a drop in the ocean. The next moment, Xiao Han's mind swept through again. The refining power in his dantian was completely empty. There was nothing left. It was dried up. It was used up. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air. It seems that it's absolutely impossible to break through the inheritance jade plate in the 4th region's preliminaries. Even if I kill all the immortals, it's impossible to break through the inheritance jade plate. I can only wait for the following matches to see if there are more opportunities. There are only slightly more than 1,000 immortals left in the 4th region. Killing all these immortals and obtaining this little bit of refining power is really a drop in the bucket to break through the inheritance jade plate. Forget it, I won't think about the preliminaries. I'll wait for the matches to see what the rules are and see if I can obtain more refining power. Xiao Han also had some ideas. However, at this moment, boom! On the surface of the inheritance jade plate, a warm current suddenly flowed out from the small gap that had been broken through. This warm current flowed directly through Xiao Han's mind and into his soul at lightning speed. Boom! Another explosion. Xiao Han's soul consciousness actually expanded. Hiss! Xiao Han took a deep breath. He felt a slight swelling pain in his head. Then, the solid mental power planet in his sea of consciousness quickly moved a few times. His powerful soul instantly eliminated the discomfort caused by the swelling of his sea of consciousness. Then, it was replaced by a wave of comfort and coolness. In his sea of consciousness, there was a refreshing feeling. Then, Xiao Han's soul penetrated and discovered that the warm current that flowed into his sea of consciousness was actually some principles related to the Saber Tao. This principle was not profound. It seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg that had leaked out from immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance jade plate. A little bit of it that had leaked out. However, it was this little bit of it that made Xiao Han directly immersed in it. Hungry and thirsty. Dreamy and illusory. For a moment, he was stunned. Originally, Xiao Han was a saber cultivator. His saber Tao originated from the immortal saber Tao that had sealed the heart demon egg. The 7-fragment saber technique was also an immortal saber technique that was not common. Moreover, Xiao Han's saber intent had been thoroughly tempered and had already reached the peak realm of great accomplishment. His natal saber chi was flawless and his divine soul could even vaguely see the gate of the ancient saber realm. In this way, Xiao Han was able to quickly absorb the mysteries of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber Tao. Of course, if it was not because of his strong soul and strong saber Tao, this little bit of knowledge would have instantly exploded Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Han was immersed in understanding the supreme mystery of the saber Tao. Inadvertently, the natal saber chi that was entrenched in his sea of consciousness became more and more dazzling. Countless saber moves, saber words, and saber comprehension were steaming out from it. Xiao Han's saber Tao realm actually began to skyrocket. So the saber chi can actually be slashed out like this. Xiao Han was immersed in the deep understanding of the saber Tao. This was the understanding of the number one person in the saber Tao. This caused Xiao Han to start learning. It was as if immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was personally guiding Xiao Han. Subconsciously, Xiao Han's natal saber chi surged out from his sea of consciousness. Pu, the golden natal saber chi contained a terrifying aura that could slay gods, demons, and ghosts. It swept out. Such a saber intent caused Black White and Yu Yangzi to stand up and look at Xiao Han in shock. Saber intent. It's actually saber intent. After being with Brother Xiao for so many days, I didn't know that Brother Xiao was such a powerful saber cultivator. Yu Yangzi blurted out. Brother Xiao is too scary. Black White said thoughtfully. Trump cards one after another. Every trump card is so powerful. Mental strength, immortal physique, and now the saber intent. The power of this saber intent is enough to slay immortals. Yu Yangzi, you definitely don't have the confidence to withstand Brother Zhao's saber, right? I don't, Yu Yangzi said honestly. Brother Zhao's powerful saber intent is built on the terrifying mental strength of the soul. Using a powerful soul to control the saber intent is the realm that every saber cultivator dreams of achieving. Xing Chenzi is really funny. He actually provoked such an abnormal opponent. Black and White, look at Brother Zhao's saber intent. Hiss. At this moment, Yu Yangzi's voice stopped abruptly. At the same time, Black and White's eyes were also dazed. Xiao Han's natal saber chi suddenly distorted and evolved into a dragon-shaped saber chi. This dragon-shaped saber chi was covered in dense scales. It emitted an ancient and desolate aura that dominated the world and devoured everything. Moreover, the dragon-shaped saber chi was very agile as if it was a living creature. The dragon opened its mouth as if it was about to let out a destructive roar that completely absorbed the surrounding space. Every scale of this dragon-shaped saber chi seemed to be engraved with the essence of saber Tao. Saber chi dragon. Finally, Black and White was extremely shocked. This is saber chi that can only be cultivated after the realm of saber Dao has reached a certain level. When I was in the immortal world, I once heard some saber user friends say that the strongest saber user could not only comprehend saber intent and natal saber chi, but they could also use the natal saber chi to evolve into various primordial species, such as dragons, tigers, cranes, apes. That's right. Legend has it that immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, who dominated the immortal world, could evolve his natal saber chi into a primordial dragon. Back then, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was in high spirits. His saber chi dragon stood proudly on the dragon's head with his hands behind his back. Everywhere he passed, everyone bowed their heads in submission. Now, Brother Xiao Han's saber chi dragon, this. Yes. I once heard that among the top saber cultivators in the immortal world, only immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's natal saber chi could transform into a dragon. The other super saber cultivators' natal saber chi could transform into tigers, leopards, dragons, pythons, eagles. Saber chi dragon was immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's signature move. Now, Brother Zhao's natal saber chi has actually transformed into a primordial dragon. Does this mean that his achievements in saber Dao will be on par with immortal Emperor Zhu Dao in the future? He will become the #1 saber Dao cultivator in this world, s. Chapter 653. After Xiao Han absorbed a little bit of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance jade plate, his natal saber chi evolved into a primordial dragon that seemed to possess life. It turns out that every natal saber chi of a saber master is composed of saber talismans and saber techniques. In addition to the understanding of the saber, the comprehension of the saber, and the saber intent, the saber chi can be used to attack. This is a normal saber intent and saber chi. However, if I change the order of these saber talismans, saber techniques, and saber intent, it might turn the saber chi into a primordial species. Dragon. Tiger. Luan. Ferocious bird. After I absorbed a little bit of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber technique, it was equivalent to him teaching me and guiding me in my cultivation. Therefore, my natal saber chi evolved into a primordial dragon. Back then, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber chi also took the form of a dragon. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart was filled with enlightenment. His understanding of the saber had reached a whole new level. At this moment, Xiao Han's saber Dao clearly contained the shadow of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. It could be said that Xiao Han had already obtained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance. Of course, it was not the complete inheritance. It was just a little bit, an extremely superficial inheritance, like a drop of seawater in a vast ocean. However, even so, it was still immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance. After the saber chi turned into a dragon, my saber intent combat strength increased by more than a few times. Xiao Han was extremely certain of this point. Whoosh, then, Xiao Han kept the dragon-shaped saber chi back into his sea of consciousness. An image appeared in his sea of consciousness. On the surface of the glittering, solid mental power planet, there was a terrifying and dignified primordial dragon coiled around it. Every breath of this primordial dragon contained an invincible saber intent. Once released, it would devour people, tear everything apart, and crush everything in its path. I've only broken through 1/50th of the outer restriction of this inheritance jade pendant, and I've already obtained such a powerful saber intent. If I break through all the restrictions and gain complete control of this jade pendant, how powerful will my saber intent be? Even Xiao Han himself was shocked. Xiao Han calmed himself down and stood up, thinking to himself, now, my blade chi dragon has become my strongest trump card. It's many times stronger than a simple mental energy weapon. This move is more than enough to kill a son of the stars countless times over. Plus, it'll also give me a solid foundation to contend against other outstanding immortals in the upcoming matches. Even if those immortals have refined and mastered immortal tools, I won't be afraid of them. By the time Xiao Han had completely awakened from the wondrous state of comprehending the sword Dao, the sky was already turning bright. A new day was about to arrive. Xiao Han opened his eyes and saw that black, white, and fish stem were looking at him with shocked expressions. Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. Big brothers, I was a little carried away when I comprehended the sword Dao last night. Please excuse me. No, no. Frail fish stuttered. Brother Xiao Han, your saber intent has become unbelievably powerful. Amazing. The black, white, and fish stem nodded repeatedly. At the same time, Xiao Han discovered that the range of his soul and psychic fluctuations had expanded from 60 kilometers to 80 kilometers. The improvement in the sword Dao has actually strengthened my soul and psychic power a little more. Xiao Han was both surprised and overjoyed. Within the range of Xiao Han's soul and psychic fluctuations, the team of immortals was already ready to set off. They were ready to set off again, contact other teams, and continue the leading sheep hunting plan. Whoosh! 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 37 immortals soared into the sky. The leader of the team of 10 under the Sun of the Stars said to boost morale. Everyone, let's keep up the good work today. Let's increase the number of immortals in our team to 100. Once we reach 100, we won't have to fear Xiao Han anymore. The sword immortal nodded. Yes, no matter how monstrous a mortal is, no matter how many trump cards he has, he can't fight against 100 immortals. He can't even mount a sneak attack. Yes. The group of immortals was high-spirited and arrogant. Xiao Han stared at the team of immortals and gave the black, white, and fish stem a meaningful look. Big brothers, let's follow them. Don't let those scumbags slip away. Just like the day before, Xiao Han and the other two followed behind while maintaining an effective distance. Soon, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice reverberated through the fourth zone. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao announced that there were only 18 days left until the end of the fourth region's preliminaries. Currently, there were 1,400 immortals in the fourth zone. There were no changes in the top 10 of the preliminaries. Xiao Han was still at the top with 2,020,000 points, while the Son of the Stars was in second place. It was worth mentioning that the number of immortals in the fourth zone was also a little over 1,400 the day before. Today, it was still 1,400. This meant that there had been no fighting between the immortals in the fourth zone yesterday. His Son of the Stars does have some charisma, Xiao Han sneered inwardly. Under his leadership, the immortals have stopped fighting among themselves. All the spearheads are pointed at me, Xiao Han. Interesting, noon. The team of immortals that Xiao Han had been following finally had a new harvest. They encountered a large team of 66 people and persuaded them to form an alliance with them. The total number of immortals in the team was now over 100. They had formed a large team. The leader of the 10-man team under the command of the Son of the Stars was beside himself with joy. He took out a communication spirit stone and reported the good news to the Son of the Stars. Ha 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 ha. Big brother stars. Great joy. Great joy. I've formed alliances with other teams of immortals. Now, the number of people on my team has exceeded 100. Now, even if we encounter Xiao Han head-on, we'll be able to capture him with ease. Master Xing Chenzi immediately replied. His voice was also filled with a beaming smile. Good. You've done well, brother. Now, you can try searching for that bastard Xiao Han. That's right, Xiao Han wouldn't dare face a team of 100 people head-on. If he encountered them, he'd have no choice but to flee. Listen up, activate the communication spirit stone at all times. If you encounter Xiao Han, inform me of his location immediately. Alright, big brother stars. I hope we'll encounter Xiao Han today. I'd like to see what he's made of, and how he got his 2 million points. Ha 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 ha. The number of immortals ahead has finally exceeded 100. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. More than 100, the black-white master and the fish stem exclaimed in unison. Brother Xiao Han, can we make our move now? Xiao Han rubbed his nose, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Big brothers, it's time to make our move. What do we do? The fish stem asked eagerly. Now, he and the black-white master were bursting with confidence in Xiao Han. In their minds, Xiao Han could kill ordinary immortals as easily as picking up weeds. How about this? Xiao Han said after a moment of consideration. I'll charge forward, and you two will follow behind. Then I'll injure all the immortals, and you'll personally take care of them. That way, the power to refine their magic treasures will fall into your hands. Although Xiao Han desperately needed the power of refinement, there were over 100 immortals in front of him. Only a few of the leaders had a decent amount of points, but it wasn't a lot. They only had a few 100,000 or 200,000 points. Most of them were nobodies with very few points. In fact, most of them only had a few thousand points. They weren't worth mentioning. Xiao Han didn't care about these points. They weren't essential. In order to obtain more power to refine the magic treasures, Xiao Han would have to leave the fourth zone and find a way to do so in the arena. Of course, Xiao Han still had to get the Son of the Stars points. Hearing Xiao Han's decisiveness, the fish stem and the black-white master thanked him in low voices. Brother Xiao Han, thank you so much for helping us. We're friends and brothers, Xiao Han said with a smile. We should help each other. Then, he said, I'll charge forward now. Brothers, prepare your immortal tools. We'll clean up the mess at the last moment. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han had already used his movement technique and directly dashed forward. Moreover, he took a detour and arrived in front of the 100-man team. Meanwhile, the 100-man team was still basking in the feeling of superiority and joy of having the advantage of numbers. They didn't even notice the approaching danger and death. In fact, the leader of the 10-man team under the Son of the Stars was chatting and joking with the leaders of the other teams through communication spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Brothers, I've gathered over 100 people. Not bad, right? It's nothing. I was lucky enough to gather 200 people. Ha 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 ha. Even Big Brother Star is full of praise for me. I've also gathered 96 people. Although it's not over 100, it's not far from it. Yes, our plan has been carried out perfectly. Now that we have the advantage of numbers, Xiao Han won't dare to attack us openly. I bet he can't even hide. Now, we can start searching for Xiao Han. Dig 3 feet into the ground, find him, grind his bones, scatter his ashes, and cut him into pieces. However, just as the leader of the Son of the Stars group was chatting with his companions with a smug look on his face, something happened. All of a sudden, the 100-man team stopped in their tracks. The chaotic scene instantly quieted down. All the immortals fixed their eyes on something in front of them. Ahead of them was a slender young man with a somewhat youthful appearance. Treading on clouds, he walked toward the group of immortals. There was not the slightest trace of fear in his eyes. It was none other than Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. A few of the immortals made strange noises from their throats. The Son of the Stars leader suddenly screamed, Xiao Han. You brat. How dare you show up like this? You're courting death. I'm only here to. Xiao Han smiled bitterly, then said with a serious expression, to kill you scum. S. Chapter 654. The team of 100 immortals were all in a state of shock at this moment. They hadn't expected that Xiao Han would dare show himself after things had developed to this point. After all, there were 100 immortals here. Among them, a small number of immortals had refined immortal artifacts and magic treasures into their bodies. It was a formidable lineup. Even Master Jiao Lanzi and the Son of the Stars, who were among the best of the younger generation in the immortal world, would be surrounded and killed if they didn't use their heaven-defying immortal tools or magical treasures. Even if a level 3 true immortal were to descend upon this place, it would be like ants biting an elephant to death. Therefore, no matter what, Xiao Han shouldn't have stepped forward so boldly and confidently. In the next moment, the group of immortals spread out and used their movement techniques to surround Xiao Han. They were trapped in the core. Xiao Han didn't move an inch. He smiled but said nothing. When the immortals completely surrounded Xiao Han, they immediately used their celestial senses to scan their surroundings. They suspected that Xiao Han was up to no good, and they were wary of Xiao Han's men lying in ambush. But, apart from Xiao Han and the 100 of them, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The black-white child and the fish stem had followed Xiao Han's instructions to hide in an area where the immortals' immortal senses couldn't find them. When Xiao Han made his move, the black-white child and the fish stem would rush out to clean up the mess. How strange. There's no ambush in the surroundings. The sword immortal looked at Xiao Han in confusion. Xiao Han, you're a special mortal. The current situation can't be any worse for you. You're facing so many immortals, and you've been locked down by our immortal senses. You've already been locked down by our immortal senses, and there's no way you can escape. Moreover, it's impossible for you to possess a trump card that can kill all of us. You coming out is simply courting death. Yes, you're courting death, do you know that? Ha ha ha, courting death? Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. You immortals. You're so full of superiority even in the face of death. How laughable. How laughable. At the same time, the leader of the Son of the Stars 10-man team let out a shriek into the communication stone. Big Brother Star Sun. Big Brother Star Sun. Brothers. We've surrounded him. We've surrounded Xiao Han. Catching a turtle in a jar. Right now, it's like catching a turtle in a jar. The Son of the Stars' voice came from the communication stone, panting heavily. They trembled in fear. Capture him. Roar. We can't let him escape this time. Don't kill him yet. Break his arms and legs. Leave a life. When I rush over, I will ravage and torture him. The skin and flesh on his body were peeled off piece by piece, inch by inch. Break all his bones, piece by piece. After a brief pause, the Son of the Stars howled. Quick, tell me your coordinates. I'll be right there. Quick. One of Master Star's subordinates said, all right. He nodded immediately. Just as he was about to give the approximate coordinates, Xiao Han made his move. Xiao Han's soul trembled slightly. Psychic energy suddenly spread out. The solid spiritual power star in his sea of consciousness suddenly squirmed. Densely packed spiritual daggers had already been born. After Xiao Han had comprehended a little bit of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber Dao, his soul and psychic energy had also increased by a lot. Therefore, the daggers that Xiao Han had created with his soul and psychic energy were of a higher quality than before. The quality of the daggers was even higher than before. At this moment, Xiao Han was surrounded by thousands of daggers, glittering with immortal light and rising immortal energy, making Xiao Han look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. He was like a god worshipped by mortals. As soon as Xiao Han unleashed the soul and psychic daggers, the immortals on the other side instantly felt a sense of crisis before death. It was an intuition. An intuition that death was about to strike. Attack him. There's something strange about this guy. A few immortals with stronger combat strength roared. Then, some of the immortals who had refined and controlled Dharma treasures in the team of about 100 immortals unleashed the Dharma treasures in their bodies and were about to activate them to attack Xiao Han. At the same time, the immortals who had not refined and controlled Dharma treasures began chanting incantations, about to unleash their most powerful immortal skills to kill Xiao Han. Suddenly, the immortals who had surrounded Xiao Han were stirred up. All kinds of immortal light shot up into the sky, and auspicious clouds and auspicious chi were stirring. However, this seemingly peaceful atmosphere was actually filled with murderous intent. It was the atmosphere of a desperate struggle. In fact, the current situation was extremely dangerous. It should be noted that Xiao Han was an ordinary person, and he was not wearing any immortal armor. Although his physical defense was comparable to that of an ordinary level 4 true immortal, he was facing the attack of hundreds of immortal skills, including several powerful immortal weapons and Dharma treasures. His life and death were hanging by a thin line. One careless move and he would be blasted into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the immortal's attack was about to take shape. Puff. 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 The thousands of daggers formed from Xiao Han's soul had already shot out in all directions, with Xiao Han as the center. They were so fast that they happened to be even faster than the immortal's attacks. Moreover, Xiao Han controlled the daggers as if they were his own limbs. He was purely controlling his own thoughts. Under Xiao Han's precise control, every dagger was aimed at the spot that Xiao Han wanted it to be. The next moment, every immortal's hands, legs, shoulders, and even dantian were full of daggers. Their bones were visible. Not only did they interrupt the immortal's attacks, they were instantly crippled. More than 100 immortals were crippled. Ah! My arms and legs. All the immortal chi in my body has been destroyed. Damn it. Such a perverted and terrifying method, he's definitely not immortal. Heart-wrenching, lung-splitting screams rose and fell, resounding throughout this area. The immortal weapons and Dharma treasures in the hands of several leading immortals fell before they could fully activate their power. They were damaged by Xiao Han's spiritual daggers. Xiao Han's attack was a complete victory. However, he had expended a lot of his psychic power, and he felt a little dizzy. Big brother Black-White. Big brother Yu Yangzi, do it. Xiao Han didn't hesitate as he roared. Boom! Boom! In the distance, the black-white sun and fish stem charged out the moment Xiao Han made his move. In less than a breath's time, they arrived. Each of them unleashed their immortal weapons and spells to finish off more than 100 immortals who had been crippled. Points and treasures rose like rivers into the sea. The power of refinement flowed into the black-white sun and fish stems' bodies like rivers flowing into the sea, allowing them to reap all the benefits. More than 100 immortals were dead. The son of the stars' terrified voice came from the communication spirit stone that had fallen and floated in midair. What happened? What the hell happened? Tell me. What's going on? Xiao Han grabbed the communication spirit stone with his right hand. He laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, Master of Stars and his lackeys, what kind of hunting leader plan are all of you? You want to rely on your numerical advantage to surround and kill me, Xiao Han. However, ha ha ha, I've disappointed all of you. This group of immortals numbered more than 100, but I killed them all. This is just the beginning. Son of the Stars and the other immortals, it'll be your turn soon. Ha 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 ha. I, Xiao Han, will kill all of you. Leave no one alive. After saying that, Xiao Han brought black and white sun and fish stem and disappeared from the area at an extremely fast speed. On the other side of the communication spirit stone, the son of the stars held a communication spirit stone in his hand. His expression was unsightly. At this moment, there were more than 300 immortals standing beside Master Xingqinzi. Originally, these 300 immortals, including the son of the stars, had been in a celebratory mood. They'd thought that their plan was perfect and that they'd capture Xiao Han sooner or later. Moreover, they'd just received word that 100 immortal team had surrounded Xiao Han. This was a sure thing. The son of the stars was already discussing with some of the immortals around him how to torture Xiao Han. Who would have thought that the tides would turn in the blink of an eye? The 100 immortal team that had surrounded Xiao Han had been completely wiped out in a few breaths' time. On top of that, Xiao Han had even told them the secret of the hunting leader plan. The son of the stars felt as if someone had smashed him in the head with a club, sending him into a daze. The 300 immortals standing around Master Xing were flabbergasted. They exchanged glances with one another, completely dumbfounded. After a moment of dead silence, the son of the stars said hoarsely, "It's the same as last time. It's the same as last time." The moment we surrounded Xiao Han, our men were annihilated by him. The difference is that last time, Xiao Han annihilated my 10-man team, but this time, Xiao Han annihilated a 100-man team. And the similarity is that when he annihilated the 10-man team and the 100-man team, he only used a few breaths of time. He killed them all in one go, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Xiao Han, what kind of immortal slaughtering magic treasure does he have in his hands? One of the immortals beside the Son of the Stars gulped and said with great difficulty, just like last time, Xiao Han killed all of our men as soon as we surrounded him. Xiao Han just said that he wants to kill all of us immortals through the communication spirit stone. He wiped out a team of 100 people with a wave of his hand. That means, he really does have the ability to wipe us out. Qin Mu's eyes widened. Son of the Stars. Your hunting the alpha sheep plan has really failed. Xiao Han has already seen through your plan. Now, we're being led by the nose by Xiao Han. Who's the prey and who's the hunter? It looks like Xiao Han is hunting us. He's going to kill us one by one and make us feel the pressure of death. Let's call off our alliance, Son of the Stars. We don't want to get involved in this mess anymore. You've got your wishful thinking on your hands, Son of the Stars. Now that you can't defeat someone as powerful as Xiao Han, you're dragging us down with you. The immortals who had been recruited by Xianxia began to clamor and criticize Xianxia. Many immortals even wanted to draw a clear line between themselves and Xianxia and go their separate ways. Shut up. The Son of the Stars let out an enraged roar that caused the space around him to tremble, and the immortals around him to fall completely silent. There's no turning back now. You idiots. Xiao Han has decided to fight us to the bitter end. He won't let any of us get away. He's ruthless and decisive. Do you think you can beg Xiao Han not to kill you just because you've drawn a line between yourself and the Son of the Stars? How naive. The Son of the Stars roared. However, at this moment, the high-spirited Son of the Stars seemed to have aged a great deal. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at Qidian. 9. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.